Cosmic soldier, give me space and I'm in a good place. Very serious, mysterious, mind makes right. In for the fight. Starlight out on low. Starlight out on low. Starlight out low. Cosmic soldier, give me space and I'm in a good place. Very serious, mysterious, mind makes right. In for the fight. Starlight out low. Starlight out low.
What is up, audience? Share the stream out. Tell everybody we're live. Let people know that we are streaming. I think. Boy, Chuck, how's your morning been? I know it's evening now. It's now 12:22 for me, but morning was
It's
pretty
morning.
great.
Ain't nothing to complain about other than this internet. Just all this ice still. It keeps knocking the internet off.
Fair enough.
If we ever get warm enough for this shit to thaw. I mean, every time dogs got to go to the bathroom, I'm out skating. I think your audio cut out or mine did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to my bestie's nephew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, like I don't know, man. The winter storm did not hit us down here, except for we got cold. And I told you to keep that shit up there, Chuck. All right, I'm mad at you.
Hell, I didn't even want what I got.
Yeah, but that don't mean you pass it on to the double it and pass it on to the next person. Jesus Christ, no means no. All right.
Don't worry, there's another one coming. Hang on. It's gonna be worse this time.
All we got was
the cold.
Yeah, all we got was the cold. It was even sunshine was out all those days. But we're gonna cover. There's a second, Mr. President. There's a second storm. A second storm. That's it.
Yep. It's coming. This next couple of days.
That's crazy.
Supposed to be cold as shit again, or colder, or something like that.
Well, that's tragic. Well, so like I said, today's show, before I start talking to my friend's nephew, today's show is going to be about it's going to be about the nutrition argument and the mandate conversation. Because, like, okay, Dennison, D5, and even I would be okay with that, right? But Marte did such a fucking bad job that people that agree with him is like, maybe we're retarded. You know?
You're retarded.
Well, that's beside the point, Chuck. But I feel like we had a really good show yesterday. And you were here for most of it. The Machine Lies came on. We talked about fucking Zoroastrianism and some of the religious teachings. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. What is up, Denny? But
Do
I
I
really like.
exist?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to invasively search your search your person for an unidentified hot dog.
Without a
Whoa, that
warrant, I
sounds
presume.
gay.
All I heard was Chuck say gay. What did you say, Dennison?
I presume
But
without.
yes, without a warrant. Without a warrant. All right, without a warrant. Have y'all ever seen Sam Hyde's skit about the cop stop?
Maybe.
No.
We'll play that first, and then we'll get into the actual meat and taters. Let me see.
I don't think I finished cooking.
You didn't finish cooking?
No, I think I needed a couple more hours in the oven.
Fair enough. Oh damn, his skit is not on YouTube. Damn.
I can't find my weed.
How tragic. That is a true tragedy.
I haven't smoked in 2 months.
Wow, bro, you're gonna be hit hard.
Yeah, I fasted yesterday too. So it'd be nice to have a morning blunt right now.
You see, the
Well,
tragedy is I can't roll, so I'm stuck with a bong, but I get really stupid when I'm high, so I'm not going to be smoking for this stream because I want to be able to intellectually dissect this
be
debate.
coherent. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, nah, dude, like, that debate was so bad. I went into
Oh
Grid.
my god, dude.
Already, well, like, I was
It was
listening.
worse than I thought it would be.
Well, I was listening when you and Grid were talking. Like, I was listening to all of y'all because I can multitask, and I like, it's like when Marte started talking, all the intelligence left my brain.
Yep.
Like, I even noticed Flo was getting actively stupider as the debate was going.
Yeah.
Like,
It was
like
beneath him.
Marte and fucking Kev or whatever his name is, Clive, Kev, whatever the hell his name is.
Cool Vic.
Vic.
The moderator.
Yeah.
Yeah. What
Cool
moderator?
Vic.
There was
Fat
no
and
Right.
useless. We need a mandate.
There was no moderator.
No,
No
there
offense,
wasn't.
Vic. I can say that because I'm fat too, buddy.
It's our word.
But you were kind of useless, bro, and your chat was gay AF. Very unwelcoming, which is not good. Look for a social media channel, and they were all talking about butt stuff for some reason, which is weird.
Oh boy.
No,
Well,
they made it about Sarah.
Marte started off on butt stuff. What are you talking about?
Yes. As soon as I said Marte wasn't doing a good job, they said I was a Sarah simp.
Yeah. So,
I mean, when you start off the gate screaming and spitting into a microphone, there's a problem.
well, I don't know where Sasquatch has it because I had to cut off all my memberships because I'm a brokey now, so I can't watch it on Dusty's. But we got it on Sasquatch, and I think he got right where the debate started. Opening statements is when he started sharing, I believe. But
Okay.
it was such a bad.
Did
I
you
went up
see the first 10 minutes before the debate started
No.
where Marte and Vic? Yeah, it was horrible.
Hit the panel if you got time, Sasquatch, because I didn't know if you were speaking over it, like reviewing it as it was happening or what. So if you didn't, either if you did or didn't, hit the panel if you want to. What's up, Halted? United House of Polaris, Logical Sparks. Sorry, I usually do it at the beginning of the show. Bro, you missed it. We were talking about Gnosticism yesterday.
I have a
Halted.
Gnostic friend.
Halted
He
is
changed
my
his
Gnostic
name and
friend.
everything. He has
Really?
like a Gnostic name, yeah.
Well, Halted is like old school pre New Age, like pre Aleister Crowley.
Oh,
New Age.
there's Grid. You're in trouble now.
What's up, Grid? Hit the panel, old man. We're going over the Marte debate. You know,
You're not gonna make me watch it again, are you?
Yes,
Well,
all 99 hours of it.
Well, I went over to Grids and I was like, bro, this is like a fucking mental blender. Like I felt like I was in a World War One trench getting fucking hammered by
It,
voices and like
it was
voice
so.
artillery.
Sign the papers. You will sign the papers.
Like Marte didn't even know what a fucking mandate was.
No,
Yeah, he didn't have his mandate defined.
Like he said, well, you can have a mandate
he
and
was
have
he was
it.
talking incentives.
Well, you can have a mandate and not have it apply to everyone. No,
Well,
no,
there'd be
applies.
some exceptions to a mandate. There always is.
Well, that's what I was about to say. No, it
But it's
applies
not
to
a national mandate if it applies to only federal employees, for example, which is what he said at one time.
Yeah, a national mandate. What's funny is if you had a national healthcare mandate like that, it would literally wind up the obese would probably be an exception to it, which is fucking hilarious. Health wise, because you'd have to have doctors sign off of it. You'd have to have a bunch of other shit done to have a mandate like this for individuals.
Well, you'd have to throw the entire ADA out the window. You know, the American Disabilities Act.
Yeah.
That would have to be completely taken out of law for that to happen.
Are you saying obesity is a disability?
It can be, but it's one brought on by oneself. It's not something you're born with.
Well, I don't know about brought on by oneself. That's.
But I think it's covered under the ADA, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, there are genetic factors just like within cancer, but we're not doctors, not medical advice. My bad, YouTube.
Not only that,
but
you
we
know
are
how I feel
lawyers.
about free will. And then in corporate America, you know, what are your chances of getting out of alive? You know, you're bombarded.
Pretty good.
Programming on to eat shit, and it's everywhere.
Yeah. Well, I literally this debate, like, so yesterday I started feeling like shit halfway through my stream, and that's kind of why I checked out like for the last 3 hours of the stream and wasn't really saying much. I tried to watch this and like my head started pounding. Like I got so annoyed with everybody involved except for Vic, because Vic was the only one not talking. And then I got
I was annoyed with him for not moderating, and I felt bad for Dusty.
That's what I'm saying. Like the one time I got mad at Vic, I got extremely mad because Marte had interrupted him the entire debate, and he fucking muted Dusty. And I'm like, really?
Yeah,
they were extremely biased over there in that chat.
He jumped on Dusty for interrupting.
Yeah, like not beating the Dusty fanboy allegations, but fair is fair. And like somebody asked me, aren't ortho bros supposed to stick together? And I'm like, no, not when somebody's fucking wrong. Not when somebody's so blatantly fucking retarded. You make yourself look bad by siding with them because
you're taking a good principle and shitting on it.
Yeah, like nah, dude, you suck at this.
Well, and you can see Marte reading damn near the whole debate.
Yeah. Bro, we went over Grok on my stream before the debate, and he used the exact talking points that Grok came up with.
90% of the debate was him just saying "nuh-uh" to Dusty's points.
90% of the debate was them debating whatever Dusty or him said.
Yeah,
it wasn't even the whole fucking thing sucked. Like I felt bad for Vic because even though he's supposed to be a mod, and I was annoyed that he wasn't moderating, and then he was biased as fuck. He's sitting there looking like he's having a fucking aneurysm because it's just so fucking shitty.
Yeah, but he could have fixed that. It was his responsibility to fix that.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Now, granted, it didn't look like it would be easy to moderate Marte. He looks like he's not really in control of his emotions or his thoughts.
Well, that's why
they organized person. But still, it's been his responsibility.
That first 10 minutes before, they was knocking Sarah on her moderation style.
Sarah's a better. I don't have any issue with Miss Sarah. I just don't watch her stuff because I don't like the leftists over there. right? I don't like online debates. I will support people that I like Flo. I consider Flo a friend, so I'll watch his shit. I just don't like debates by and large
Well,
because
I couldn't watch that whole thing. I had to leave for a
most
while.
of the debates on YouTube are like Marte.
Not my vibe.
Oh, no.
I like discussion and not debate, and it feels like a bunch of clicky, shitty feminists over there.
That's exactly what it is. And it's both sides that are like that, to be fair. But one side doesn't force you to conform and doesn't try to fucking get mad at you because you're like, hey, right is right and wrong is wrong. And they like the chat made it about Sarah over at Vix, and I'm like, bro, Sarah has literally nothing to do with this.
Yeah, and I
Well, they
get
even
that,
brought
like,
her
all
up
these.
in the debate.
I get that all these people are going through some kind of like social crisis, but I'm not. You know,
Yeah,
so
they're
it's fake and gay for me. I don't need to be, you know, red pill challenged every time I go up to have a discussion about a nutrition mandate, for example.
Exactly.
what's cracking, Joe? What's cracking? You can hit the panel if you want, Joe. You and Grid. Anybody's welcome, but no, like they're just mad. Their blonde Dommy mommy was mean to them and told them she didn't care about them. I mean, like it's annoying as shit. You can't have a reasonable and honest conversation with these people because of their hatred for Sarah.
Yeah, I'm starting to see why some people think you can't criticize women online because they just like made everything about Sarah.
Yeah, and it's funny the people. Yes, like I agree with that. Miss Sarah is an awesome individual and does a lot of good work on her channel, but the people that go over there and the arguments that they have, I just don't like. But she does a lot of good work, and her channel isn't shit. It's very I admire it. Like I mean, she does a lot of good work, but I just I
feel
don't. It's not my thing.
I think she fosters that atmosphere though. So I've always equated it to her personality as well. I don't know her, so that's me talking out of my ass, but that's why I don't go over there. It's just not enjoyable for me.
No, they want the Dommy mommy to be mean, but they don't want her to be avoidant, and she's being avoidant. What's up, Miss Cynthia? What's up,
Yeah,
Jody?
that can trigger your abandonment issues if you're looking for a dommy mommy, you know?
Yeah, she's got to coddle you when she's not stepping on your nuts. And that's the thing, dude. Like who was shitting on share her chat? No, cool Vic's chat
Vic
during the
shot.
vote. Like they made it all about Sarah.
Like literally, I went over there and
because Vic is the party, right?
to vote in his poll thing, and I made a comment that I thought Marte was not doing a good job. You know, I forget how I phrased it. Right? It was critical. And then they, that was the whole chat just started saying, "Oh, here's another Sarah simp." It's like, who the fuck is Sarah? I'm talking about Marte and Dusty right now.
That's what makes it even funnier because like you know who she is, but as far as I know, you've never been over there.
No, just the one time, and that's all it took for me.
And I'm just sitting here like Dennison is usually impartial when it comes to these dealing with people things. Let me see how this plays out. And like as you saw after the first one, everybody, and that's when the dude started questioning me about ortho bros.
Then they said, "Well, then you must be a Dusty simp," and I was like, "Eh."
They don't even know the holy war that y'all have fought with each other.
No, your boy just can't debate for shit. That's what's happening here.
All right, we got that pulled up. Cool. Thank you, Squatch. The thing about it.
A minute, we can do all that. But
okay, fair enough. But no, like Marte was just bad at debate, and I called it. Everyone knew it, and it's not. I don't get points for prophecy because everybody knew it. In their heart of hearts, they knew that it was going to be gay.
Yep. I mean, the prompt itself was stupid to start with, and Marte's the one that picked the prompt.
Well, Denison's the one who said the line in Vic's chat. You know, he's like, I support a mandate, but after hearing Marte's arguments,
That's what I said. That's how I said it. It's
yeah.
like I support a mandate, but your boy is so bad at debating. I think I changed my mind.
No. He thought it was a mandate.
Oh.
What's up, Vibe? Welcome to the show. Did you catch the debate last night?
I did not. I was hoping you were going to review it because I do have it in my save for later. I was excited.
You got
to watch
earplugs?
Yeah, you're gonna want some earplugs and some fucking shot of whiskey, maybe a couple.
And maybe
man,
a
I
couple
don't
of
even know.
Excedrin.
It might not go well with whiskey, honestly. It depends what kind of a whiskey drinker you are, you know?
What's up,
They
Joe?
would
Cool?
put me in an angry, depressive spiral if I had whiskey while watching that shit.
It would just make me angry. I'd build my own destruction room.
Now I'm excited to watch it because I mean I'm friends with Marte and I'm friends with Dusty. I like them both. I checked Marte.
You won't be after this one.
I was cool with Marte up until he told Grid that I shouldn't be allowed to debate because I don't show my face and I might use Grok, and then immediately got caught using Grok, and then used Grok for this debate as well.
Oh my God! When
Marte and I have a good Discord because I'll politely criticize him behind the scenes, and he'll politely criticize me behind the scenes. You know, and I respect that. I've seen some of his debates. Like, it's weird because we're both right Christians, but like when it comes to race, I've even told him, I'm like, we have to have a talk about this because I do not believe that white people are oppressed. I just don't. Like,
well, you're a California conservative. You wouldn't. I love you to death, Vibe, but you're a California conservative. You wouldn't. The liberal programming goes deep.
Oh no, I'm not liberal. I mean, I was.
But
okay,
you are programmed.
I was born and grew up in Michigan with guns and killing animals and eating them, right? And I haven't wavered from my upbringing at all since coming to California. I'm just here because I can drive 1 hour to go skiing and then go back home and go back to the beach. I hate the liberals here.
Well, the thing about it is, and I'm not saying, oh, white people are the only people oppressed. I'm saying, like, the people in the United States in general. I agree with Denison, are oppressed via corporations.
Yeah, but white men are literally legally discriminated against in government programs. Like, there's government laws that legalize racial and gender discrimination against white males in this country. So if you, that's objective. That's objective oppression. That's not even up for debate.
I get the whole DEI, like, I mean, it's not just white men, right? It's actually
how old are you?
As well, but
how old are you?
54.
And you haven't seen how the country has gone to fucking hell because of DEI? How we literally reshaped all industry in this country?
Because of what?
DEI and immigration.
Oh.
How we replaced the American workforce with like immigrants and women.
Yeah, I mean,
in the last 50 years, literally.
Make him hit the link, Denison. Make him hit the link.
Get up here, Joe.
There's multiple debates to be had, right? And I mean, I'll debate against DEI. Speakeasy just hit me up asking me what I think about feminism is beneficial for society. I said negative, right? And those are 2 points you just hit on, Denison. So, I mean, I actually agree there. But when it comes to our culture, and if we're not talking about DEI, right, and I apply for a job, because I'm average height, average hair color, average eye color, there's this thing called the silent win that just gets me jobs better than people that aren't average height, average skin color, average eye color, right? And there's not an oppression directly from
normie passing.
Yeah. But in government, yes.
Normie passing? That's crazy.
That's what God just said, is that he has privilege because he looks normal.
That's literally not the case, though. Like, if you're average,
right? So
if you're average, you're deliberately going to be excluded.
Well, the thing is, too, Vibe is 54. Like, I'm the youngest person on this panel, right?
I'm
by
the oldest, thank you.
by like a decade or two. Like, I ain't trying to be funny, but it's also very different when you're a 54-year-old man with that work history and work experience being average versus being a young white guy and being average. So there
Yeah,
also is
but
a generational difference.
But as someone who was responsible for hiring for like half of my career, I've been flat out told not to hire white men.
And with that, more and more evidence of that's coming out from I forget exactly where, but there's companies like not Ryzen, Raytheon has had people release paperwork where they say it's an internal memo that they need to hire more women and minorities and
Yeah, so
exclude white men from the working force.
I don't see how being average white gets you an
That's
advantage because not
because
any of the
of the
companies I worked
government.
for.
You
That's
don't.
for the government contracts with Raytheon.
Yeah, but
Well, I mean, I didn't have government contracts where I worked.
Yeah, but that's not a win for, you know, saying that white men aren't oppressed and white men aren't discriminated. That's actually a win in favor of saying they are discriminated against by their own fucking government, even.
Yeah, the government and the programs in there, and I saw that when I was in my 20s and I first started a company where I could get all these tax benefits if I made 2 of my female employees owners because we were a majority female owned company. We get a tax benefit, right? They weren't forcing it; they're saying, "Hey, we're going to give you these benefits." But I mean, there's some antidotes, right? Because I've hired over 1,000 and fired over 1,000 people in my lifetime so far, right? So I've also done this hiring and firing. And I've deployed people out into service positions. And this is an antidote where I had this Indian guy born in America, went to college in America, right? So he's 100% American. But he always
wrong. I'm sorry. I have to stop you there.
Yeah, it
depends. Wrong.
Where you get wrong from?
So, but let's skip that. If I'm wrong, we can come back to that argument. But my point is I hired him because he was really good at his job. Now I also hired another guy who was a white guy, blue eyes, super charismatic, but he wasn't as good. Like he was probably half as good as the Indian guy. And when I would send the Indian guy out to a job, I'd get calls from the customers saying, "I never want this guy to come back." But it would only take him an hour, and they'd only get charged $80 for the work because he was so good. I'd send the white guy out, and they're like, "I want this guy back out every time," but it would take him 8 hours and cost them like $360 for the service. But they wanted the white guy just because he was white, and that's just
No.
It's not just because he's white.
Hold on. He said it himself when he was telling the story. He told the truth and doesn't realize it. He said, and I quote, "There is a white charismatic guy and an Indian kind of stoic. And they wanted the white guy," was your interpretation, when in reality they wanted the charismatic character that came out and did the work, regardless of how much it cost. If the Indian guy had been charismatic, that entire conversation would have gone differently.
Right. It's also like, does the Indian guy make eye contact? Does he speak English like he's been here for more than 2 generations?
He was born here.
What is it? Yeah, but being born here doesn't mean anything.
Vivek Ramaswamy was born here, and look how he favors Indians over Americans.
Sure.
What does he smell like, too?
My point is that
I'm just saying, you got to take those into consideration when you're talking about customers, man.
You identified the situation, but overlooked that identification in exchange for a racial interpretation, and that is part of
I see where you're going, but I mean, ultimately,
you're there.
They don't know or care about competency either. They like the friendly person that like shows up looking a certain way, talks a certain way, is charismatic, makes jokes with the ladies in the office. Like
that's also, if you said it right there as well, the service industry, a service call. Like
this is why I didn't go on service calls, right? I was an engineer.
You have to be able to work with people. You can't be the standard Indian guy who's kind of basically a shittier version of a Japanese salaryman who doesn't make contact, who just stands there awkwardly. Like when you're in service, you actually have to serve the people that you're out there with. You have to engage with them.
Like I'm white with blue eyes, but I made sure to keep my ass in the back end because nobody wants to deal with me. I'm abrasive.
And as far as the Indian being an American, it doesn't matter. Like you see it time and time again. They favor Indians over Americans. They put their own racial group above, or their own ethnic group above anything. They don't give a fuck about race.
Any of y'all
They're-
ever worked for an Indian?
Yes.
Oh boy. Oh
No,
boy.
the sad part is I shouldn't, by all recollection, Indians love me. I should not have an issue with Indians at all. But I stand up for my country and people above everything else. Indians love me. I've always had raving reviews from Indians and Pakistanis for that matter.
But they are difficult to work for.
Yes, they demand obedience above competency. And
there is a casual disrespect utilized by Indians that is very difficult to match from any other culture. It is a deep and abiding disrespect when they view themselves as higher status than you. It's so casual and so flippant.
Yeah.
It's because
they made a mastery out of it.
It's because the caste system is ingrained in their genetics, it seems.
Yeah.
It's certainly ingrained in their psyche.
And they've had to interact with the English Empire like in that manner, where like they have to provide excellent service to a group of people that enslaved them for 1,000 years.
Yeah, I can go down here to one of my gas stations, and I'm called boss when I come in. And if one of the employees seems to be not so respectful or dragging ass towards me, he'll get his ass jumped. I don't know why it is.
Because you're seen as a higher class, you're seen as a higher caste than he is, and his boss is not like the respect he's giving you.
You are a retired elderly gentleman, Chuck. You are deserving of a certain level of respect that these children don't understand, and I apologize.
Thank you.
So Halted has an anecdotal story that I can identify with. The Indian at my beer distributor will literally waste my time because he thinks he's higher class than me, while sitting in his office for like 5 minutes while I wait to buy a fucking 6-pack. See, when I go buy my Modelo 40 ounces, right, I have the same issue with this Indian guy, but then I just go tell his mom that he's mean and I get the beer for free.
Nice.
And get to hit on his mom in front of him.
Well, so you're part of the problem. You're drinking that Mexican beer.
Oh
my God.
Cervezas de Modelo número uno, gringo.
Dos Equis.
55 feet from a liquor store. Literally the opposite side of my block is the liquor store, but I have to go all the way around this huge ass block to get there. I'm so put upon and oppressed, but I've been there so often that everyone that works there recognizes me. And this is just not just buying my own alcohol, but like anyone else who happens to stop in the area, they'll stop and be like, "Hey, run me to the liquor store." I don't get this. Why do you drive to my house and then ask me to take you to the liquor store? I don't get that. But when I pull up, it's an Indian family that runs the joint, and they live like the two kids, and they're like 25, 26, actually live in the place in a little apartment upstairs. And every single one of those guys, as soon as they see me, just set a bottle of Bacardi Gold on the counter next to the fucking drive-through. One of the dudes is kind of funny, and he tries to tell me Arabic jokes in English. And I still haven't figured out why the rice falling out of the bag of the camel was so funny. He's told me that joke 3 times, and it's because I was like, "All right, tell me again." He's like, "All right, good sir, listen."
You might need grok for that one.
It's because of the merchant's incompetence, Sasquatch. It's because somebody had a job they didn't deserve.
So I can't remember the joke, and it's because the way he delivers it is kind of a broken English, and so I can't remember it properly, but it has something to do about a man buying a camel, and the camel also has rice on it. But what the man doesn't know is that the rice has a hole in the bag.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, it's an incompetent merchant.
Shut up, dude. You don't get it. You don't get shit. You don't ever get to get anything ever again. Stop it.
No, Sasquatch. So you know, Arab jokes are told like stories. They're not told in the standard joke format like the West.
I get that.
And like, so I had a boss. Actually, when he's the one who had to write me up. It was the Pakistani dude. Like we would sit there and he would. It was so when we'd be pulled into the huddle rooms to do our individual meetings, it'd be so weird. He goes, "Oh, Orthodox guy, did you read Guns, Germs, and Steel like I suggested?" And he'd be like, "Yes, the lower caste, the darker people, are lower caste." I'm like, yeah, we're like, whoa, there. I can't say these things in the corporate world. Calm down. Like me and him would joke around and have a good time. But when I did that thing where I asked his boss, did you need me to train you or do you actually know? And I got in trouble. That's when he told me that that joke about the camel with the rice, and it's just like shitty people do things that they don't understand and don't know. And sometimes you gotta guide them.
Interpretation of it is that stupid is worse than evil.
Yes, pretty much.
Not only is he bad and naughty, but he's also stupid.
Yeah,
and
he thinks
the stupidity that did the damage, not the
well,
evil.
we're way off course here now, folks.
Well,
here's the thing: you think you're getting a better deal because it comes with rice, but you realize the rice will be gone by the time you get there, and there'll also be a trail from where you left the merchant all the way to where you end up, so he can take the camel back when you're not looking.
Yeah. Incompetence. Indians and Pakistanis, I will say their culture is built around hating incompetence. But let's get to this.
Not merit.
Oh no, he's gonna make us watch it.
Right. This picks up.
I need weed for this. God damn it.
Yeah.
Have we already gone past opening statements, or is this opening statements?
We haven't looked at it at all.
Start of opening statements. I got started like right after it started up. I should have been quicker on the trigger, but I didn't realize they were just going to fall straight in like that, because I knew that Marte and what's his fuck were already over there on the channel planning shit, and we were waiting for the link. And that's another point. When Dusty shows up, he says, "We've been waiting for Dusty, and I'm glad he finally showed up," as if Dusty had the link for 2 hours and just hadn't bothered to show up. That pissed me off, because and I went, there it is right there. There's your bias.
Yeah, well, they talked about that in the pre-show. How he was going to be late.
To be fair, we also talked about how Dusty was going to be late.
But don't send the link until after the time to be there. You don't get to fucking complain about who's late.
Yeah.
If it's your program, you do.
Sure. Sitting here right now telling you, we were sitting backstage talking, and he's like, "I'm supposed to have a link. It hasn't showed up yet. It should be any second now. We're just going to sit here and do the music thing until yada, yada, yada." And then the music played for a while, right? However long the music played was how long Dusty was waiting to get the link. The link didn't come until he actually showed up. Like, as soon as he got the link, he popped in. He didn't even respond to me when we were like talking. He just bloop.
I'm going to actually play one of Dusty's shorts, because this goes into what I was saying in the comment section of Vic's videos.
Andrew's one of my best friends. Andrew's one of my best friends. I'm always going to pick Andrew no matter what. I'm never going to be on anybody else's side. I am going to always have Andrew's back. You guys know what side I'm on. If you don't already, you might not even know me that well, but I'm on the Crucible side. If Andrew makes a decision, I'm with him regardless. Andrew Wilson and his family love them a lot. A lot.
Is Marte part of the Crucible?
No. Wow. That's crazy.
So, like, and there's friends that I have on the internet in real life that I will back no matter what. I'll be there. But if they're in the fucking wrong, I'm gonna stop the conversation. Like, look, Bubba, you're wrong here. When there's no need to
correct your friends. You ignore your enemies when they're fucking up.
Yeah.
You let them falter.
It makes your friends better when you correct their action and you correct stupidity and you help them see the light. And that's what I don't understand.
You don't let them self-emulate.
You're friends with Marte, right? I want you to help me help him, right? The word
I'm not friends with Marte.
Maybe you'll be a big enough man to become friends with Marte, and then
I thought he was cool until he accused me of using Grok, and then fucking got caught using Grok, and I'm like, you fucking bitch. Like,
into that in a bit. Well, I'm just saying, it would help if he were to like use the dictionary a couple of times a day. Maybe pick a new word a day or something. Eventually, he'll get to words like national and mandate. I'm dead serious. I'm not even joking. The man just makes noises with his mouth.
They argue. They stopped.
But
arguing.
that's how they think debate is. That's where he comes from, a sector where that's what debate is.
But no, that's the thing. It got to the point where him and Dusty were just arguing things that had nothing to do with a national health mandate
at all. It's fitness mandate, by the way, which is a little bit different. I know it's a subtle distinction, but fitness implies the actual necessity for physical movement, whereas health implies whatever's the healthiest for the individual, right?
Fair
Fitness
enough.
implies a standard. Health implies, a living standard, perhaps. I don't know. I might be a little.
Well, health would include all of it. There would be a fitness mandate. There'd be nutrition mandates. There'd be things like that.
Oh,
we all
agree.
And by the way,
that a national mandate, hold on one second. A national mandate would affect every single citizen in the country.
Well, it would affect them, but there would be people who would be able to opt out or aren't included, right?
Right. Okay. So it'd be national and it would be mandatory. With a few notable exceptions.
Right.
What is the prompt?
Fitness. Oh, where's it at? Fitness should be nationally mandated.
There should be a national fitness mandate. I thought it was.
No, fitness should be nationally mandated, is what everybody is.
Oh, geez, that's even worse.
It's right there.
That's even worse. Oh my god.
The prompt was straight garbage from the get-go.
Yeah, I agree, but that's what we had to work with, so that's what we go with, right?
I can sum up this 3-hour debacle in one sentence. Both Marte and Dusty are for national fitness programs. End of story.
Yeah. That's the sad part is Dusty was arguing from a position of, individual freedom.
I felt like he was trying to help Marte with his fucking points.
You know what? I came to that conclusion. Like, so I think Marte and Dusty are actually like friends, but Marte's that annoying friend that you can't really stand to be around, and they're so fucking dumb that whenever they get in an argument with somebody, you actually try to coach and talk to them and actually help them get to their point, but they're so stuck in their way of thinking and they're not willing to accept any outside thought that they argue with the person helping them get to their point.
It just wasn't even a way of thinking at that point. It was just pure fifi and garbage. Can you highlight Halted's last comment? So that makes sense. And Marte did not define his mandate, but the one thing he did say about it was that it would apply to all adults and they wouldn't be able to get jobs unless they were fit.
Don't we already have national mandates? I mean, I know, like, when I went to high school, like, we all had to tread water for an hour in the pool to pass PE. And doesn't that come from the government?
There are different mandated testing, but the testing doesn't indicate any particular action will be mandated. The testing is mandated.
You can see him reading Grok right here. I just want to put that out. You can see him reading Grok.
I sat on last night for almost 2 hours or almost an hour watching him muted, so I could see how much he talked in relation to Dusty. It's wild. Wick, what's his name? Cool Vic down here said like 7 words throughout the entire debate, and 3 of them were let him finish his point. 4 of them. 5. There's some words.
The whole super chat, the whole super chat debacle was fucking funny to watch, though.
Yeah, because Marte was losing so badly. Yeah. Right, like he turned that into at least something he could win.
I will give him credit. Marte did one thing very well, and I feel a little embarrassed for Dusty on this one.
Marte talked up like filibustered like a motherfucker.
Marte drug Dusty down to his level, and then beat him with experience of being dumb.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like but this is why I don't entertain conversations like this. People like this.
I mean, what you were talking about of my antidote earlier of the charismatic. Marte actually has a good voice to listen to, and he has the right energy. but he doesn't have the
Doesn't
vocabulary.
understand words.
Maybe for most people, not for me.
So what
and
you're
I'm
saying
weird,
is-
so
What you're saying is I should start camming up and just take over Marte's role.
No, I mean, I think given the right dialogue, he could be really powerful. Unfortunately, I have not
He's-
felt like his dialogue.
I agree that he's powerful.
Have been well put together.
He's all brute force attack,
Well,
and that's not the right energy for me or the right tone.
He's dumb. He's dumb.
Yeah.
He's a retarded bulldog for an organization.
Yeah.
If in that, like, literally, Andrew said he's not part of the Crucible, and the only reason he would act that way is if he was a bulldog for an organization that just goes out and picks fights for better, more experienced members of that organization to pick apart. You know how I know? I've been that. I've been that for organizations. The difference is I'm not retarded.
I mean, we do have this world, and you guys were talking about it before. And Marte, says he's part of the blood sport debate area, and I think I get into that too. But I've kind of segmented this whole panel verse into two different types of debates. There's the blood sport debate, which means you're going to fight and win at all costs, even if your opponent gives you a logical answer that you go, oh, I would concede on that. But in a blood sport debate, you will not concede. The whole point is to win, even if you don't even agree with the idea that you're debating.
How is that a win, though?
Yeah,
You're making a complete total
That's
ass
a
out of
false.
yourself.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
lose
false.
for the person debating. It's a lose for the
I'm from the-
platform.
Hold on.
I'm from the Bloodsport arena, though, Vibe. I'm from the Bloodsport arena, and this, even for blood sports, is just stupid.
Yeah, I haven't seen this one yet, so I don't know. But
Yeah,
I was
but
going to point
you
out that there's also real debates where two intellectual people can like fight, and one will actually concede and go, you know what? That's a great point. We actually we came together and we figured this out better, right? And I mean, I joined those ones too. I actually really enjoy those ones because they're a lot more calm and they're a lot more investigative and they're a lot more informational. The blood sport is more just entertaining to see who can like make the other person cry.
Well, see, so you as an individual, right? I love when you come over here. I like talking to you, Vibe. But you should be able to tell that I'm from the blood sports arena. You and I don't agree on much other than the fundamental goal of Christianity, right? Me and you have a conversation where I will make not like disrespectful, but slide remarks, like you being a California liberal, right, or a California conservative. That's blood sport type shit. What Marte did here,
this stuff. Like, I've never made you cry or hide under a rock, and you've never made me cry or hide under a rock. And I actually would consider all of our disagreements debates, not blood sport. Even if you come from blood sport, you've never personally attacked me, and I've never personally attacked you. I've never torn you down and put you under a rock, right?
That's the thing. That's the thing. Blood sports aren't just like trying to fuck with somebody. It's throwing out all the fallacies, right? Blood sports doesn't go, actually that's a slippery slope fallacy. That's an appeal to authority. Blood sports is who can win no matter with just their fucking words. You can put people down. You could point out people's faults. You can point out fallacies. You could do whatever, or you could use fallacies.
With all that.
It's not just mindlessly yelling though, and that's the type of debate I because when somebody stops to go, slippery slope, appeal to authority, that's just gay to me. Because my way of thinking about debates, I look at it like the ancient Greeks, right? They would debate you and destroy you mentally, and then if you had a problem, they would suplex you outside the debating
They'd
hall.
straight flex your ass. They'd be like, and they were fucking units, bro.
So, like, I'll say this: if you're incapable of violence and you participate in these debates, and that's the way you get out your aggression, I don't take anything you say seriously. You know, if you can't back it up after the debate. And that may be a bit too stupid for some people to understand, but I don't respect Marte. I don't. Not after the shit he pulled on Grids.
I have the same mentality for people eating meat. If you haven't killed the chicken, you shouldn't eat chicken.
Fair enough. There is an argument to know where your food comes from.
Yeah.
And the best part about killing the chicken is plucking the fucking feathers.
Southeastern U.S.
I'm gonna eat fried chicken tonight just because you two queers said that shit.
I'm so we just built a chicken coop in our backyard, and for fresh eggs. But we're going to be leaving the country for like
idea vibe.
What's that?
Listen, I've been trying to get somebody to do this for years. If you name your chickens after major YouTubers, the clickbait writes itself.
We need an octagon built in the middle of Congress. So true, bro. That's
great.
the best thing.
Sarah, Andrew.
That's the best thing about parliamentary systems. You got a bunch of middle-aged to old dudes beating the shit out of each other occasionally. I remember reading about American history, and then we talk about some of the fights that happen in Congress. Until we have fights break out in the congressional hall, we're not a real country anymore.
Well, think about the duel that happened. What was it? Hamilton and yeah.
Oh, Hickory got that ass.
You gotta watch old Hickory, bro. That motherfucker will wrap your skull and crown you king.
Who was it? Who was it that beat a man into retirement with his cane, bro? Like he beat another representative so hard.
Not the other day, Samuel something.
Let's get to the video. I haven't seen it. I'm excited, and maybe in 10 minutes I'll be like, freaking turn this shit off.
Yeah, don't get your expectations up too high, Vibe.
Well, I mean, he's been talking it up, right? He's like, debate me. Here it is.
It was bad. If you want to press play, so
get a chance to do that. And there'll be a picture. Can you pause it on the picture and then press play again when I tell you?
Okay, sure.
Dusty, it's not a picture of me without my shirt, by the way.
I'm leaving.
Okay, so Donald Trump, the ultimate 4D chess master of reverse psychology, single-handedly launched America's biggest involuntary cardio program since the invention of the treadmill. Guess what that was, Dusty? He simply existed loudly enough to trigger millions of out-of-shape, fat-ass liberals into spontaneously forming resistance marching clubs nationwide. No gym membership required, no Peloton subscription, zero motivational playlist unless you count Not My President chants as rhythm. They thought they were owning the libs' new king, but not really. They were just owning their long dormant leg day. Trump didn't tell them to get fit. He made them so furiously they did 10,000 steps a day.
Oh my God, this is weak.
Genius level trolling, if you ask me. National obesity crisis. We can basically crack this really quick. So here's the thing, though. We have solutions. I know Dusty right here is going to go the authoritarian route, which doesn't make any sense because we've already nationally instituted a lot of policies already too. And I'm going to go into this. So along with this, we have programs that we've instituted.
So
why is he yelling at me?
He doesn't like you, Denizen.
I told you.
That woman.
It's because I'm fat, isn't it?
Right now, yep. Fat, you're sitting down right now. Yes, he's reading verbatim from the script. Yes.
We literally went over this on my channel yesterday, sometime during the stream, and his opening statements are entirely the Grok prompts that were brought up.
Yep.
So if I ever get my chance in the sun to debate Marte, I'm just gonna open up Grok, share my screen, and I'm not read it. Yeah, like, and I'm gonna do it, and I'm not gonna use Grok for my own arguments. I'm gonna put, like, I'm assuming he's gonna be the affirmative in anything we debate. I'm just gonna put his version in Grok, and as soon as he starts reading Grok, I'm gonna share my screen.
I mean, come on, this is the second or third debate topic that he's come up with. It makes absolutely no sense.
Well, Grid was talking, I believe it was on his channel last night. I don't think he may have said it over here. But Grid had said that he wants to debate oddly specific topics.
Yeah, he said
all the time. And it's just weird. But yeah, let's go ahead and play Marte making an ass of himself. It's funny.
The dates and times on this, fitness regimens that we've instituted since the dawn of time as we can think about this. And then not to mention that, but going into this, here's the other thing too. The President's Council In 1956, via executive order, this arose from studies showing American youth were less fit than European peers. And then we can go on. President fitness test, late 1950s to 2003, via executive order, once again in 2025. This was a standardized national fitness testing program in public schools, middle schools, and high schools, involving exercise like sit-ups and all that. Matter of fact, I have a military context and everything else for you, but I'm not going to bore you with that. Here's the thing, though, Dusty. Because I already know he's going to be like,
oh, he knew the military context came directly from Grok. Like that was Grok's. That was 90% of Grok's reasoning behind national.
And it has no play with the topic.
It has no bearing on the prompt.
Well, it
Right.
can. It actually does.
It probably would improve recruitment.
Well, no, it does because the way governments see people, and it's the same way corporations or businesses see people, they're an asset and a resource, and you want the best possible quality asset or resource. And the way the government sees people is a dual purpose, like as soldiers and as productive units. And people who are physically fit obviously are going to be better for the military and more productive. Like I'm on Marte's side about this. This is literally Rob Noor 2.0 for me. Like seeing somebody the topic that I agree with, thinking that, you know, the only difference is I'm not going into it thinking that this person's going to make good arguments and body Dusty.
And he certainly can't respond to Dusty's arguments. That's his huge deficit, right? So even if he could make the good points, which he can't argue against Dusty.
And he doesn't know what half the words mean.
The big Achilles heel on all of this was his just flat denial that there would be an upfront cost for it and that it would increase spending in any direction. He was just like, nope.
He wouldn't admit how it logically followed that it would cost a company money to have to train people on new fitness policies. But to have paid training.
The get out of jail free card is how much money they would save on insurance premiums.
Sure.
And sick days, and he wasn't even willing to follow that.
No, he just rather.
All right, let's play it.
Sarah on her channel was raging about personal privacy. Well, fuck Sarah, by the way. And back to this. Why the hell should disciplined tax-paying Americans be your personal ATM for the $173 billion a year obesity apocalypse that you and your lazy-ass friends created? If you scream tyranny at mandatory fitness but stay silent while the rest of us get robbed to pay your triple bypass and insulin, aren't you just a parasitic lease hiding behind my freedom? So you're perfectly fine letting sociopathic corporate ghouls at Nestle, PepsiCo, and Big Pharma literally poison and addict entire generations for quarterly profits, turning kids into lifelong consumers of Ozempic and heart stents. Yet you call for you're going to call for a 20-minute government mandated workout, Orwellian. This is probably what he's going to do, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it is Orwellian.
Boardroom psychopaths is some.
Dude.
It's straight out of 1984.
Hey, first off, Dusty, all right, you make my brain itch in general, but I understand where you're coming from. It's not ironic.
Yes, the syphilis.
Yeah. Hit the panel. Hit the panel. We're talking about you. You've got to hit the panel on this one.
Oh man, I don't want to go through this. I might have to tap out for a little while.
See you. I had to tap out last night. I couldn't take it.
Well, no, the thing is, like, he made Dusty actively retarded during the stream.
He consumed his brain cells.
You can't argue with the dum-dum like this. It's impossible.
There was a point when Dusty started doing this number at the camera and was talking, and I was like, calm down, bro. Think of the clips. Just calm the fuck down, bro. He's making you spurg out through stupidity. This is what they mean by drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. They're used to looking this stupid. This is a new experience for you.
To them, they don't. To Marte does. Here's the thing. Sometimes you can be so retarded that you don't even realize you're being retarded. This is just who you are. And you have no shame about it. You just proudly say the stupidest fucking shit.
But in order to counter an argument from that level of retardation, you could have to speak their language, and that makes you look retarded.
Yeah.
Oh, let's play some more of this.
Somehow less authoritarian than telling people to stop walking with their loved ones at night for 30, 20 minutes. Tell me how that's not even in. You call it personal liberty to be 400 pounds, wheezing after tying your shoes and unable to fuck, have sex with your wife, fight or flee in an emergency, then have the gall to lecture us about what you're going to do, what you call freedom. How is willingly turning yourself into a disabled dependent blob any less form of self-imposed slavery than a simple national fitness standard that would actually let you live like a human being instead of a meat sack?
I feel like Marte got beat up by a fat guy and his girlfriend cheated on him with a fat guy. Like,
Oh,
I'll be
no.
your
I
Huckleberry,
definitely
Marte.
fucked this dude's girlfriend for sure.
I'll be
His
your
girlfriend
Huckleberry.
cheated on him with a fat chick. That's what happened.
Yo.
Oh
Think
shit!
about how much trauma that would put on a little guy.
Oh my god.
His boyfriend cheated on him with a fat chick.
It works, don't it? Mentally, the scarring, everything. It's autism.
Damn.
That's crazy.
That's some
That is
crazy work
crazy.
there, bro.
That's dirty work, brother.
It'll play.
With your monologue.
An eye-opening new study out of Harvard predicts nearly half of the
Oh, Jesus. Listen to what he says right here at the end, his montage.
Continue with my montage. It'll play.
With your monologue.
an eye
Montage, monologue. Okay. I mean, slip of the tongue, right? Or do you think he actually thinks montage and monologue mean the same thing?
Wait,
Here's
who
mine,
said montage?
probably. He said montage and monologue.
No, Dusty corrected him with the word monologue.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, see, okay, so here's the thing. Why does this man show up to debates with a fucking slideshow or clips? I've never seen anyone else do that.
That's cool.
I mean,
It's like dropping a link, except the whole audience gets to experience it in 30 seconds.
sure.
So I'd say it's effective and wise.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with it, provided it's offered on both sides, right? But that's something
you should probably have to give me your links ahead of time.
Right, exactly. I get as a moderator. If hypothetically I was moderating, I would want to see all of that shit before we ever got started. No surprise bullshit popping up on me as the host and moderator.
Look, as somebody who's Marte has directly critiqued for every little thing, I get to critique him for every little thing, whether the panel or not thinks it's a good idea or okay. In my eyes, Marte is a cowardly hypocrite and fucking retarded. But let's continue.
He was hit in the face by a purse with a brick in it.
Too many steroids.
Same thing.
opening new study out of Harvard predicts nearly half of the U.S. population will be obese by 2030, with a quarter of that group expected to be severely obese.
The results show that severe obesity will be more common in women, non-Hispanic Black adults, and in people with annual incomes below $50,000 per year. Western Mass News is digging deeper, speaking with local nutritionists to learn more about prevention. Research
Did
published.
you catch that little slur there? Non-Hispanic adults.
Yeah, they're talking about white people.
Yeah.
That's how they say white now.
Yeah.
Because
boy.
white includes white and non-Hispanic white.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
America should copy the Japanese for health if we're going to have a mandate.
Dude, that's a lot. Cover. In Minecraft, they should start their own Minecraft server and only let the right people in. Yes.
We had a mutiny at that steel mill when the Japanese bought us, and they came in, and the first thing they tried to do was implement an exercise routine first thing when you get to work, because that's how they do it. We sat down, we laughed at them, we drank coffee, we laughed at them some more. And when they tried to enforce said mandate, everybody just went out the gate. It lasted about a half a day.
Quick question. Was this in the 80s?
Yes.
Okay, so this is before the Japanese got smart, all right? So the Japanese are really good at diplomacy for one reason. They typically send very pretty Japanese girls. See, they learned from your old ass in the 80s, and when it came to getting companies and young men to exercise, they send the prettiest chicks in tight skirts.
Yeah.
What do you think I am? Chopped liver?
Well, you didn't get that. You got the tiny salary man. I already know. I already know. I already know.
Yep.
Because we almost got the tiny salary man, and then he's like, and my assistant. And I'm like, I want to do this. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, we got a whole fleet of them, man.
No, they just had 3 of them. One of them was cute, and she led the exercises, and every guy working there was doing the exercises.
Sell out. Sell out.
All right.
Dude, you're talking about like compliance. It's compliance. The Japanese are subtle.
Yeah, see how the Japanese got good relations before like World War II or World War One is when they entered like world politics, they sent a bunch of whores all over the world
Except they weren't their whores.
To do negotiations for Japan or to help with the negotiations in favor of Japan. And it worked.
Whores with tiny hands.
Very tiny hands. and brothers and sisters and cousins that were still in Japan.
It's crazy.
It wasn't all Netflix kittens and
Vibe.
Yeah, I think so. He left a few minutes ago, but I think they're really good at diplomacy. Like they'll send 1 diplomat and like 4 courtesans with the diplomat. So it's like,
you shouldn't have badmouthed this boy like that. That's why he left.
And sometimes they're the same person.
Oh no, bro, that was actually Chinese, bro. Was it Russia or Germany or the UK? There was this one Chinese spy that was a dude that cross-dressed as a woman, adopted a child in one of these European countries, had a relationship with this minister for like 20 years. Dude never caught on that it was a guy. I just feel like dude was too ashamed to admit he was gay.
Homeboy had some mad head game, bro.
Any plasma void, any tiny-handed whores in chat. Nah, I keep all the Asian chicks in a special chat.
You guys must have little peckers if you need tiny hands.
Well, you know what?
Yeah,
Chuck?
and
You know what, Chuck? You know what? Not wrong.
Why do you think I brought up the size of their hands? Makes your dick look huge.
Mark, fuck.
Years, 29 states will have obesity rates close to 60%, and even the ones with the lowest BMI indexes will be approaching 40%.
No one attacked the BMI index. I found that kind of weird. Nobody went at any of the metrics.
Right?
No.
Well, actually, I think Dusty tried to.
Well, see, this goes back to Dusty's comment, right? Like, it would be nice if, there was a free gym to go to. Marte could have talked about incentives like that. But no, he just wanted to yell about how he was gay, and Flo was gay for calling him gay.
Or kickback on healthy food. Like $200 worth of vegetables and whole grains and lean meats, for free if you pass certain fitness requirements. That'd be dope.
Right? Access to the cheese labyrinths. You got cheese down there that's older than fucking Chuck, and I bet it's magnificent.
See, I feel like all the rich billionaire white people in America are saving that for them at the end of the world, so they can have fine cheese and wine to dine on while we're killing while we're being killed by super mutants.
Yeah, and eating American cheese product.
No, I'm talking about, back in the, 30s and 40s, the Great Depression. One of the things that they ended up having a surplus of was milk. And it was sort of a byproduct of the way the cows died. They were unfit for breeding because of starvation and shit, and so they stopped milking. The only way you could keep the milk good for any length of time was through cheese. And so there was a program that was brought in to subsidize farmers that could produce some amount of milk, but the ability to actually ship the shit was only available to the federal government. And so they had to do something with a whole shitload of milk that they didn't really have the funding to ship out to different places to sell or whatever you wanted to do with it. So they made cheese. And then later it got folded into the New Deal and some other shit happened. And it ended up being like a full-on subsidized industry. If the government pulled out, all of milk production would fail. Right. And so underground, and you, I notice I'm not wearing my tinfoil hat right now. Underground in places like Wisconsin and Michigan and various other cool places.
All throughout the Appalachian Mountains as well.
Yes. There are vast fucking mines of various descriptions, slam full of old government cheese.
It got to the point that that's where the government cheese came from. They had such a surplus back in the 50s to 80s that they had to fucking just hand out government cheese in lieu of food stamps because it was cheaper.
There's
well, we know where to go in the apocalypse then.
Yes, as a matter of fact. There's a caveat to that. Back in the 80s when they were handing out that government cheese, they were only handing out what was called rapid access, I think is what it was called. It was the ones you could get to inside of 10 or 15 minutes going in that place because some of those mines are huge.
Yeah.
So deep in the bowels of America are some of the finest cheeses ever turned by the hand of man, aging themselves.
He's not wrong, and that's there's probably
made from the finest Cambodian breast milks.
Right.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Do y'all remember the peanut butter in the can? The government peanut butter in the can.
That was also
between that peanut butter and that brick of cheese. You wouldn't shit for a year.
I was about to say, when the government handed out the peanut butter and government cheese, that led to the great toilet paper, toilet paper surpluses.
Yep, that's a fact.
Researchers looked at the past obesity trends, and really what they're seeing is that in 2030, 1 in 2
boys
considered obese. And then 1 in 4 individuals will be considered severely obese.
Even more startling.
Overbeast?
That's what she said. She went to the school of Marte.
Think about morbid obesity. You're so fat that it's sad.
Your fat's fat.
That's not what morbid means.
yes, it is.
I mean, it's funny because it's wrong. That is a very rare trick, sir.
Thank you. I studied under Marte.
That works.
The study indicates severe obesity will be more common.
And legend has it she is negging her husband in that voice to this day.
Oh.
I feel the urge to get up and take out the trash right now.
Right?
I don't know. It feels like cool ice cream on my ears after listening to Marte.
And among low-income adults. Wondering for Big Y registered dietitian Andrea Luttrell, who tells Western Mass News Americans can and should start making
Andrea the Trout.
Why y'all gotta do my boys like that? All showing all that gut and shit on camera. That's me.
I was a woman.
Oh.
Why is the nutritionist fat? We are fucked. See, this is why we need a fitness mandate right here.
Brother, have you seen the German health ministers?
Oh god.
Like they are morbidly obese transsexuals.
Aren't they like Filipino or something?
I'm starting to feel like white people deserve this shit.
Oh yeah, no, I've been with you, dude, right there the whole time. Homegirl is looks like Honda from fucking dude, I'm dead serious. She looks just like E Honda from fucking Street Fighter or whatever it was. God, all my growth references broken.
This is gonna take 30 days to get through this.
Ain't gonna make it through this. I got to fucking marry my kid off and shit at some point.
Look at the irony. The sign behind her says bite-sized potatoes.
fast foods.
Plus,
Love
it's
It's
those
like,
free.
here, you can fit a whole potato in your mouth now, fat ass.
God, have you tried those things? They're fucking delicious.
Are you talking about the small potatoes?
Yeah, it said, I don't know what they are, but no, not Yukon Gold. It said bite-sized potatoes on the sign behind her.
Yeah,
Huh.
out here at the grocery store, they've got these little potato medley things, and it's like a bunch of different kinds of potatoes. They've also got these that are like there's some type of gold. I don't think it's Yukon Gold, but it's probably a variation of it. And they're just big. They're just the size of a grape. They're absolutely delicious in a stew. They stay together pretty good. Fucking phenomenal, man. I keep those things on tap. Sorry. I like those potatoes.
You to sign up for a that could be something as simple as dancing every day in your house, not necessarily going to a formal class, or going for walks after you eat with a friend or with your spouse.
How about with you?
You really enjoy because
I'd
you'll
go
be
for a
more
walk with you.
going long term.
And make sure you're getting enough sleep.
All right, take that off, Vic, real quick. So Dusty wants America to get curb stomped by China or Russia because half our draft age population can't run a mile without an ambulance. If you oppose fitness mandates, you are straight up cheering for national humiliation.
Real quick, Sasquatch.
Oh my gosh.
The thing is, like, China's having the same issues, maybe not with obesity, but like physically malnourished, unphysically fit men. So like, and like Russia like is also having the same issues with recruitment even before their special military operation in Ukraine. Like when I say the whole world is stagnating,
That's
I mean the entire planet.
Life has got too good.
Well, I think
Go ahead.
I don't think life has gotten too good, Chuck, because here's the thing, like, and I point this out on Dr. K's when I'm over there talking with Ike and Josh and Africans, like the birth rate in Africa is even down. Yeah, they're having 5 children per family, but typically they would be having 10 to 15, where Europeans would be having 5 and Asians would be having 8, and like Africans and Middle Easterners would be having 10 to 15.
We don't move at work, and we can't walk anywhere.
Exactly.
That's why we're sick. We exported all of the manufacturing jobs and jobs where people do physical labor, and we got hired a bunch of immigrants to do it when it needs to be done here. And so everybody's sitting. Sitting is what is killing America. Sitting is death. If you just spent your time standing and not even fucking moving around, it would double your lifespan. Sitting is murder, bro.
Your mind
We do it for 8.
There's a particular demographic, not demographic, but a particular statistic that is inversely proportional to the level of reduction in breeding populations, and it has to do with infant survival rate. Somehow, the human hormonal system society interaction, the higher the child survival rate, the lower the reproduction rate will become, to a point. Now, why this is, or how this functions, or what effect creates this, I have no idea. But my theory is we have pheromones that cause it. When you live in cities, you encounter a lot more people, and that triggers the idea that there's a population boom going on, and our genetics take care of the rest of this population inversion. It's
Well,
just
people breed to have kids to take care of them too. Like you need them to contribute to the household and to take care of you at death. So if you have surplus income and retirement income, then you don't need children to maintain a household. And you also don't need them to take care of you in your later life.
That thought died a long time ago in America.
Yeah, to our detriment.
Right. Right.
Like look at the whole, and this is why I give boomers shit. Look at the whole mentality of children. When you're 18, you're out. Right? That destroys multi-generational homes, which makes having a functioning society impossible.
Add some hoes to that, and you can just totally destroy the culture.
Yeah, like it's I think it's DJ Khaled suffering from success. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting my references wrong. Maybe I'm getting old.
You're getting old.
Military collapse, and the day we have to beg foreign powers for help because our soldiers are too fat to carry their own gear. It's already hard enough to get soldiers to enlist. We're too out of shape already, like they said in the video. 2030, 60 population is
Has
going to be.
he ever served? Marte ever served?
He's a member of ICE. Look at his cap.
No, I'm talking about the military.
I don't think so.
That he needs to keep his trap shut. He know not what he speaketh of.
Oh, there's a lot of that going on here. Whole bunch of that.
Amen.
School kids to school at gunpoint, figuratively, and force every adult to get jabbed so society doesn't implode. We've done that, yet you lose your libertarian mind over requiring adults to do the bare minimum to not bankrupt the country with self-inflicted large diseases. Gee, Dusty, what's your master plan, genius? Print more trillions of ventilators, wheelchairs, and gastric bypasses while screaming, "Don't tread on me, libertarian, me"? You're not a libertarian. You're a walking substitute for big medicine. That's what this is going to boil down to. They know this
slogan is not libertarian.
The opening argument was much better than the rest of the debate. I missed this part.
Yeah, he didn't do terrible.
It's not great, but it's way.
That's because he's reading it.
Yeah, he is reading it. I mean, he's leaning hard on a script.
Yeah.
He just prefers the comfort of denial and corporate bootlicking over actual responsibility. And not only this, but I will provide the mandates that we've already had in junction with the mandates that we've had for states in our country with schools, military, and everything else. And it's free. And health subsidies can be.
He doesn't know what the word free means either. I forgot that one earlier.
Increase. We can give incentives and all that. And I'll dive into this, how we can make people pay less on insurance and more if they do this. I'm literally saving the country's ass while Dusty is fighting for
I just noticed this. Marte has huge bags under his eyes. He's been up late. He's been worried about this. Where is everybody? What'd y'all do?
OG had to step away. He'll be right back.
Yeah,
I think Dennis has reset his computer.
Yeah. But do you see what I see, or is it too small?
I see.
He got a bit of raccoon eyes going on.
Yep.
I don't know, us to get curb stomped by these other superpowers because force, in order to have weapons, which he says we have, you need to have gun retention. So in order to retain that, you need to have physical force, but you can't do that out of breath. Anyways, I'd love to hear his argument, and I'm ready to dive into it.
All right. Thank you very much for that opening statement. Let me reset the timer, and then...
All right. How long until he interrupts him?
23 seconds.
Okay.
We'll let Dusty do his thing. All right, Dusty, whenever you're ready.
Okay. You talked a lot of, you opened and mentioned some school programs, things like that. That's not what we're discussing here. We're discussing a national mandate. That's the prompt. Economics, the economics of it, you said that it cost, remind me how much you said it would cost, or that the heart disease costs.
That's all tied in. We can dive into that right now.
You listed a number. Do you remember the number?
Do your opening
It was
statement.
173 billion. But if we look at the costs of oversight and implementing this program, the closest comparable thing I could see was probation. It's sort of like you're putting people on probation, and that costs about $3,300 per year per person on probation. If we multiply the population by the costs of running one person on probation, that's $1,131,255,000,000. So you are increasing your cost dramatically to implement the oversight that a mandate would require. This isn't a suggestion, it's a mandate. So it does need oversight, it needs enforcement. Otherwise, you're not promoting any change at all. Right now, I'm not denying that exercise is good and Americans are obese. That is the case. However, they already have the option of exercising. The economic oversight that it would take to implement such a program would be astronomical. Not to mention that's probably a low estimate.
I wouldn't have went in on the economics as my first hit. I would have went in on the mandate.
You have three choices on this. You can go at it from a very firm economic footing on the difficulty of executing such a mandate, or you could go in on it from just the social difficulty it would take in enforcing a mandate. And instead, he doesn't have anything to defend except that it's going to be free, bro, and we're going to make money.
Who's ever in the back room, OG will be right back. He'll let you in.
Yeah. Another thing is he kept saying that they'll pay for themselves, like this whole process. But here's the thing that really made me frustrated with any of this. I'm going to give him and concede every word he said about the financial capability of the back end, high productive rates and everything, right? I'll give all of that to him. You still have to expend the initial incentives and expenditure in order to set up these programs before you get any benefit on the back end. What's up, Rosla? Welcome in, bro. Pretty sure there's a link floating around somewhere. And without those incentive structures being already in place for a period of time long enough to have an effect on the general health of the population in question, you don't get a dime from it. It is a total fucking black hole of expenditure.
And I get into the same argument Flo is making. Incentives are not mandates.
But with mandates come a lot of incentives to kind of, lubricate the wheels of commerce in those directions.
A little bit of sugar to swallow the medicine.
Right. So the mandates go through, but the mechanism of commerce remains open due to the incentives laid in place, hypothetically. I mean, this is all theory, of course. But the point is, you have to make a massive initial expenditure to get even a statewide program off the ground.
Yep.
Just to test the freaking methods would be, expensive, because you're not talking about doing it in Rhode Island. You're talking about doing it in 343 million fucking living rooms.
And what I see right now, as far as looking at Marte, he's coming across as a reformed smoker, or a reformed, people that are reformed and they're dead set in your face against what they quit. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to cram it down your throat whether you want it or not, because they know what's best.
Right. I hate that type of altruistic virtue signaling that goes to
or like a vegan. Same way with a vegan.
Yeah. I lost a YouTube friend because I'm allergic to beans. Yes, sir.
I remember you telling me about being allergic to beans.
We were Minecraft buddies. We were YouTube friends. She started her channel about 2 years before I started mine, but I was one of her first subscribers. And when she started live streaming and doing the Minecraft stuff, and I went and played with her and stuff. Good buddies, right? Then one day we're on panel together, and this is years after we met. And she's talking about how everybody should be vegan and it should be mandated. And I'm like, well, how do you grow that many beans? And she's like, well, it doesn't have to be beans. And I was like, well, it's going to be beans, because that's going to be the most efficient way to produce that level of protein.
Right.
And another thing, what do you do about the people who are allergic to beans. And she's like, well, they
You,
can eat.
sir, are not Southern.
Just peanut butter's spicy. I don't know what to tell you. When you mentioned that government peanut butter, I was like, that's the spiciest peanut butter of all.
Yes, it is.
Probation is standardized for everybody. Everybody has the same requirements, the same standards to meet. When you're talking about implementing fitness, we're talking about things that need to be tailored to people's specific health. You and I could probably run more than an old woman. We can lift more, right? So this is going to need to be tailored to the individual person. The expenses from there just balloon astronomically, and that's for a program that people really don't even want. If people wanted to be in shape, they would exercise, but they don't. On top of that, mandates need to be imposed by the government who has a perfectly awful track record of knowing what's healthy for us. Look at the food pyramid. They got it upside down. These are not sound decision-making entities, even if you do believe in authoritarian.
On that food pyramid point, it depends on what your purpose is as to which way you flip that thing. Think that through.
And don't care about your personal freedoms. I think the final thing I'd say is that you mentioned that I'd be cheering for China and Russia to win in a war if we're out of shape. When is the last time that you saw two armies lined up like it was Braveheart? We're in the era of drone technology where it's probably a bunch of fat asses sitting on their butt, killing each other just like in video games. So I yield the rest of my time.
All right. Thank you very much, Dusty, for that.
And to keep it going both ways, I think Dusty could have prepped his opening statement.
Yes. That was weak. That was weak.
I'm not debating on that, simply stating a little bit more polish wouldn't have hurt.
Right.
Right. I get his points, but at the same time, that was kind of like.
Instead of the in your face, eat it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't prove the economic point, which I think is his weakest point and Marte's strongest. Obesity costs our country way more than any mandate ever possibly could.
Sure, but you have to put in place the systems and methods that you're going to implement this with, as well as the force by which you're going to cause it to be affected. And all of that is an expenditure out front that has no remuneration back in until later. Like
we have a community mandate.
That's every program we do. That's how programs work.
We have a community mandate. All right, everybody has to donate at least $1. Also, every time Marte says Fitbit, you got to take a shot.
All right, I'm gonna have to go to.
I'm drinking coffee, thank you.
Yeah, that's a good trick. I'm gonna tweak out of this motherfucker. Shit, we ever
you die from alcohol poisoning within 30 minutes.
You realize how weak that makes you if you let Marte making you drink?
Bro, listen. I listen to stupid fuckers on YouTube all day. Marte's a special kind of stupid. He gets into arguing. I was sitting here listening, and I said, I can't fucking do it anymore. And I can't remember. There's some specific thing he says. He misuses the word monopoly like 3 times, and no one calls him on it. No one in chat, no one anywhere. And I'm like, oh my God, I just like tossed my fucking earphones on the floor and got up and left the room. And I went to another room and drank a cup of coffee and forgot that I was doing it for a minute. I had to.
I had to do the same thing.
Exactly the same fucking point. I was like, all right.
He's also wrong that people would do things just because they want to. Like humans don't have willpower and they do what they're told.
Also,
if we brainwashed kids to be really fit, they would be really fit.
Yep. But the volunteer, the part where mandating it would make more people volunteer to do it for free.
Want to volunteer, yes.
Yeah. To teach and educate. And
I'm not signing off on that one.
No, that's retarded.
And Yeah, no, that's repugnant. Oh, and then he brought up,
If anything, it's the other way around.
Doing propaganda and TikToks and convincing people to volunteer to do this stuff that it'll all balance out.
The more of a need there is for something and the less of a mandate, the more people are going to volunteer for it. It's the other way around. When you mandate it, that's when less people are going to volunteer.
I'm assuming at some point in time, OG will eventually like retake command of his show, and Dennis gonna stop having to carry me around like this.
He had to run again. Okay.
Play some of the video. It'll be fine.
Begin the hour-long debate. I just want to remind everybody to send in those super chats for the Q&A portion, which is at the end of their closing statements. Also, too, if you send in super chats, I will see them, but I'm not going to be posting them on the screen because I don't want to distract either of the debaters. So just keep that in mind. Let's see. Let me reset the clock. And gentlemen, let's begin.
It's funny how the ex-probation person is rallying against, that it's probation. Of course, you would go to something familiar. But here's the thing, I'll ask you a question, Dusty.
I could have gone to jack off videos if you wanted me something more familiar to you.
Can I see the number?
And that should have taken longer to hit. He laid his best torpedo out as his first salvo. And sir, you should not interrupt your enemy when they are making a mistake.
That's what I'm saying. And it just gets more and more petty between the two of them.
Yes. It's because of the physical attraction thing.
Well, I was making those jokes in both chats. I was like, are these two gay lovers ever gonna get fuck already?
I'm not saying both of them are feeling it. I'm thinking one of them's feeling the attraction.
I'm gonna be petty and get flow back for all the gay jokes. I'm just being real.
Dream lover, love alone.
On this, what's your source?
The numbers on what? On the finances?
Yeah, I need you to not backpedal and actually.
Yeah, that'd be the one thing he should have brought to the table.
And how this equivalent in how this equates
was
to
actual economic data.
That's another point. If I was going to go with this type of an angle, I would have an awful lot of information on what it costs to implement the probationary system.
And he's prima facie correct on the other issues, right? Like he can just kind of state it and get away with it, but the economic claim is way more. And like I would even disagree. I would say in 20 years we would save money if we had a mandate.
Sure, 20 years. And I will give you that. But that was exactly the crux of this thing is implementation and mechanization. Also, there's a huge, vast segment of fucking constitutional law that you're going to have to bull rush your way through as well. That fourth is a bit of a bitch, to be honest.
In order to enforce it, yeah.
So
the mandate itself, I don't think would be a problem, but enforcement, there'd be privacy issues.
Well, while I was away, I had my headset on. I heard somebody talk about you don't have incentives and mandates. You have incentives and disincentives as well. I may not be using the right word with disincentive, but look at Obamacare, right? You had incentives and tax breaks to implement this, and then if you didn't have insurance, you were given a disincentive as like a huge fucking tax or a penalty.
Well, okay. That Obama was especially nefarious for this type of stuff. What he would do was rather than having to deal with all of the legality of whether or not he could do it, he would set it up or arrange for it so that there would be a permit for doing the thing that he wanted to tax. That permit would be most of the tax and then attach penalties to not doing it according to the permit. Right? That shit is wild, wild work, bro. Just thinking around corners to get paid.
Yeah. He essentially funded his bullshit healthcare program with the fines. Because most young people just pay the fine because it's like a tenth of what it would cost to get the overinflated health insurance he was selling.
Right.
Well, not only that, though, the government was paying insurance companies in order to keep the rates down. It was with this weird setup.
Yeah, we got our shit all fucked up. I think I'm gonna stop calling it capitalism because it triggers everybody, and then they don't listen to me. I gotta start being more specific and stop using the ism words, which is something that's something I bitch about too. Like, especially when people say socialism or communism, I start bitching.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
because like whatever this is that we have is fucked and stupid and retarded. So like,
Correct.
I just need to stop calling it capitalism. You know,
It's not. It's truly not capitalism. It's
Or
a
socialism.
form of, but it's definitely not.
It
It is
includes.
the end. It is the ending form of capitalism, gentlemen. I hate to break
yeah,
it.
this is uber capitalism in my opinion, but I don't want to argue about that. I don't give a fuck about semantics. I want our money to make sense and to go towards helping people and making us all better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get it. I get what you're saying, and I mean, the issue is, yeah, fucking stupidism. That's pretty good. Got on the nose. Good.
Here, let me grab that, and you grab the source for your expenses.
Yeah.
Are we gonna do
Mind
this
you,
with every? Are we gonna do this with every claim?
No, just your dumbass claim, because the reason why it's stupid, and I'll tell you why, because when you mentioned Braveheart,
That's another problem I have with Marte. He spends a lot of time talking about things, right? He's not
Can we
actually
talk about that?
He's talking about things to talk about it, or how we could define it, or maybe we should, whatever.
nobody goes on the field like Braveheart, but in order to enlist people in the military, they need to be able to fulfill certain fitness standards. And we have a low recruitment rate. We won't even have soldiers in the military at the rates we need because there's a decline of fitness standards right now.
Bullshit.
We need a military.
No, like that's just fundamentally not true. People, stuff like the CVID fucking mandate kicked a lot of good soldiers out because they didn't want it. The anti-white discrimination is why you see a drop in recruiting. Like, you see a huge issue in recruiting from all facets. It's not just like the obese.
But if half the people are obese, you don't think that's going to affect recruitment?
It can, sure. You got to go, Sasquatch?
In a few minutes. We'll see what.
That's no excuse.
This is Marte's strongest point from my perspective.
I mean, it is his strongest
Obesity
point.
is a national security risk.
It is his strongest point, but he still manages to fumble the bag.
For sure.
It's like, I don't know, man.
We need numbers.
You fondle the bag.
Well,
all right, that's a dollar with the jar.
I'm implementing the gay jar now.
Why are we not getting numbers? Because of fitness status, right?
Is
And if people
that
are
why?
too
Is
out of
that why
shape to
nobody?
be enlisted?
Are
We
you
can't
reading
recruit.
Grok? Get off of Grok.
Can't
Get
recruit.
the fuck off of
recruit.
Grok.
Not even on Grok right now. Stop right now because you're getting
I see
slaughtered
you
right
looking-
now.
I
So right
see you looking
now
up at
we
your
can't
monitor and
recruit in the
reading. I
military.
see you reading shit.
I'm looking off at my wall right now.
Oh, bull.
oh wow, he didn't even admit to having notes? Oh, bro. Bro, we can tell you're reading. You're supposed to lie and say you're reading off your own notes.
You can't believe your own eyes did it, and you're wrong.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a goal set up. Any 10 super chats over the next hour will get us there. If you guys would be so kind. But let's continue this, and then I'll griff later. You muted it, Sasquatch?
I did. I muted it so that you can see how much he is reading off of whatever screen is up there. He never even breaks eye contact with it until Dusty starts.
He's in a dead stare on it. You can see it.
And now are you reading Grok right now?
Oh, you're reading Grok.
Wait for it.
There's no doubt he's reading that.
Right there. That look. Busted.
I mean, I really don't have a problem with him reading Grok. It's literally he's the one that set the standard and he's breaking the standard.
That's all I'm saying is if you're going to use Grok, and I don't have a problem with it, use it for prep, not for active.
No, use it.
Why not just debate the Grok itself without having a second person?
Well, no, that's my thing, Chuck. Marte's the one who set the standard, because Grid was going to let me up on a show that day, and
I
Marte had
remember.
to open his fucking big ass mouth and be like, "Well, you'll use Grok, and that's not fair. We can't see your eyes, bro. We can projection."
Yes. Yeah.
Like,
And that was the same show that he got caught cheating on.
It's almost always projection.
And I even pointed out to Grid, like, I think if I ran debates, you could use all information and all assets at your fingertips to get information for your side as the debate's going on. Even make Grok do the fucking work for you, because the better argument will prevail every fucking time. Unless, of course, you have a group of people that want to obfuscate and blame somebody else unrelated, and have a popularity contest. And that's the problem with these online debates. You got a bunch of fucking chimp retards fucking hooping and hollering for their favorite retard on the internet.
Yep. And half of these people, and something I want to be perfectly clear about, half of these people that are watching you, that are your biggest fans, they are really here for the final burnout, so that whenever you go out in that flaming blaze of YouTube glory, they'll be the people standing around at the end going, well, I knew him before, and they're just waiting for you to go out in that horrible blaze of glory that seems to always happen.
I've already experienced that, including the horrible blaze of glory.
I hear you, but that is part of your hero arc. I mean, you're still the villain, then you'll be the hero, and then you shall be the villain again. I'm on my second villain arc.
Really?
Yes.
True.
Fuck off of Grok.
Not even on Grok right now. Stop right now, because you're getting slaughtered right now. Right now, we can't recruit in the military.
Reading shit.
I'm looking off at my wall right now. So anyways, back to this. We can't have a recruitment rate in the military if we can't have anybody that's fit enough to enter. Do you know?
Suddenly his vocalizations become a much more naturally framed word association, right?
Because he's reading Grok and trying to reformulate it into his own words.
Now, but before he was just reading Grok.
Fair.
Yeah, he was reading a statement as opposed to giving his thought.
Sure. Now he's being forced to look away from it, and so he's having to redigest it and say it in his own words, and his words have become more limited.
Military entry are?
What's that?
Push-ups, there's a certain level of push-ups, running, everything else. You can't be too fat and get in the military. That's not what's going to happen.
You've never been to boot camp, my
Get in the
friend.
military in a list.
Do you think that fit?
You think a nutritionist to get your ass straight? You need a fucking drill sergeant. He has 2,000 nutritionists at his beck and call any second he might need.
Where'd everybody go? They still here? Oh, okay.
Carney, you have permissions now. I didn't know you entered the Discord. I gave you a role. Anybody who enters the Discord, you got to be given a role. As soon as I check in there and see you're in there, I'll make sure to give you the user role so you can see and comment. Sarah Lee, hopefully not. Hopefully not. And hopefully that doesn't happen to anybody. Jesus Christ. That'd be horrifying to be on panel. But yeah, let's go. They did? Somebody did? Oh.
I've seen a live heart attack. No, he didn't die, but he went down hard, and I can't say the only reason, but the reason the ambulance got there as quick as it did was because one of his high school friends worked at the dispatch and was watching his show and saw it happen, and she dispatched the ambulance 5 minutes before the call came in.
Based? Good.
Yeah.
Good
That chick got demoted because she took action based on her own observation rather than allowing it the process to process.
That's wild.
It's fucked up, dude. That woman should have got a fucking medal, not a demotion.
based shit like that, and then shit like that, and then the petty stuff is why people just don't get involved with helping their fellow kids.
What the hell?
What's up, Chuck?
Out there, Chuck.
Audio went crazy there for a minute. It must be on mine again. This ice keeps messing with my internet.
Damn, I didn't know you were.
Sorry about that.
Doing fucking with you.
He didn't pay his alimony to Mother Nature.
Actually, I'm running an operations center for ice out of my basement.
That's crazy. Chuck's making them snickerdoodles and shit.
I mean, I did buy this house from an FBI agent.
You bought your house from Josh?
Hey.
I wonder what's
I said FBI, not meth.
All right, stop shooting shots. Function. Why is this not working?
Fitness requirements are going to be more or less important in the future.
More important.
No, they're not going to be. They're going to be less important. We're not fighting kinetic wars.
Okay, demonstrate to me how illness isn't a burden on the medical system right now, and how more core morbidity isn't weighing down other options, and how taxpayers aren't basically shouldering.
Homeboy, he's screaming now. He's screaming. He has entered the scream zone.
Yep, and he's also using a word he does not understand what it means. Comorbidity. He's utilizing it as a descriptive, right? As in being.
He's saying core morbidity too.
He keeps saying core, but I think he's trying to use the word comorbidity, right? And that is something that comes into effect when you die. Like if you die of positional asphyxiation, obesity may be listed in the comorbidity on that if that was part of what made you die. Right?
But not the singular.
It may still be homicide with an obesity comorbidity. And his use of it makes my brain fucking itch.
Mm-hmm. His understanding of the language is limited.
Brother, you know what makes my brain itch? I just got a fucking email from Ups that is like 8 years of on-time delivery, and I'm like, y'all bitches fucked up my package so bad I had to go through 2 carriers, got a refund, and still somehow got my package in the mail. And the fucking companies that sent me was like, yeah, don't worry about it. There is no way y'all have 8 years of on-time deliveries. Shut the fuck up, you lying whores.
I bought a gaming chair, and the gaming chair was so horrible that not only did they refund me my money, they wouldn't let me send it back.
Yeah, no, this was completely on UPS and FedEx combined. Like, the delivery was so shitty between those two companies that the company let me keep the laptop that I bought.
This was such a shitty product that the company that made it went out of business between the time I ordered it and the time I paid for it.
And there's a lot of pass-offs between these companies and the USPS where they pass it around to each other. Oh, you got a plane going here, put this on your plane. And then it gets fucked up somewhere. And then it goes back to the company that originally was supposed to be sent. Yeah, it's a whole mess.
And they're going to have the gall to fucking message me. Oh, congratulations to us for 8 years of on-time delivery. Solder? I know Sasha just started repeating back. Like, Solder? This is the wrong number, Solder.
You're at 1303.
All right, cool. I'll start sharing it if you got to go.
It does. But I may be back. It might not be.
You said 1303.
1303. Timestamps in the back.
I got it. Well, thank you for coming up, Sasquatch, and watching the stupidity with us.
Dude, I've got to go plug in my brain iron and see if I can get recouped for this, and I might come in on the end of it.
You might need to put more tinfoil on that hat. That might help.
You gotta sizzle those wrinkles back in, solder those wrinkles back in.
Bro, I'm sorry, Chuck, but no amount of tinfoil protects you from just raw stupidity.
This is true.
I find it fucking hilarious how like Marte's like a brain sucker, bro. Like he starts speaking and everyone gets retarded.
Well,
everyone
you
gets
remember
dumb.
I said about having when you try to explain something to a retard, it makes you sound retarded because you're trying to speak in a language that they understand. And Marte just refuses to understand that things cost money.
I have a word for that. It starts with an N, but I'm not allowed to say it on YouTube.
Oh, wait a minute. He'd be a great recruit for Jack Talcott then.
That was my first question, was whether or not this man and Jack Talcott had met, because they could be a perfect match.
Money is fake and gay.
Right.
You guys, we just
But it
print the
pays the
shit if we
bills.
need it.
It pays the bills.
Fair enough.
On the medical system right now, and how more core morbidity isn't weighing down other options, and how taxpayers aren't basically shouldering the burden of all this. Can you demonstrate how any of this is not happening, Dusty?
It is bad health is not a good thing.
Whoa,
for
wait a
people.
minute. How are taxpayers paying for it?
That was my question.
Yeah, that one there just dawned on me what he said.
Paying for what?
Back it up and play it again.
The obesity epidemic.
Healthcare costs.
Any of this is not aren't basically.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Aren't healthcare costs, and like 80% of them, like, isn't that driven by individuals going to doctors? Which is like, because like I know the healthcare. If you go to the emergency room, the hospitals will write it off in taxes if you don't pay. I don't know if like private practices do that or they're able to do that. But
no,
like,
obesity is the biggest cost in America, hands down.
so how is it costing the government things is what I'm asking. Because isn't that burden
because
on
of the healthcare costs?
The government doesn't pay for the health care.
Yeah.
Of course it does. It's its largest expense. Next to military is healthcare. Medicare is the largest expense of the government next to the military.
Yeah, but fat people aren't on Medicare.
Not everybody's on Medicare.
Of course they are. And old people who are on Medicare who are fat or have been fat their whole lives are going to cost like 100 times more than a fit old person.
Okay, no, that's fair and understandable. But like a young, productive person, which is what Marte's talking about, they're not on Medicare, and like
or Medicaid.
Yeah,
but a young fit person is not the problem. We're talking about obesity.
No, I said a young fat person.
No,
Like
a young fat person is still very likely to be on Medicare or Medicaid. And food stamps.
To be on Medicare, you got to be 65 or older.
No, not if you're disabled. If you're obese, can't work, too fat.
Fat enough to get made fun of it on the internet, not fat enough to get disability. God, that'd be my fucking luck. That's crazy.
Yep.
That's crazy. That's fucked up. I am the most impressed individual on the face of the planet.
Plus, this is the problem when we categorize spending by what portion of the population is doing it. I call that capitalism. I'm going to stop calling it that. But that's retarded. It's not good for a society. If it's costing us trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of fucking dollars a year, who cares who's paying it? If we don't have to pay it, we're all better off. No matter who's paying.
I see you, but I'm not familiar with who you are.
Who?
So
got a name?
Sheen, S-E. Is this the Irish gentleman? Hold on. I'll take care of this.
Sean,
Yeah, hold on.
SEAN.
Yeah. Welcome to the show. Are you the Irish gentleman? Hello?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
I am.
Okay, yeah, no, I recognize the voice. Welcome to the show. Sorry for the added security measure. There's been a lot of P-bombers lately.
Thanks.
Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. How do you say your name? I have never been able to pronounce that correctly. Sean, okay.
What are you, retarded?
Yes.
Yep.
Nah, dude,
I
when I
couldn't
was
read that.
So, like, spelling has always been an issue for me. Like, I can write really well, can't spell worth a fuck. And when I was in 8th grade, I was doing something in my science class, and my teacher, it's like, I know whose paper this is. And she's like, OG, can you fucking spell? And my friend, Andrew, was like, no, he cannot. And I'm like, I looked at my friend like, first off, silence. She was talking to me. And I'm like, no, ma'am, I cannot spell very well. She's like, how are you in the advanced English class? I'm like, I understand Shakespeare.
I just can't spell Shakespeare.
Oh, exactly. So, like, on the school bus, whenever I'd say use a big word and somebody said spell it, that was my ultimate defeat. I was like, all right, you win. I give up.
Halted.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Welcome to the show, Sean. Do you have anything to add before we play some more of the video?
Yeah, I would just like to say thanks for having me on. I would just like to say that I think RFK Jr.'s new food pyramid, I think, is 50% correct. But I think he when he says the war on saturated fat is over, I think it's not correct, because he does, when you read the details of that diet recommendations, it still recommends 10% of saturated fat. And when you look at the pyramid, and if you were to apply what it says, what it does in the pyramid, you'll probably eat more saturated fat than you should.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, though. Is it more than we should? Are they really right that saturated fat is bad?
Well, I'm not sure about that, but I think the most dietitian scientists, and you can ask Grok or AI, and they'll probably agree with me that we shouldn't eat too much saturated fat. I'm not saying
I'm not sure I buy that,
not
though.
eating it at all, but I'd say we should probably eat less. Even AI it'll tell you that the Mediterranean diet and this other diet, I think it's called DASH, and they all say to eat less saturated fat. I mean,
Well, it's the type of fats and the type of oils that you cook your food in that is bad for you. So saturated fats may be bad for you, but if you cook something in avocado oil or something that's
Tallow.
not raw, like natural tallow. What's up, El Perro? Thank you for showing up. Like, I'm fat. Don't take dietary advice from a fat guy.
Excellent topic, but I gotta say something against that. Again, like I mentioned in regards to the Marte issue with powdered dusty, science changes over time, right? We all know this. And what we're finding out today is that there's a thing called brown fat or beige fat. And what happens is we all know that our body is an alchemical system, and it operates on various things, one of them being temperature. And one of the things I learned in my research for lung cancer is that it activates your immune system in a specific way. And what it is it converts your white fats to brown fats, or beige fats, as they call them. And what that is it's a different form of fat that will feed on certain things. One of them is a signal that they go to cancer cells, and they will use up the nutrients that the cancer is trying to feed on, and therefore deny the cancer of those nutrients it's trying to get. And it literally is burning off the sugar, because that's what cancer feeds on. Does that make sense?
yeah, but are you saying that we should eat more saturated fat to get more brown fat?
Correct. And part of the secret to that is that you don't get all comfy in these hard, warm environments. You suffer some of that cold. You don't want to sit there and stutter because you're so cold and you're shivering. But you want to cool your body down, and what that does is it activates it to moderate its temperature. So if you're in a colder environment than what you're used to, this is the Wim Hof thing. It's an amazing process.
Well, sugar just doesn't feed cancer. Sugar will feed infection. Sugar will feed.
Right.
That's why diabetics have such a huge issue with sugar, is because it feeds almost everything negative that comes into the body.
Look at Zoomer's comment in the chat. Brown fat is located in the upper back. It requires cold temperatures to activate. Exactly what I'm saying. That's what them ice baths and Wim Hof and all that. That's part of it. See, the thing about health is you have to have exercise, breathing, and temperature.
Yeah, but the Eskimos, they probably still get heart disease and cancer and all that.
Oh yeah, but much less than any other average in your real highly populated cities that use all the processed foods and poison drinks and this and that.
Yeah, but I heard the Japanese probably eat more. It's just the calorie deficit. I heard that to reduce diabetes, it's mainly calorie deficit. So to eat less food, you can still get diabetes eating a lot of.
But they're not healthy. They're not healthy.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that if people were, let's say hypothetically, you're diabetic and you're eating carnivore diet, you should still eat less reduce the calories, and you'll probably reduce your diabetes as well. So
Well,
you can get diabetes both ways, I think. But I think you can get more from carbohydrates. You're right, probably.
Well, that's what Denny was talking about yesterday when he was talking about intermittent fasting, and he doesn't think people should eat a lot. I believe that touched on it, because like in America, it's not just the food is fucking poison and it's processed. It's literally our portion sizes are out of fucking control. People overconsume in America mainly, but the West in general.
Well, autophagy is pretty fucking dope too.
Abundance.
It does some
Abundance
crazy
leads
shit
to
in the
that.
body. I'm starting to think that like part of the human immune system, especially for men, is the
Damn, Lippy.
You know what it took me? Let me pull up another picture. This was my prison picture on my way out the door.
Damn, Lippy came out Lippy, you came out slinging meat, didn't you? That's crazy.
They called me the brick shit house.
Built like a brick shit house.
That could be taken two different ways coming out of prison.
Well,
Hey,
you insist, go ahead and say it to my face, because that was my attitude then.
Look. Everybody knows prison doesn't count, all right?
Well,
sorry,
you'd be amazed. Some of the guys in there would pull world record weights in bodybuilding.
Hell, now you can't even work out in prison.
Oh, really?
Dude,
yeah, they took the
if
weights
they
out. Back
educated
in
the prisoners on the best, if they gave them like a plant-rich diet, the prisoners, that'll make the America healthier.
Let's get back to some of this video.
Well, like if they reduce the calorie intake, like do prisoners, do they have to like eat a certain, are they allowed to eat as much as they want, the prisoners in America?
Oh, you just feed them lead from 60. You decrease it.
No. Prisoners are on a very strict diet to keep them undernourished even. Like prisoners are fed like, have y'all ever heard of a loaf? Hold on real quick. Like they're given a, here we go,
concoction that's been slammed together.
Not even that. Like they're done. Like some places do this as punishment, but one jail or prison did it as a cost saving measure, and it was in Butler County. I don't know exactly which state it was in.
It's catching heat on social media using food as punishment. That right there is the Warden Burger. Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones serves it to inmates in isolation. Our Courtney King sat down with the sheriff today about why he uses it. But Courtney, my question is, would he eat the burger?
Rob, that was my first question for him. So not only did he did, and we have it all on camera. We're going to show you that.
I'd eat her burger.
I'd give her some loaf.
Sheriff tells us that he's not the only one that does this, and that detention centers all over the country do this. And it is important to note
One hell of a tic tac for her, I tell you what.
that the burger is not made to be bad. We do have the recipe for it, and we'll put it on our website for you. It's basically a turkey burger. The sheriff says that what's punishment about it is that the inmate in isolation gets that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day until they leave isolation. And like you said, he has caught a lot of flack on social media about this. One person even calling him a disgusting human.
The State Department of Corrections is not my boss. So I basically don't give two what they think.
On Wednesday, we sat down with Butler County Sheriff
Really?
Richard Jones and watched him eat this. It's no ordinary burger. It's what the sheriff calls a warden burger. So you have zero complaints about the warden burger?
Me personally, no, I would eat this. Hell, I'm eating it now.
The sheriff
No, he's
tells us
not.
serving
He's
an
eating a
inmate
slice of bread.
for all 3 meals for the last several
You
years.
can't consider turkey a burger.
Your mommy and your dad and your
I
aunt.
mean, I beg to differ. You ain't never had one of my turkey burgers.
I'm your aunt.
I do my own up too, Dennis.
Prepared and make sure it gets done.
Put a little bit of jalapeno and
He
cheddar
missed
in
the-
there, some
he missed
rosemary.
the perfect opportunity to say, I'm your daddy.
Oh, this is Ohio, Butler County, Ohio.
Sheriff
I
says
wanna see
inmates
this man
in
actually eat
isolation
this
for
shit.
things like fighting, and the burger is an added
Because
punishment.
so far he's gone out of his
You
way
get
to
in
avoid
trouble
it.
and you go to an
He
isolation
nibbled
cell.
on
It's no different
something,
than
but
your
I don't know
regular
what it
cell.
was.
And
was the
that's
other
what you
slice
get
of
3
bread.
times a day, and you get all the water you can drink. It's very nutritious. It's good for you. It has lots of fiber in it. Fiber is good for you, right?
Sheriff Jones says a dietitian approved the burger, and it's not made to taste bad.
It's got many ingredients. It's made with ground turkey, potatoes, carrots. It's got
Sounds
celery.
delicious.
It's got flour.
Oh,
So the
girls.
punishment is in not having variety. Jones says inmates can be in isolation for up to 10 days at a time, which means they could eat up to 30 warden burgers.
I kind of want a warden burger right now.
Recipes online.
It doesn't sound bad. But like
It would just get monotonous eating the same thing over and over and over.
well, the thing is too, like they give them under portions, especially if they're in fucking solitary. And there's other variations of that type of prisoner loaf that is not nutrition because it's given out to prisons like at the end of the fiscal quarter when they're running out of money before they rebuy their goods and shit for that quarter. So it's very it depending on where you're at, it could be very bad for you because there were some places that were under investigation for and this is what I was actually looking for, the nutrition loaf, which is actually what a lot of actual prisons, not just jail, give out. And I'm trying to find an actual video of it being used in prisons.
Sounds like the old fruitcakes.
That's pretty much what it is, but it's packed with protein and everything.
Damn thing hard as a brick.
Like there's some people that make it. There's some people that've made it online as like the food cooking places when we're talking about prison food. Like there's an Asian lady. I don't want to show her video, but I will show a small short of someone else on it. And like this is what I was talking about. It's called Nutriloaf.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Is one of the most controversial punishments I've ever seen. It's called Nutriloaf, and it's served to violent prisoners, and it's so bad, whether or not this is a human rights violation is currently up for debate. Nutriloaf, also known as lockdown loaf or disciplinary loaf or special management meal, is a particular type of meatloaf that is served in some U.S. prisons as a punishment for prisoners who have been violent or otherwise need to be confined in solitary confinement. The ingredients vary from location to location, but it can be made of anything including ground beef, ground bread, rice, butter, vegetables like cabbage, broccoli, spinach, everything that can possibly go into a low form. Now, its use in prison has been justified as it technically fulfills all of your dietary and nutritional requirements, and it doesn't require any utensils to eat, so you can just serve it to people in lockdown who have nothing. The thing is this isn't just, you're eating this one meal a week. This is breakfast, lunch, dinner, dessert, Thanksgiving, Christmas.
Newsflash: don't go to prison and you won't have to eat it.
It just sounds like poor people food at the end of the day. If you want to be real about it, it sounds like poor people food. But that's pretty much what, and it wasn't just a lockdown food. What got the prisons in trouble is they were just serving this to everybody as a cost saving measure, and then all of a sudden the prisons came out and released a press conference or whatever, a message saying that they only serve it to inmates who are in solitary confinement and that sort of thing.
Right.
Demonstrate how.
Zoomer had it right in chat. Death by constipation.
I mean, like, I've talked with friends about replacements for food stamps, like direct food given by the government, and like Nutriloaf, MREs, that sort of thing came up. And I mean, I don't see an issue with that replacement. I feel like it'd be cheaper in the long run. But then again, food stamps prop up our agriculture industry, so we'd be hurting our agriculture industry if we got rid of food stamps. So it's kind of a fucked if you do, fucked if you don't situation. So.
Oh, any of this is not happening, Dusty?
It is bad health is not a good thing for people.
I'm still waiting on your probation claim, by the way. Go ahead, Dusty.
Let me answer the question. The expense.
Denny, I gotta take Tucker to the restroom. Can you pull this up and let it play for a little bit? Yeah. Here's the time. Here is the link, and the timestamp is 13:25. Damn, I see why Chuck gets so angry with us not doing it. We've went on an hour and only gotten like 12 seconds and even more in the video. So as soon as you get that pulled up, then you let me know, and I will open the screen. And then I got to take Tucker out. Speaking of constipation, I got to take Tucker out to the restroom. He's over here gassing me out, brother. I feel like I'm in the 1940s or 1920s.
So throw me up my main screen real quick.
I put that back there.
That's me at 18 before I went into prison. Weighed 110 pounds. I did 3 years. Worked in the kitchen, but I had to eat 6 meals a day to end up as big as I was when I left.
Well, you built like a brick shit house for real, for real. Came out slanging meat. You was all bad boy.
Yeah.
You just got out of prison. All the bitches was like wet.
I didn't have anything else to do in there.
All right, Denny, you can press play at your leisure. We'll get back to the video. I'm gonna be watching on my phone.
Difference is astronomical.
No, it's not. I'm still waiting on that.
Allowing people to be fat is way less of a burden than policing.
No, it's not.
Let me respond to you. Let me respond to you. Chill out.
Go ahead.
Then tailoring a health regimen to each citizen and then overseeing and enforcing.
The moderator.
Okay, demonstrate that.
All right,
Oh, you can't do that. Okay, fine, but I can demonstrate it.
I'm not using Grok, but I'll find the source that I used earlier.
So let me go. I'm going to go because you don't have shit. So anyways, back to this. I actually have solutions on my end. Revenue fund. Right? SNAP, WIC, community fitness grants. We can actually give grants. This is free. In the end of this, in the interim, we can help this. And it saves employers for costing people sick days because they're not fat and more prone to illness. You're actually saving employers money because you have people that aren't calling off sick and debilitating illness. So when you have comorbidities and obesity, that's closely related to calling off sick and sick days. So you're saving employers money. Employers would back this, and that's free, Dusty. Where's the financial cost of employers?
Nothing is free. No, it's not. No mandates are free. Mandates are never free. I put the source in the back.
Mandates can be free. Yes, they are.
It's from the U.S. courts, uscourts.gov. I put the source back there that talks about the cost per person. It's $3,347, and this is in 2012 dollars. It's probably double that now.
So this is incarceration.
Read the look,
false
Marte.
equivalent. This is a
Read
false
the
equivalent.
whole. Look at the infographic on the right. Supervision probation.
This is for the criminal justice system. That's a
I
false
know.
equivalent.
Then do you have a better example?
Hold on. Let me go ahead and check your bullshit right now. This is why it's bullshit, because you're talking about housing, you're talking about feeding, and you're talking about supervision. And
Not
having
on probation. Not on probation. You're not housed on
even
probation.
if you admit probation, when you talk about the criminal justice system, there's more oversight. This is a fitness program. This isn't a criminal justice program.
So how would you oversee it?
This is how we do this, and this is what I was getting to. That's free. Where'd he go? Oh,
sorry,
I
that was
thought
my
he
bad.
was the Aniverse
Sorry.
again. Okay,
Yeah.
so you're back. All right, this is what it is. Insurance offers premium HSA reductions for hitting activity goals, so you can track
That's
this.
not a mandate.
Opt-in employer auto enroll wellness
None
rewards.
of this is a mandate.
Get federal tax incentives. Where's the money for this?
That's not a mandate.
Hold on. Can
Why
you tell me how
are
this
you
costs
talking about
people
that?
money?
That is not a mandate.
You can mandate. Can you tell me if this is a mandate, how that's costing people money?
That is not a mandate, though. Why are we talking about insurance discounts?
Hold on. If we
Why are we
mandate
talking
this,
about insurance discounts? It is not a mandate.
this is part and parcel with the mandate. Okay, if we have a mandate, we're talking about cost, because you brought up your $33,000 probation thing, and I just destroyed that right now. It's bullshit.
No, you didn't. You talked about. You need to calm down and listen to what I'm saying so you can respond on point.
Dusty, I'm not going to bite that
Marte,
fucking bullet.
you're not responding on point. Listen to me.
Where's the money coming from, Dusty? Where's the finances?
For what?
Where is it going to cost people money? Where's this money? That graph only shows the criminal justice system, which is
I know.
a false equivalent.
Okay, so do you have a better what's a better comparison program that you can think of?
So okay, there's better programs we have. We have companies that get breaks for rewarding 150 minimum weeks of activity, right?
Marte.
We can do $100, $500 a year gift card for discounts for
That's
not
not a
calling off sick.
mandate.
Companies already reward people for not
Marte,
calling off sick.
that is not a mandate. It's an incentive.
If something wasn't a mandate, do you think there are incentives with mandates? Do you think it's part and parcel?
Don't tell me. I'm not going to argue incentives with you. I'm talking about mandates.
No,
We're talking about
mandates.
mandates.
Mandate. This supports the whole premise.
Skip
Do you
the
think there are
incentive part and move to the mandate part. Move to the mandate part.
Hold on. The reason why this is idiotic to say that incentives and mandates don't go together. Do you think there's an incentive to lose weight?
I didn't say that.
Hold on. No, I'm saying that. Is there an incentive to not be obese?
Excuse me?
Is there an incentive to not be obese?
Sure.
Oh shit. Is there an incentive to an employer when you're more healthy?
Sure.
Okay, so we can't talk about
Marte,
incentives.
we're not debating incentives.
Yeah, hold on.
We're not debating incentives.
No, this is part and parcel to
Tell me
justify
about the mandate part.
This is justifying the mandate, Dusty.
No,
I can't.
Here, look, this is what I need to know about. I don't need to know about incentives. I need to know about how you are going to enforce a mandate.
That's how we enforce the mandate, by giving incentives, Dusty.
That's not a mandate.
That is a mandate. Because here's the thing, though.
Hold on.
The enforcement is woven into the incentive. If employers are saving money and they say, we need to roll this out, this is something we have to do. And if you don't do this, we have right to work states. If you don't fulfill that quota, guess what happens? They can say you're not employable anymore. They can literally do this. They can fire you for breathing wrong in Arizona. Why would this be wrong for them to do that, Dusty? Can you tell me how this couldn't be a mandate?
It's not a mandate because it doesn't.
No.
It's here. Let
Tell
me share.
why. Tell me why it's not a mandate. Tell me why.
I'm trying to, but you need to calm your tits down. Would you like
Why
me
are
to
you
share?
so focused on man tits, bro? Can you not be gay for a second? Let's focus and get back to this debate, bro.
Okay. Mandate, an authoritative command or instruction. That is not what an incentive is. You're arguing something else entirely.
So that's not an incentive.
An authoritative command? No.
I just wanted to say real quick, because I know it can be hard to discern when you have someone like Marte just utterly retarded, muddying the water, shitting himself verbally. Even if you're a smart person, it can be hard to figure out what's going on here. So mandates would include incentives for sure, but you'd still have to go above and beyond the incentives in order to enforce, and that's where the additional cost would come in. If there were just incentives, Dusty wouldn't be arguing. You know, this is the obvious point that's getting lost here, and I think Marte knows that, and that's why he's shitting on the water.
If it's fulfilling this mandate due to your employer having a request, even if it's nationally prescribed as a mandate, is not a benefit.
Do you have the option to turn down incentives?
Yes.
Yes, you do. Then it's not a mandate.
No, it's a mandate because you don't have a right to. It's a right to work state. It's a mandate. You can refuse to. You can refuse to be employed, right?
No, you can. No, you can. You can refuse.
Mandates.
You can refuse to participate in the program. That doesn't.
If you're not an employee, Dusty, if you're no longer employed, guess what? You can't participate anymore. You can be terminated.
Companies can hire people who don't participate in that program.
No, if
Yes,
we have this national mandate and you are 400 pounds and you aren't incentivized to lose this, guess what? Will you be employed underneath my mandate?
What's the expense to the company?
Are you a burden to the company in the nation?
So okay. So you're wanting to do an indirect mandate where you pressure the companies.
You just confirmed that it's a mandate, Dusty. An indirect
No, I
mandate
did not.
is still a mandate.
Hold on. Stop freaking out. Let's work through this. Hold on.
Oh,
Let's go through this step by step.
You know what? Go ahead. I'm going to let you talk.
Let's walk through this step by step. Okay, so you're going to make it so that people who don't exercise regularly, whatever, cost the company money?
No, they already do. So if you're 400 pounds and obese,
we're talking about projection. We're working through.
These are facts. I can actually look this up and give you the stats on this.
I know that. I know how things are. I'm asking you.
Thank you.
I'm asking you how you would implement a new mandate. How would that happen?
I was actually in the process of telling you. I was lining it down before you rudely interrupted me.
But we need to take it one step at a time.
One step at a time.
Okay.
Insurance offer premium HSA reductions for hitting activity goals.
Okay.
These are the incentives that support said mandate that I have upon employment.
Okay. So
yeah.
Okay. So let's run through the hypothetical. I'm an employee and I work for Marte Corp. And I say no. Then what?
Yeah, I can fill that position with somebody else who's willing to agree with my employer's standards.
Maybe that's a big assumption.
Not even
though.
a maybe. Can I do that or not?
Not depends on the job market right now. Hold on, I haven't interrupted you.
I'm the employer,
Marte,
Dusty.
let me finish talking.
This is your hypothetical, Dusty.
I know. What I'm saying is, you're saying yes for sure you can. What I'm saying is, I can walk into any store around me and see help wanted signs posted on every window. There is not a surplus of labor. So you're wrong. Your assumption is wrong.
We have a national mandate.
He's actually wrong about this. Hire signs don't mean companies are actually hiring. In fact, it's been found that they deliberately stockpile applications when they don't need to hire anybody. And they keep hiring signs. They pretend like they're hiring in order to qualify for certain benefits.
We tell employers, you will save a shit ton of money nationally on insurance premiums and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that we would save people nationally money in taxpayer?
So Marte is actually correct about this, but it's a complete and utter dodge. He just completely changed the subject. No answer, refused to answer Dusty's question, talked over him, interrupted him, spewed himself, and then just changed the subject.
And incentives in employers' money.
You are making an assumption about a labor supply that is false.
No,
yes,
we're not even talking about the labor supply. We're talking about the requirement, the entrance fee to even get a job.
Wait, so unless you exercise, you can't even apply for a job?
No, we're not talking about unless you exercise. We have a fitness requirement.
Okay.
If you're if you're 400 pounds and you are out of shape and obese, are you not a detriment to my company?
I'm not arguing that being healthy is better for everybody. It is.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Can you answer the question? I don't care what you're arguing
Is it a
for.
detriment to the company? it's less desirable than the alternative, but it's not a detriment.
No, I don't
It's
care
not a
about
detriment.
desire. Wait, Dusty,
It's
you're
not a
being gay
detriment.
again. We're not talking about your desires.
It's
Can we
not a
get back to
detriment.
this? If an employer doesn't want you, are you a burden to a company for 400 pounds?
Well, if an employer doesn't want you, then they won't hire you.
Dusty, you like dodge around this whole shit. Can you answer the question directly? Why are they not going to hire you? Are you not fulfilling these requirements? Are you a burden to the company? That's what I want.
This is your hypothetical. I don't know what your hypothetical looks like in the real world.
Your hypothetical.
I agree, Sarah Lee.
In the real world, right?
Not me.
In the real world,
what'd you say?
I agree with Sarah Lee. It should be mandated that Marte not be allowed to debate ever again. Well, I was hitting
we need a national mandate.
Well, I was hitting the little track behind the house that we made in the woods with Tucker. I was thinking about this, right? This debate. And all this is like, this goes back to the argument that Emmett had with Dusty that I understand and partially agree with about bias in politics and setting up your own spaces for debate. But it's a moot point when you can't even be intellectually honest enough because Sarah bad or ex-drug dealer man bad. And it goes beyond just bias. It's you outright choosing somebody who's wrong because of fraternity bullshit. And I've been the bulldog that goes out and attacks other groups, like intellectually, to get shit stirred up so better, more experienced people can debate and argue with them. Right? Marte is retarded, and that's the role he's feeling here. He's making his organization look bad if he is a part of the organization, because apparently to Andrew he's not. So it's very weird here.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think it's gonna change anything. Like their supporters are all retards, so he looks great right now to them.
Well, it's not even that he looks great for his debate, right? He looks great just because he's going against Meth Man. Meth Man bad.
And he's talking over him and making fun of him and interrupting him to make any points, not allowing him to participate in the conversation at all. And so that's why he won.
The mod's just sitting there doing nothing.
Yeah.
What's the point in being a mod at that point?
I would not participate in these things.
Yeah, that's beyond. What's up, Chuck? That's beyond. That's beyond bias.
You'd have to pay me to do this.
So, like, I'm sorry for being like Darth Vader and hitting my vape while on stream. I do it all the time. But people are complaining. Chuck and the cohorts are bullying me. Someone help me.
I wasn't complaining about your breathing.
The vaping. Yeah, no, that I saw that. That was cool as fuck. I started covering it yesterday, but I didn't want to get a strike from Joe Rogan's podcast.
Oh yeah, you definitely get one there.
But the thing about it is, like, it annoys me because I agree with a lot of the like upper Crucible people and Crucible jaded people. Like, I love Grid to death. I think some things he's wrong on, like state government should overdo the federal government and education shouldn't be public. But by and large, me and Grid agree on a lot. And I can have a conversation with Grid and learn something from Grid, and I like to think that I can at least explain my views to Grid well enough for him to understand them. I love talking to Abe. I love talking to Emmett. Emmett's my homie. But when it comes to people like Speakeasy, Marte, I could give a fuck less. These people are retarded. And then the pick-me's in chat.
I don't think you really know a person until you disagree with them. That's when you find out what their character is like. And I see all those people as examples of the same thing.
And the more I watch this debate over the umpteen times, it seemed like Marte kept transitioning the prompt to fit his narrative as opposed to staying with the original prompt.
And what Dennis and Chuck, what did I tell y'all Marte was gonna do? when we were going over it and talking about it on my channel?
Make babies?
Well, no. Besides that part, I told you exactly that he was going to do that. He was going to move the prompt. He was going to move all around the prompt. It was going to go from a national mandate to a school mandate. Then he was going to say all adults, literally verbatim. I said this. Like, and I don't get any props for being discernative or to being a prophet because anybody knew Marte was going to do this. I'm just disappointed in Vic as a mod because, I mean, do something.
Well, you're disappointed though. You had an
He
expectation of
was.
otherwise.
Yeah, yes, no, because okay, I'll say it here. I think some of the Crucible people and adjacent Crucible people are honest, good people. At least
Dude.
good faith in debating.
Dude, when the fuck? Nah, man, you're out there.
I think Vic was
You gotta
watching.
be. That's got to be a consequence of agreement.
Probably.
These people are the most disingenuous, fake gay ass, fake debaters in the history of the internet. They've taken all the fake gay debate and made it into a movement. It's their whole
Yeah.
thing. It's fake gay
Yeah.
debate.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
But I think Vic was watching Dusty's and Sarah's and then feeding it over to Marte. Give him a.
There was
That's
a
why
bunch
he
of
kept.
Discord. There was a bunch of Discord notifications for sure. Popping
Yeah.
off. And I only heard them when I was watching Vic's. I was in between Vic's, Dusty's. I even checked in on Marte's chat to see where everybody was at, and like Grid gave a good synopsis of the debate while it was still going on, and gave some
But
honest to God criticism that
But
Marte.
didn't he still say Marte won?
No, I didn't hear that.
Oh, okay.
Not no, he didn't say it. No, I didn't hear it. Like I wasn't
Okay.
there. I wasn't feeling good. I went to sleep. I didn't even go on Flo's after panel or Vic's after panel or anything.
Well, what was Grid's viewpoint?
That Marte was just doing a bunch of yelling and could do better to just sit down and like listen to his opponent and counter that way instead of trying to speak over him.
But I mean, that's the only way he won was by not doing that.
Well, no, he only won because there was a bunch of pick-me's in the channel watching that was hosting it, because this isn't even ground. This isn't a neutral person. It's funny. I get called a Flo White Knight because Flo is my friend, but me and Flo have had some arguments that he's literally
Dude, I
booted.
get called a Flow White Knight.
Jesus Christ. You and Flo's actually had a blow up on my channel.
Brown's boy said that I'm. Dude, Brown's
Oh.
boy says I'm working with Flo.
Oh shit!
Like Flo rage quit my channel, and for like a month I called him Princess just to fuck with him because of him calling me gay before that.
Well, I remember Brown's boy accused me of paying you guys to act this way. You, Flo. I'm like, oh, give me a break. I got money, but I ain't got that much money.
Speaking of money, we do have a goal going on the channel.
You like that segue?
Yeah, I appreciate the layup. Any donation, we ain't greedy around here. It could be $1, it could be $100, doesn't matter. I don't have a reward. I don't have a reward for meeting that goal. I know I'm a bad host, but gives me money. I like money. Money, please.
Well, let's talk about this GoFundMe so we can get you back in a house. That still exists, right? The GoFundMe?
The GoFundMe is still going. We're getting a
Josh,
few
you don't get to
donations
talk
in there.
like that when you're cucked by your wife and your government.
Oof, the link to the GoFundMe. In fact, if you would rather donate to the GoFundMe, that would be even better than Cash App, Super Chat, or PayPal. I would appreciate that a lot. Keep in mind, if you do give to the GoFundMe, please donate anonymously, because there are evil people out here that like to play the doxing game. I can still see who gave and personally say thank you to you, but I'm not good at grifting, so I'm sorry. I like to have fun and chill with everybody, but your boy Deuce needs it, so I'd appreciate it. I can see this, TML. On the surface, it looks like you were all working together. To be honest, I won't say either way, but can see both sides. I get that, right? Because I am a friend of Flo. I consider Flo a friend. I like Flo. I like hanging out, but when we argue, it's genuine disagreement and understanding as men. We jab at each other because it's funny. But to be called a white knight for somebody that I've had several altercations with that's booted me from their panel and that's rage quit mine.
I disengaged, so I don't see how I can be accused of it.
Like, I mean, I'm just saying, and like that's also a kind of a moot point when Sarah, and not from you, Machine, but from the Crucible peeps, when there is a debate having nothing to do with Sarah, and they bring in Sarah. Is that you, Josh?
Yeah, I just came up here to.
Speaking of a fake shit.
I came up here to share my patriotism. You know, God bless those that are cucked by the U.S. government. Everybody else is just walking vaginas.
That makes a lot of sense, buddy.
Fair enough.
The people who don't have the government cock in their ass while they're walking around are the vaginas. That makes perfect sense. It's peak feminism. Good job.
I honestly think
you're now a feminist. Good job.
I sincerely think that people actually crave the government cock. I honestly believe this because I mean, why else would everybody just?
That's your own secret longing for ladyboys. All right, you keep that to yourself, Josh.
Kind of might be true. There might be some truth in there.
Yeah, I mean, well, the speaking of the panel verse, whenever these motherfuckers talk about the anal verse, like that's such a funny gotcha. Like that's cool. Now, can you actually be intellectually honest for
Well,
once?
it's all butt stuff with them, though.
And then
That's
they
not
try
a
to
coincidence.
it onto you. Yeah.
Telling you, dude, almost all the time it's projection. It's how humans work.
That's right. Secretly projecting that craving of things in my anus. That apparently
100%.
Oh, all right. There we go.
You're like, all you people are walking vaginas. You're literally talking about yourself, bro. You are the epitome of a fucking vagina.
Yeah, well, the difference is I'm honest about it. I'm okay with it.
I'll grant you that.
I'll get down on my knees for Uncle Sam. I got no qualms there.
Fair enough. All right, Denny, let's play that beautiful bean footage.
Which I assume the hypothetical will mirror. If you're overweight, they'll still hire you because fat people have jobs. Marte.
So in my national mandate that I roll out, these employers will be more inclined to hire people that are fit for duty. The military already does this. Schools already roll this out through PE programs and after-school programs and all this. That's already mandated anyways. We might as well roll out the rest of the mandate to make our country bigger, stronger, and healthier. Okay, I don't see why you would be opposed to this, Dusty. So you haven't given me a reason why.
How are you gonna prevent me from say I'm applying for a job at Marte Court and I say, oh yeah, I exercise all the time when I don't?
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and designate Fitbits. Everybody that works for my corporate is going to get Fitbits, and you actually have to track this. So that's also good. We're going to mandate this to where it's like, all you got to do, and matter of fact, when you talk about the $33,000 probation, which I haven't seen anything for, I'm still waiting for that, it's actually free to go outside and walk with your loved one.
I already provided you that source.
So hold on. It's actually free to go outside and walk with your loved one for 30 minutes on a 30-minute walk and then say, hey, 30 minutes on my Fitbit. The employer knows this. We track this. And then not to mention that insurance premiums can lower. How would that be bad? That's free. Where's the cost at, Dusty?
The cost is in the Fitbits, and it's in the oversight of the Fitbits, and it's in the oversight. Hold on. Let me answer your fucking questions. And it's in the oversight of the companies. And there's expenses everywhere.
That's not oversight. The oversight doesn't. Remember what I said? HSA reductions. That money that already is a loss from the detriment from obesity goes right back in employers' pockets to pay for said Fitbits. You see how that works? The money that they would already lose.
I see how you're trying to make it work, but you're not saying all the other
money that they would
variables.
lose from obesity and sickness goes right back into the company's pocket to provide for these.
Can you
people.
demonstrate that there's an exact correlation between using a Fitbit to track your walking and a decrease in heart disease? What's the correlation? Because I can look up Fitbits, and I can plug that into the population and figure out exactly how much money it's going to cost to outfit people with
But let me
Fitbit.
talk. So this is why there's an exact correlation. People that are more likely to be physically active and go for walks are less likely to make stupider decisions and live on junk food.
I want you to
they're less likely to do this. This is a proclivity.
I want you to quantify it so that we can do the math on it, but also people who are people make better decisions who exercise.
Yes, they do. Okay, so you're conceding
I won't
that.
even
You
debate that.
agree
But
with
what I will debate, if somebody is forced to do something against their will, that does not mean that they're a better decision maker in other
We're
areas.
not forcing you to do this.
Then it's not a fucking mandate.
It's a mandate if you are employed. If you are employed by my company, you don't have to work for my company. Get how that works.
There's a glaring hole here in his so-called mandate, not really a mandate, which is, what are you going to have? Just a bunch of unemployed, obese people? How much is that going to cost?
Well, the
now,
question
now, not only do obese people weigh on the system, pun intended, but now they have no ability to even pay some of the cost. They're just 100% liability.
and that's the problem. Like what you're seeing with Marte, and this is what pisses me off the most about Marte and the crowd that are like him. Not even necessarily with the Crucible, but people that are like him in general that like believe in authoritarianism. They're just petty fucking tyrants. They think that just because they say something and it should be done, and they can't codify it into law. They can't give you a good reason of why it's a good idea. They just want their belief pushed through. And it literally, when Flo calls people like that gay, I have no argument against it. Because I can't even defend you.
I'm a staunch authoritarian, and I agree with you on the concept of this being a little petty, right? So like the idea of why would you pick on a specific group? Let's just say fat people, right? Just for the sake of being crude about it, right? And you have now decided that you want to, of your own people, by the way, you somehow want to separate, segregate them somehow in society or whatever. What the fuck? Has anybody ever actually gone down Wall Street and looked at the size of some of these fuckers that work in banking and yet produced shit tons of fucking revenue for the U.S. government? Are they fucking kidding me? Like, why the hell would you want to penalize them for anything? Let them go about do it. They want to fucking eat their Twinkies? Who gives a shit? Leave them alone.
That is the lamest authoritarian position I've ever heard.
Well, because authoritarian
taking away your dictator of wings.
Yeah, well, that's because I agree with OG here. The idea of that position is trivial. Like, it's just looking for shit to bitch about because whatever. The difference here is actually Martinez, whatever the fuck his name is, Marte, whatever. He's actually one of those health freaks. He used to be. So basically, he's already on the other side, right? If you don't fit what he defines as to be like the healthy person, he's basically going to automatically. That's just him taking his personal preferences and throw them into a political sphere for no other reason other than I want more people like me. And when I say like me, I mean like the health fanatics.
Well, obesity is detrimental to your quality of life and your longevity.
Well, nobody's arguing that. Nobody.
He just did. He said it's petty. I'd say it's one of the most important things in life. It's way more important in life to not be obese than it is to be any of the other myriad of things that we mandate or that we socially pressure people for.
What's petty is Marte says thing is bad. I have solution for thing. Solution for thing is retarded.
The segregation from society. That's the part, right?
His way about
you can't get a job unless you agree to a fitness program. That's what he said.
And that's being a petty tyrant. Now, if you wanted to have a system that actually works, you'd mandate a health plan that it goes from city, town, province, whatever, however you want to break it down. You would have free gyms for people to go to. You would have tax breaking incentives. You would offer the same tax break incentives for corporations to have gyms on premises. You would have the kickback, like you're talking about, for healthy foods that you mentioned. Like
Yeah, so
he didn't come into this with an actual mandate in mind. He came in with his preferences of fuck fat people. I'm a petty tyrant, and we'll just do what I say, and it doesn't have to be good. And that's what I'm calling a petty tyrant.
yeah, and
Zoomer
I just
says,
want
if I had a coochie to eat, I wouldn't be so addicted to food. Hell yeah, Zoomer. We need a
It could be
coochie,
the-
national coochie mandate.
it could be the case that he's talking about like the average U.S. citizen. It might be, right? However,
Keep in
if
mind,
you-
I don't think any of us disagree with him about a health mandate or a fitness mandate or anything, any government aid to aid in that.
and it would be a health mandate.
Say Marte
uniformity.
wins and skip to the end.
Well, no, it would be a mandate that would be like on uniformity. So, like the example, like we have in physical education in school, it would be something more like that. Get the little fuckers when they're little, right? If you really want them to form life habits, then get to them while they're young. However, right? That's again, I'm back here with OG, right? His idea is to take out a very specific class of people who, if you look at them, they're fat because they can fucking afford to be. Right? And I am
Not
really
all of
not,
them.
well, not all of them, obviously, right? But if you go through like the top upper, like the top
Like
upper
being poor will
echelon,
make you fat pretty quick.
well, yeah, but like look at the top upper echelons, the ruling class, the producing class, all of that. There's some fat asses, right? But that's what kind of comes with, I mean, wealth, right? Is the lack of moderation. I don't want these fuckers touched. I want them to keep producing. And so what if they live like 20 years shorter? I don't give a damn. Keep producing while you're doing it. Whatever works, works.
That's the issue. Like Marte went into this with, I'm fit, I want a fitness mandate, but I'm retarded and don't know how to word it, argue it, or implement it. And I'm going to be disingenuous about the cost up front of starting it.
If it was the case that we were talking about like true authoritarianism, right? It would be something more like along the lines of attacking systems that are designed specifically to feed off of people like that. An example would be like, I don't know, let's just hypothetically say we have a food problem in the US where we pump it so full of fucking chemicals and shit, we're probably all going to die of diabetes anyways, no matter what we do within 10 years, right? Go after that shit.
The thin people have fatty liver in this country. We're fucked up.
World Radio, welcome to the show. I've never seen you here before. Thank you for coming. Also, the issue that I brought up during the Q&A is the fact that both agreed to mandate terms, but the term mandate has broad implications and scope. That is also another issue that I didn't see. I'm trying to be non-biased, but I think Flo was arguing that as well, and Marte just was not hearing it. And Marte seemed to not know what a mandate was at all. Like, I don't, because like Flo's argument comparing it to probation is a good stepping stone to understand the initial startup costs of these programs. And Marte just tried to shut that down and being disingenuous about like there is an upfront cost. The company saving money on their employees being healthy, you see later on after they've paid the initial startup cost, you see it 5-6 years down the road in increased productivity and lower call outs, and you see it in healthcare costs for the company insurance. But guess what? Companies also do this with smoking and other bad habits. Like you don't just have a mandate without, but like Marte is right about Flo as well when Flo kept trying to say everybody in the country would have to be a part of it. No, there are always exemptions to mandates put out by the government. So it's like, I agree with Crab. This debate was equal parts funny and frustrating.
I found it hard to just frustrating.
If a mandate is specific, that is specific. Fuck you, crab, making me speak. If a mandate is specific, that is specific, unless specified national mandates apply to all. Oh yeah, no, yeah, come on up, come on up. Just type in chat when you're in the back. That way we can forego doing the anti-P-bomb countermeasures.
Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna have to cam up and drop my pants. Right? I don't know what I'm thinking.
I don't want to see your vicious tic tac. All right, calm down.
Vicious tic tac.
Were you watching when that blonde was on? I was like, I got a strong tic tac for her.
I haven't heard that term before. That's funny. Oh,
Is that you, World Radio? Three, two, hello. Mandate Ozempic for the really fat.
Nah,
That
you lost me on that one, dog.
okay? You're on panel now. World Radio. Do you want before I pull everybody back up? Do you want to change your name or?
No, that's fine. I've
Okay.
been doing this for a long time.
Okay.
No,
So-
I just wanted to bring up the whole thing with the mandate is, I had nothing to do with any of this beforehand, other than just being a spectator. So I don't want to make it sound like I had inside baseball or anything like that. But we have several mandates in this country. Some of them are federal reaching, some of them are statewide, some of them are local municipalities. You can have a nationwide mandate and have it affect only a portion of the people. Most mandates are that so. In fact, there's very few mandates that affect everyone indiscriminately. And I just thought that was kind of it makes an argument somewhat of a red herring on both sides, because what both people thought that was working for them could both be true in that instance, because you could have Flo say, hey, mandates are bad because of this, and then you can have Marte say mandates are good because of that, and both things can be true because they haven't feathered out what the scope of the mandate was. Just by saying there's a mandate doesn't really. It's just there's broad usage of it. I mean, take a look at the mandate they used for healthcare. You get a $3,000 credit if you have healthcare, if it's over a certain dollar amount, and if you work more than so much a year and you have this size of a company. That was a broad spectrum mandate. It went across the whole United States, but didn't affect everyone. So that's a really good example and an analog for what I thought would transpire last night. I think they both made points. I was more in the Marte group. But that being said, like I said, that was my only one issue. I think if they would have feathered that out, that would have been a much easier process.
Well, I think in general, and I said this on my show yesterday, I think in general the prompt is ass. It's not specific enough. It's going to be all over the place. And seeing the behavior from both Marte and Flo, because they stopped debating the point and wound up just debating each other's personal lives. They brought up Sarah, people, like it was dumb. It was petty beasts that they have with each other that they wound up arguing about the most. And like, objectively speaking, I think Flo won just because Marte's behavior. He didn't know what a mandate was. Like, and I want to agree with Marte on this, because like one of my personal anecdotes to this subject is, everybody knows my political beliefs at this point in time, and my friend's dad is anti-nationalist and anti-national socialist specifically, and he was like, well, your fat ass would be put in a camp because da 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 da. I'm like, yes, I have no issue. Like, the biggest argument against that is, oh no, the government will help me lose weight, and oh no, maybe even get a job afterwards. My life would be substantially improved. The horror. Marte could have done something like that, and that would have been a better argument. That
He did at one point.
He did.
I had to tune out. I ain't gonna lie. I had to tune out for like 30 to 45 minutes.
There was so much bleed over though from between these two guys, because there was teeing up of their animosity beforehand. Flo did that. He released a couple things that was going after Marte. Marte was kind of teed up by some of us. It's a good rousing right before the fight. Usually, come on, dude, show up, start talking
Yeah.
smack to your own guy. But at some point, like, I actually apologized to Marte and Kulvik afterwards. I go, well, I kind of teed you guys up a little bit, and I apologize for that. Like, this was the outcome. I'm sorry. I did my
I'm
poor part.
I'm glad you said that, because I knew you were from. I seen you in Cool Vic's chat, I believe, and I knew you were for like a Crucible adjacent person. And like, my thing is, like, if you can't even debate or have a conversation about topics that you choose to do so without bringing up, say, the shit with Sarah, and then trying to smash Andrew, and then bringing up stupid fucking shit with each other and arguing about that, you're both just
that's
disingenuous.
bleed over from before. I'm sure there's a lot of self reflection going on today.
There should be on both sides.
Yeah.
There should be both sides.
Just truth be told, I mean, full disclosure, I'm not a Flow fan. It's more of a personality gripe, not so much content. But that being said, I'm not going to unjustly just go at them.
Nobody has to be a fan of any of these people online. I like Flo. He's helped me out with my channel. He's been nice to me. But like I said, like, getting called a Flo or Sarah sent, like, Miss Sarah's donated to rebuilding my house. Andrew's come over here and talked to me. I have no ill will towards any of them. And I think it's stupid to see the communities being pick-me's for their respected leader or their respected, like, whoever, and just being intellectually dishonest with one another. And then, like, when me and Dennison went into Cool Vic's chat, like, Dennison immediately got called a Sarah simp, and he don't even really know Sarah. Like, he knows about her, but it's like, I think you went over there once, Dennison, and like that just
I
to
went
me
over
shows.
there once, got attacked, disrespected, and shit on, and never went back again.
Yeah. I'm sure I had my hand in that too, so I'll apologize on that end.
There's no apologies necessary, man.
But another thing, and I think there's some parallels here to what happened last night to what your experience was too, because and I've listened to Vic's snippets for like a while before getting a chance to know him. I mean, there's also bleed over from that because of his interactions with Sarah. I mean, what was said offline, what was said online.
Excuse me, right in the house.
And it's still continuing, today.
What's up, Ike? Yeah, no, I feel you. Greetings, Vividness. Thank you for being here. No, I get where you're coming from, but the simple fact of the matter is, you cannot have. Yeah, I was going to bring that up actually as well. You cannot have, because me and Emmett talk a lot, and like, I've even told Dusty, when Emmett talked to Dusty about having biased spaces in favor of the right because the left does it, da 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 da, and I agree with Emmett on that. But when you have such a biased space that you begin to purity spiral and you can't be honest with people intellectually because your favorite guy is going against, or not even your favorite guy, your guy is going against somebody you don't like, and you can't even look past that to be honest. Like, I don't see the point in even having debates at that point. And I don't have any ill will or any bad feelings towards Vic because I don't know the guy. I don't think I've ever talked to him.
He's a cool dude to talk to. He's actually a pretty cool dude to talk to.
And I do think that he did a very shitty job moderating.
Yeah, not to pull away from that, because I think you guys have something there. He is relatively, I guess, new to moderation in general, and he has it. I've noticed that different moderators have different styles. Pulling back, and I don't know how far he's plans to go with the moderation, if that's just something that's going to be a main part of his channel or not.
Your style is just a lack of moderation, then, if you're going to call it style.
Well,
if your style is just to not...
One second, gentlemen. Thank you, Vividness, for donating to the GoFundMe. I appreciate it. And I'll say this, right? I understand that with the institution that was the raging tomato, I guess, in these debating spheres with that breakup going on. There's going to be a bunch of people try to fill that vacuum. And I know I'm going to get mocked for saying institution, but I think it's funny. When you have a centralized place and somebody that's relatively okay or good at it, and then you have a bunch of new people try to fill that void and host these things, you're going to have people that are just bad, and you're going to have people that are just that have to learn. If this is Vic's first time moderating, he's going to have to learn how
No,
to.
I don't think it's his first time. I think he's only done it a handful of times. And when you moderate something, if you have both guys that are pretty well disciplined, the moderator doesn't have to do much. So I think this is a stress test. If that's a good way of putting it,
Yeah, two undisciplined individuals screeching at each other. I can agree with you there.
So I think there's multiple levels of bleed over that was off, that had nothing to do with the actual prompt. It was stuff that bled onto the prompt. I think that's probably the quickest, just the easiest way to cut down to it.
Well, and that's understandable. Like, I just hope there comes a time in this where if we're going to keep having these debates and we're going to keep, I would rather have a discussion than a debate. But people want to argue, people want the blood sports. It's and like that's fine and all, but we need moderators that, even if you're biased, you need to be able to tell your boy to shut the fuck up when someone else is speaking.
And that's actually one of the things I wanted to chat with, loosely related to that, was the prompt was somewhat last minute because they were going forever on prompts that was one sided, towards one side or the other side, and it's like, well, can you find something that's sort of in the middle? And I feel like this prompt that they chose was somewhat of a throwaway prompt, just to get this over with.
Oh yeah, it was a shitty prompt. Thank you for coming up. It was a shitty prompt. I said that on the show yesterday. Like, I stand by it. It was a shitty prompt. Dusty shouldn't have accepted the debate for the prompt. Marte should have picked a better prompt. Like, my issue with Marte is a personal one, because I was on Grid show and I don't cam up for various reasons. And Grid was going to make an exception to that because I'm not a P bomber. I like to think I'm not disingenuous. And Marte had a big showing about reading Grok and then got caught reading Grok. Like, he specifically said you'll be using AI like Grok. And I'm like, nah. I typically go into a situation debating with no notes, anything. I do think that if somebody wants to use Grok, they want to use the dictionary, they want to have a fucking Encyclopedia Britannica surrounding them while they fucking debate. I think that's perfectly reasonable and understandable. But I don't like the people related to the Crucible that I don't like them for very specific reasons, and I like to shit on them because I'm a troll. I don't mind being trolled back. I don't mind having shit flung at me, but when an entire group of people seem to be doing fraternity gay shit while trying to be intellectually honest, I'm going to call it out, even if I like those people. And the Crucible people, the Crucible crowd, because they're not directly related to Andrew. Andrew has no control over them, but they are his fans. That seems to be one of the biggest issues. Is shouldn't Ortho, like, it was even said to me in chat by someone, shouldn't Ortho bros stick together? And I'm like, you can stick together with whoever you want, but you do a disservice when you don't correct your friend, when you don't correct their bad behavior, when you don't correct their mistakes. It says in the Bible, and I know Ortho bros go, wonder what authority? Motherfucker, the authority of Christ, the authority of the Bible. All right? Men sharpen men as iron sharpens iron.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not correcting people when they fuck up and do stupid shit, then you're doing them a disservice, especially if they're your friend. If they're your enemy, by all means, let them hang themselves. Don't stop them while they're getting the rope ready. But if they're your friends, you need to correct them when they're doing stupid shit. And that's where I do start to disagree with Emmett, because if you're going to have this bias and you don't do it properly, you're just going to end up with fraternity bullshit. And Marte, the way he argues to the outside perspective, will be looked at as he's fucking retarded. And it does a disservice to the group as a whole. And then when you guys refuse to tap him on the shoulder It's fine to do it privately, right? But when you have these debates publicly, and then you just see the overbearing protection from the group, you have to do it publicly. There
Well,
comes a time to publicly shame people
well,
for this.
I think that the chat was whipped up in a fervor. I mean, I definitely contributed a lot to that. But I think that should be separate from what's going on during the debate between the two. I think chats should be somewhat removed from that. I mean, you can have 10 people sipping in a chat. That shouldn't change the moderators or the debaters' positions on things.
But it quite frequently does, because like here's the thing, right? The issue with having these debates and having these things like Emmett brings up with the bias in your favor, right? You wind up having debates on safe ground, like Marte on Vic, and you wind up being coddled and you don't get sharpened like you're supposed to. And then when you actually go and do a real debate, then you flounder and you fail, or you don't do as good as you could if you do win. It goes from being a total victory to just being a Pyrrhic victory. And especially if you're in a safe environment, if you're in a safe harbor and the host puts out a poll of who won, you can't trust that. Look at how Dusty's poll was. Dusty's poll was 90% in favor of him.
Yeah,
Vic's
it was
poll,
like 78 votes versus VIX, which was like 172, 173, something like that.
yeah.
But
Well,
that's kind of to be expected because the host channel should get more views. You
well,
think
yeah,
so,
yeah.
at least?
Well, yeah. Well, not only that. What my point in that is saying, Vic's poll was like 60 to 80% of in favor of Marte, and it becomes a popularity contest of not who's right. Because do you think every person is voting based on the debate? No, most people probably could probably barely stand to hear that debate. It's a bunch of
Yeah.
fucking screeching retardation.
Hey,
So people heard things like, "Oh, these are Sarah simps," and they just voted for Marte.
Yeah. Hey, speaking
That's
of which, Grid One just jumped onto Coolpix Live.
That's awesome.
I've not spoken to Grid. I don't know him personally at all. So
Grid is awesome. You should change that. Grid is that guy. Grid. I have 3 people that are Crucible adjacent that I respect immensely. That's Grid, Abe Dinkus, and Emmett. And I would go on Grid's more, but
Yeah.
what he uses does not mesh well with my audio system. But I go on Emmett's, and I haven't seen Abe live in a while where I was actually up.
Abe was
But-
live just the other night. Him and
Well,
I were
that's
just
what
chatting for a little bit.
he usually goes live around 12, 1 o'clock for me, and
Yeah.
I'm in bed by 10.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the thing is, like, I'm caught in the middle between this shit, and it annoys the fuck out of me. And it's really taking away from men sharpening men and actual honest discourse. So.
And and the thing about that too, it's like there was so much said before the what happened last night, before leading up to it. It's like they had caught Flo saying that he was going to send all of his guys over there and fake accounts to or people that were associated with him say that they were going to put fake accounts into the voting. And so like when I like a day or two before it, when that came across my board, I was like, well, then maybe it's not a good idea to have a vote if that's going to be called into question.
Well, everybody does that, and it's not necessarily Flo doing that. It's people who like Flo will do that.
Yeah.
I mean,
because I had some screenshots that were presented to me, and I was just like, oh, yeah, that's pretty damning. I mean, a lot of people say stuff just off the cuff. I mean, if you're in your own stream and you have your own guys that say stuff that just wow out.
Oh yeah, no, we election rig around here, all right? I ain't even afraid to admit it.
Damn, you didn't tell me you were a Democrat. Damn.
No, I'm an authoritarian fascist. It doesn't matter what the votes are.
What's really funny is, America, for being what we are somewhat authoritarian. I mean, we give power to a centralized government. So it's always funny when I hear people talk about like libertarianism and stuff like that. I kind of laugh because Emmett is so strong opinion on that. Like I'll just wait for someone to bring it up, and I start laughing. I just mute my mic, and all right.
Have you
let Emmett go.
ever heard me and Emmett talking about it? Like we'll agree in the beginning, and then I'm like, yeah, but a monarchy's gay. like the thing is, like, I believe the government's duty is to serve the people. That's the whole reason the government exists. And I'm an authoritarian fascist because we, the people, have a right to dictate what our country does and put these type of mandates on our society.
Mm-hmm.
And it's what's best for the society. Like this type of mandate Marte is talking about, if done correctly, would do wonders for our society.
Yeah,
but the way he's talking about
Mark,
implementing it is retarded.
I told him yesterday I felt he had the stronger position, but as far as the execution of the, even he said himself, he goes, it's something for him to take a look at. Like I said, there's a lot of reflection today. And again, this is just me personally. I'm not a fan of Flo, just because I think when I met him, when I came across him, it was when he was doing stuff that I didn't approve of, and sometimes first impressions, they kind of carry. So I kind of had that kind of stigma against him from the get go. Just because when I first met him, it was like his interaction with someone that I knew. So I'm like I said, I already said my apologies to both Cool Vic and Marte last night, saying I'm kind of whipped at the crowd a little bit during the debate.
The thing about that is that's awesome, and like you do have an issue, and this is what I talk to a lot of people about. You have an issue of the individual and an issue of the group, right? And I mentioned before about debating. I don't know if you were in chat. I like most of the Crucible people and agree with some of them. I agree with Andrew on a lot. I like watching his debates. There are some things that I agree with him over Flo on. And I mean, same thing with Emmett. And I understand having people that you likes back in the group that you're a part of. But we as individuals have to have the foresight to understand that we have to make our side better. And sometimes the truth is a bitter pill that you just have to fucking swallow. And I think Marte has served as a better, as if he's going to be a part of anything going forward, it'd be my advice, unsolicited advice. All right, Sarah moment. That he is a support role, does research for people, helps out, because he's just not good at debating so far.
Well, I think where people are competent in, or they are well versed or well read in, naturally become better debaters in that subject. I don't know how much like I said, I wasn't part of any debate prep on this. And again, I still think that he had a stronger position off the jump. But I totally agree. I totally agree. Execution and being able to have that conversation. I mean, even Emmett had made the comment, saying that he felt if you were just to acquiesce and just say, "Okay, I'm going to give this to you to keep the conversation moving," we'll grant you this, and let's go down that road. In that sense, I think Emmett gave pretty good advice last night post events.
Well, the thing about it is Marte is coming from the objective positive, right? It is objectively positive because people will take the path of less resistance. That's why we have a bunch of fat people in the country. It's easier to be non-mobile. It's easier to get garbage food. It's easier for these things to happen, right? And Marte is in the objective right, talking about the mandates, talking about these things, because it would be an objective positive for society if we enforce these things and we made these things happen. But the way he goes about explaining it, the way he goes about fighting for it, makes even people that are on his side go, maybe I'm retarded.
I met some guys from Russia back when I was working up in San Jose, probably about 8 or 9 years ago. Yeah, about 8 years ago. And they were telling me about the town that they'd come from. They actually had incorporated, like you go to a park and they'll have like workout equipment that's built into the park. Like there might be uneven bars or a place for you to do push-ups or stuff for you to do hangs. That the town that they came from had that throughout the town, where you'd be walking from one end of the town to the other, and you come across it. You just, cool, man. Let me just pop out a quick 15, and they get
Yeah.
up, and then they walk around like it's nothing. And then they go about their business.
And that
And
does leaps and bounds for your society's health or your town's health, because people will use it.
so I was talking to these dudes. They had this guy. His name was Sergey, skinny dude, but wiry, strong. Just very core, super strong dude. And when I met him, he was actually moving and delivering and installing like gun safes. This little wiry Russian dude. I was like, dude, you got a lot of core strength. And he was talking about it, and he was like, well, the way I look at it is, people ask me, how do I get into the shape? He goes, it's a little every day, a little at a time. He goes, you can't change someone's mentality overnight. Like if a dude that's a fat slob decides he's going to go work out, and he's just going to change his life around. He goes, the dude's going to give up in a day or two. He has to make small incremental steps. And he goes, that's what people should be doing as a society. And I tripped out on that dude when he told me that. I go, well, that actually makes perfect sense to me. Like, I don't disagree with that. You didn't get fat overnight. You're not going to get skinny overnight.
No, that is a fair assessment. And like Flo came in today and was like, fat people in favor of national mandates is ironic. It makes my brain itch. And I'm like, no, man. I mean, access to these things and some help getting access to them would benefit society. And when you speak mandate, usually the US does a very shitty mandate, and they don't actually make it possible or do anything. They just, dictate orders. And that would be very shitty for the country, if you don't make policy related around your mandate. One of the things that they would have to do is, like I said, public gyms, or even having parks with access to outside equipment.
Yeah, should everything be hoisted on, the backs of corporations, or what's everyone's personal culpability in their own health, so if you're going to make a mandate saying, let's say, hey, we'll give you, like, I thought this was a pretty interesting argument when someone had said, all right, we'll give you health care, we'll make sure it's free, but you have to put yourself on a plan. You can't just be a fat slob the rest of your life. I'm not going to pay for your triple, quadruple heart bypass, and take care of you for 20 years just to be a fat slob. If they found a way to go, we'll pay for all your medical stuff, but you're not allowed to be fat. You actually have to put yourself in a plan.
Well, see, that's the thing too. You could also create that national healthcare system or universal.
That would also be a mandate. So,
well, you could do that without like saying that. If you get what I'm saying, like you could literally, all right, if you're fat and you die of a heart attack or you need a quadruple bypass, that's not covered because you didn't take the steps to be preventative with that. Just like if they're a smoker and they get lung cancer, you don't get free treatment for that.
So here's the juxtaposition on that one. So if someone comes in and they let's say they lived a dangerous lifestyle and they get stabbed, right, and they go into the ER. And it's going to be life-saving. It's a life-saving procedure, not unlike a heart bypass. And they go, well, you were a dirtbag. You hung out in bars and back alleys, and you did stuff that wasn't conducive to a healthy lifestyle. And now you got stabbed. Do we not patch you up? That's a.
But I get where you're coming from with that. But that's the thing. We're talking about self-induced problems versus chaos theory, right? You don't have to live a shitty life.
Well, that's self-induced. If I were to put myself in that environment, knowing better, if I just, they got that saying, if you wouldn't take your little brother or little sister to that place, maybe it's not good for you too, and nothing good happens after midnight. And you're that dude that's always in an environment. You're playing the odds.
I don't want to name pussies either, though.
Yeah. You know,
You gotta let go of that mentality. It's false, and all it does is make it and it makes it. It creates an antagonistic environment between you and your fellow man for no reason. No, like, let's take let's say there's exceptions to every single rule, right? Everything. Let's say, for example, I don't think of something objectively true. Like some people are immune to lung cancer. You know, maybe it's like it's
yeah,
point zero
maybe it's
zero
just
zero
genetics or
zero
just roll the
zero
dice.
zero
Yeah, who knows?
1% of people that they can literally just their lungs could be filled with cancer and it won't affect them. So that being said, let me say lung cancer is terminal, right? We can agree on both of those things, even though they contradict one another, right?
Mm-hmm.
You still with me? So I can say the same thing about this, like whether or not it's self-induced. For example, some people are born with severe forms of asthma or breathing problems, and that's going to affect their ability to be athletic for their entire life. And through the new choice of their own, they're just going to sit around more, pick more academic and
Unless you're Roosevelt and became a Rough Rider with asthma.
no, I'm talking about severe asthma.
Mm.
And I don't know about being a rough rider, like the horse is doing all the work.
Well, he wasn't a rough carrier. He he rode.
Yeah, I mean that's not the same thing as running.
Yeah.
Well,
And
Teddy Roosevelt, to be fair, it's a non-point either way. But to be fair, Teddy Roosevelt also did boxing and a lot of outdoorsy activity that requires to be able to move and have and breathe properly.
Yeah.
So I get
call
where you're
them the
coming
bull
from.
moose for a reason.
yeah, just think if you're not able to do that. If you're physically unable to breathe
So, are
enough
we
to
talking
do
about
those things.
outliers, or are we talking about?
Well, you don't make.
I
You don't make.
I would say that if you're gonna trace back the causes of obesity, more often than not, those are not going to be outliers. When I'm saying the 0.00001% is here, is the person who wants to be fat. That's the extreme outlier. Nobody wants to be fat. Nobody does anything to be fat.
Well, you don't make rules and mandates for outliers either.
Well, and here's the thing. I don't think it's. I don't
You
think it's any.
can.
It's not any one choice that someone says they're going to be fat. It's a bunch
But
of
none
other
of them are
choices.
pro being
It's a
fat, is
bunch
my
of choices
point.
that they say that, oh, this is too hard for me. This is too much for me.
None of
That
them are pro
becomes.
being fat, though.
What's that?
None of them are pro being fat. And again, I'm not talking about the 0.00001%. I'm talking about people who want to not be able to move around, to fit in an airplane, to fucking be able to walk up the stairs without feeling like they're gonna die.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people that want to make.
Obese, sick people. None of them want to be that way.
Yeah. There's also a lot of people that get stuck in a situation financially, and then they don't think their way out of it. You know, whether they have the tools to or not.
Yeah, no, those people are fitting in my category of people. I'm saying a majority of people do not make proactive decisions to be fat.
So
most of it is out of their. It's not in their realm of thinking, and it's only in their realm of
So
possible
would you be
power.
would you be okay with a pro mandate then?
I'm for a mandate.
Yeah.
No.
We agree.
Everybody on this panel that has been on this panel has been okay with Marte's premise of a mandate.
I wouldn't punish people though. I think you can do that with incentives. You don't need to be
Yeah.
authoritarian.
I made that connection last night.
You're also gonna shoot yourself in the
Zoomer, it fucking works, brother. I tell you what, it fucking works. If I ever get fat, I'm gonna follow my haters. Just pancake them motherfuckers.
You're also gonna hurt yourself too. You're gonna get shittier results the more authoritarian you make it. The more you incentivize people and work with them. And this is again, like to cure obesity, you can't tell people you chose to be fat. That is not ever gonna fix anything. It's when you actually admit that human beings don't have free will. They don't have willpower. Willpower is a personality type that is rare. It's almost as rare as creativity. Most people are not creative.
I think
most people are not
it's a skill you
intelligent.
develop too, because you learn if you learn young the joys of delayed gratification of like
Who
you
the
grew up
fuck
as a farmer
learns
and
that
you
young?
put a seed
Is
in the
that my
ground and
G?
it
Oh,
became a
Who
tree.
the fuck learns that young? What
up?
parents out there are teaching delayed gratification to their
Gentlemen,
babies?
give me 1 second. Is that you,
What?
Bumpkin?
Entire nations, what's up?
We're talking about fat people, Bumpkin.
Oh, I'm out.
But no, before we continue, and I hate to stop you guys, you're having a great conversation. Incentives aren't a mandate. This is something I saw from the Dusty side that I think is, no offense, Crab, retarded. Because within a mandate, you do have exemptions and you have incentives and you have disincentives.
Yes,
But
you do.
incentives aren't a mandate, though.
The structure of a mandate.
It comes as a package.
Go ahead.
It comes as a package deal. You don't
No,
just
mandates
mandate.
can include incentives. But that's not what we're talking about. When you mandate something, you automatically create a cost and an enforcement issue and an expectation beyond all incentives. Simply by using the word mandate, you've already created a level of responsibility, accountability, cost, everything included above incentives.
That's what was retarded. That was what was retarded from. Well, that's what was
prescription for
retarded from
punishment
the Mark
or
A side.
detriment.
That was what was retarded.
Then it's not
from
a
the
mandate.
Mark A side because he would not accept that there was an initial startup cost for starting this mandate. That's what was. He just kept shouting Fitbits, and Fitbits are notoriously bad for tracking.
And what's really funny about that too? It's like, he had conceded the point in saying that every company that starts up runs in the red.
Mandatory fund.
He was trying to connect those two thoughts. I don't know why it didn't happen.
Because y'all's boy is retarded, and because of the fraternalism that they are trying to push, you won't call him out for it.
Yeah,
That's where the group think comes in. He's not a good debater, and he's not a good thinker. Like, he literally just yelled at Flo, no, we can do it my way. No, we can do it. Flo literally started trying to make his argument for him, brother.
Yeah.
Like, and I get that this side is really anal about definitions, and like, yeah, a mandate, strictly the definition of mandate is government enforcement, right? Yeah, sure, okay, cool story. But the way governments work is they create a package of incentives, disincentives, and other things to push forward a mandate, because they understand that there's cost associated with it. There's cost that's pushed on the consumer. There's cost pushed on the customer.
Mandates always have those things baked in.
Yeah, like it's just the way governance does things. Unless you live in a totalitarian state, which
North
I
Korea.
mean, at the end of the day, that problem would be moot because they'd be making people do jumping jacks when they wake up in the morning.
That's 1984, and I'm not opposed to that.
So, yeah, and like, I don't know. I'm to the point where I don't like, even on Vic's show. Like, I tuned in for a little bit, and they're focused on talking shit about Sarah. Like, let's literally just talk about the debate, talk about the debates, talk about the topics. Like, that's crazy. I read your comment, Crab. That's what I'm talking about. It's crazy. The debate prompts work on both sides as definitions and words being specific and deliberate. Yeah. When you talk about a national mandate, you're not arguing the definition of a fucking mandate. You're arguing.
You have to, though. You have to agree on it beforehand. Otherwise, that's what the argument will become about.
That's also another issue with these online debates, is when you're dealing with somebody like Marte, he's literally just trying to argue something. He can use Grok to make his arguments for him.
He thinks he just wants to be smarter than the person he's yelling at. That's the whole point of the thing. And the part that makes it miserable for the rest of us is that need is born out of the fact that he's fucking dumb. So now we're just watching a stupid person tell us how fucking smart he is for 2 hours. Shoot me in my face, please.
Fair enough. What's up,
Make
Bumpkin?
that a national mandate.
Did you watch the debate, Bumpkin?
No, I did not. I don't watch online debates anymore.
For
You're
real.
retired.
Yeah, online debates come down to we're going to circle jerk over definitions for about 50 minutes. We're going to get to an actual debate over the agreed upon definition if that ever happens, and then it's whoever yells the loudest.
And I think all that definition stuff should be done prior to the debate when you guys are deciding the debate prompt. That should all be feathered out, worked out, terminology, and then just the beginning. Hey, everyone, we all agree to this. This is it. Let's start. And
Well, Ike has a word for that, by the way. But that's definition speak, and it infuriates him. And I've adopted that. Like that's kind of why I got angry and had to tune out for 45 minutes. It was like being in a fucking verbal melee. They literally made my brain hurt.
I can't handle it. And when I hear like, well, what's your definition? I just tune out instantly. I'm like, all right, oh, that's where this was going.
Yeah.
It's like,
No,
what's
that's
like,
required for a conversation, though.
what's your definition of water?
Well, okay. Well, first off,
Would we get into an argument over that if
objectively
we were
water
having
is
a debate?
water. No one's going to say water is.
A contrarian would. A contrarian would.
Yeah, Melanie.
But I'm not
Melanie,
having a conversation with a faggot like that.
Melanie Fox would definitely argue with you over what water is.
No, he wouldn't. He would. The only way he would is exactly how Bumpkin did, to use an example of
Let's say
something
you're
absurd.
arguing with. Let's say you're arguing with someone who's diametrically opposed, and they have a take off of something. Let's say it's a false take. It's a false premise.
Oh, cool.
And they're saying that you're wrong and they're right for whatever reason. You have to figure out like, okay, where is the disconnect? And sometimes you got to go to the beginning. Oh, okay, you thought this was that. It's not. You know,
Sometimes
you're all
it's
about
semantics.
vernacular, and I'm all about etymology.
Happy belated birthday, Vividness.
Oh, happy birthday!
It's a meme, and I'm happy Bumpkin knows it. Agua H2O. Bumpkin been watching The Water Boy. Let's get back to some of this debate, actually.
The Water Boy is crazy.
Hey guys, I got
forced to do it. Then
Can
somebody
you
else
tell me
forced
how
to
I'm
do it.
wrong? Dusty, can you tell me how I'm wrong?
Well, thank you for coming up. Thank you for being here. Anybody is welcome on the panel. Crucible Crew, Dustyites, whatever. Anybody is welcome on the panel to give their take, and it is a free and open space. I may call you retarded if I think you're retarded, but it's not done out of malice.
All right, man. You guys take care. Bye bye.
You too. Thank you for coming.
I have not finished my motherfucking point, Marte. That means two things. One, people who are exercising against their will ain't going to be happy about it. They're probably going to be cheating about it unless you've got a good oversight system in place. Two, it means you're going to have more people who are unemployed. Now, what are you doing with that expense, Marte?
So let me answer your two questions real quick. When you say people are cheating, the Fitbit actually reduces this unless I get my neighbor to walk. And then guess what happens? It's not saying that the Gestapo's going to report you. It's just saying that, hey, is your Fitbit on and all this? It basically makes more accountable employees. And then not to mention that you're going to have more employees because you're going to have less people calling off sick, more people fit for duty showing up, and then people with less excuses like I can't get out of my fucking wheelchair in Walmart because you're not going to have those existing anymore. Guess what? We've remedied all these slow ass wheelchairs in the future that Wall-E, remember the cartoon? We're preventing this future from happening. So there's going to be more employees because of this, because you're going to have more capable people in function.
I'm so glad that he said that because D was messing around and fucking with Flo yesterday and brought up Wall-E, and the fact that Marte brought that up as an argument made me laugh.
Because you have to engage in the fitness activity. That's a barrier to entry.
30 minutes of walking with your loved one.
I know it doesn't seem like a big deal to you. Nevertheless, it is an extra requirement. It will,
crazy, bro.
and then especially if it's enforced and you have people not meeting the requirements, you'll have people losing their jobs.
Dusty, so are there things enforced by employers?
Sure.
Oh,
and they
How
cost
would that be
money.
reasonable
And they
for that
cost
to be
money.
enforced?
And they
How would
cost
that be
money.
reasonable to enforce that?
Okay, it would cost money. What I'm telling you is it costs money no matter what.
I told you where they're getting the money from. That's going back into the employer's pockets by incentivization.
Oh shit! Thank you, Lawrence. Or hail to Ortho, bro. I'm glad Bumpkin is here. We must do all we can to protect him from the moonfish. It wants to eat him. I don't know what that means. Are you having a jihad against the moonfish, Bumpkin?
I guess.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, I seen you laugh your ass off when I mentioned that in chat.
Only going to track 1 of your minutes, by the way. For the rest of the population, maybe they'll get 5 good minutes, but you're going to have 30 minutes, right? So guess what's going to happen? Hold on. Dusty,
count by shaking them, right?
Hey, Dusty, let's say that you're going to cheat and you're going to jerk off and maybe you're showing one of my clips without my shirts off. You're going to have to play one of my videos without my shirt off for 30 minutes because I already know you played for 1 minute. So you're going to have to cheat that way. And guess what happens? You're going to have to maintain that standard and you're going to have to be more accountable for doing this. And guess what happens? You're going to fall off and you're not going to fulfill the company's requirements, Dusty.
So I just make a second part-time job as a king.
Does anybody have Marte on Discord? Because instead of calling him retarded, I would like to get his actual thinking process behind this. Like actually talk to him about this debate. Because I know I'm gonna have a chance to talk to Dusty about it, either on his panel or over here. I kind of want to talk to Marte because at the end of the day, I am on his side with it. And if the Crucible people aren't going to, sharpen steel with another person, maybe I can. But this should not have been a flop as much as it was.
But let's because when you're typing, your hands are sitting still, right? It's not the same motion. But you further prove my point that there's a lot of ways that you can juke out a Fitbit.
No, you haven't proved the point because people are doing this with their hands all the time, but it doesn't show
That's
steps.
not how you actually type. That's not how people type. You don't slap your hands down.
If you do this, like let's say I have a shake weight, it's not going to track steps. You realize that, right? It's
no,
not
I
going to
don't.
track steps.
I think it will.
You actually have to be mobile and have steps. Fitbits don't work like that. And you already told me I don't know how Fitbits work. And then you're going to tell me how Fitbits work?
Can I put it on my dog and let it run around the backyard?
Yeah, it's not going to work.
Lawrence says, thank you again. Lawrence says, hail to Ortho, bro. I did not realize Marte was so feisty and zesty. Oh, man.
Yeah, pretty zesty.
Hell no, he's too feminine to be in my DMs with new regulations. That's crazy. I do want guys, I don't want y'all to attack Marte. I'm trying to get him over because I do want to talk to him. I want to get where his line of thinking was. And I don't know. Because like this shouldn't have been a flop. It shouldn't have been bad. So, and I feel like reaching out to the opposition, quote unquote, I guess, would be a good move.
You throw that back up on screen again.
Yeah, that's controlling custody cost. That's not the same thing.
Listen.
Not even remotely.
It measures both costs. This talks about both costs.
No.
Yes, it
No,
does.
that's completely false.
Yes,
So
it
let's
fucking
look at this.
does.
Can you show me how it's an equivalent of an employer saying, "Let me check your Fitbit"? Are they going to pay the employers more for checking your Fitbit?
Absolutely.
Show me where that's at.
Absolutely. Hold on. If you have a big company, absolutely, that's increased compliance costs. Absolutely.
No. Can you show me where they're going to increase compliance costs because of a Fitbit? If
Somebody has to track it. Somebody has to manage it. Somebody has to.
Y'all see what I was talking about Discord popping the fuck off? Like that was crazy. Like you can hear Discord.
Then somebody has to build the system.
No, we don't have to build a system. We already have companies that actively do this with Fitbits with their
Then
employers.
you have to hire the fucking companies.
No, we don't have to. The cost is already built in the loss that they would have saved from not having people that are destitute employing for a company that are out of shape and
A
fit for
private
duty.
company does not save money because taxpayer revenue is.
And that's another thing. Like he would not admit to the built-in cost of setting up new systems. Like there is an inherent cost. Like I don't understand that.
I gave you a system. Do you want me to read off other solutions as well too, since you didn't want to adhere to the system that I already provided? Because you said,
hold on. Let me go through the expenses again. Let me go through the expenses again in your system. First, we've got the equipment. Second, we've got the employees that oversee the system. Third, we've got
extra cost for that.
Yes, there is. Yes,
no,
there
is.
is.
Dusty.
Oh my
you don't
God.
need an extra cost to say. Hold on, Dusty. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
If I have a mandated paperwork that somebody else has to do, and it's mandated for everybody else to do, right? On the job, let's say that you're going to write a report at the end of the day, and that's a new rollout for an employee program, right? And let's just call this a psychological profile because we're in the area of feels before reals, and every employee has to write out how they feel, and they're going to get some incentive off of this. Is there any extra pay or anything else that they would say, we're going to tack this on because we're making you fill out this new paperwork?
Yes, you get paid to fill out the paperwork. You're on the
they
clock.
Don't have to do that because they've done this throughout different programs anyways already. So here's the problem, Dusty.
No. We're not moving off this. We're not moving off this.
This argument that they have could have been moderated by the moderator about moving on.
You are you know you're wrong. You know you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. Dusty, have you ever worked for a company that changed their policy and their pay didn't increase?
Yep.
Oh shit! So you mean to tell me that you could change your policy without changing your pay?
When they changed policies, we got paid to attend the meeting where they taught us about it. We were on the fucking clock.
That's a false equivalent. That's time. That's your time.
They pay us for time.
Yeah, they're paying you for time. This is volunteering, but you're mandated to work for their company. Those two things can be married at the same time. Now, granted, if I have a requirement and I have quotas, I'm not going to be charged extra for this or have to pay my employees extra because of quotas.
Yes.
I don't have to do that.
When companies require somebody to fill out paperwork, take a random UA, do any of these things, they're on the fucking clock. They have to pay the employee. They have to pay the employee.
This is why this is a stupid premise. If they're on the clock and getting paid anyways, their regular salary, the pay doesn't go up or down.
I know.
That's just a time issue, Dusty.
But the productivity decreases.
No, it doesn't because they're more fit. No, hold on, Dusty. Will productivity increase if they're less obese?
That is a hypothetical, but we're not even there yet.
No, it's not a hypothetical.
Yes,
I can prove this.
Yes, it is. What we know for fucking sure. Listen to me. What we know for absolute sure is if I'm paying you the same amount, but you're doing less work because you have to divert time to filling out paperwork for the government, that is a cost to me.
This doesn't divert extra time. And matter of fact, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life, Dusty, by saying that if we have to roll out a new program, then we have to charge people more money. That doesn't make any sense. The Fitbits are included in the incentive that they're going and saving from people not calling off. And then, so here was the stupid thing that you said. You said it's a hypothetical that people that are in shape are less productive. Please tell me you didn't say this. That it's only a hypothetical that people that are in shape are more productive. That's a hypothetical.
It's definitely not quantifiable.
This is where I disagree with Dusty. It is definitely quantifiable. You can see evidence for people being fit, being more productive.
Woven deeply throughout fitness, nutrition, and sleep and all that.
Okay, first of all, Fitbits manually swinging the Fitbit back and forth does work. So you're lying. You're straight lying about how Fitbits work. Yes, you are.
No, it doesn't track steps the same way. Nope, it'll be off.
Users have attached their trackers to things like ceiling fans, power tools, or even pets to generate steps without any personal activity. You dumb lying fuck.
Nope. It's not the same way. It doesn't track it the same way. And so here's the thing. Let me roll out my other solutions. I'm glad you brought that bullshit up too. So we have grants for parks, pass free classes, prioritizing underserved areas like expanding Medicare, Medicaid, lifestyle counseling, and reimbursement. We can do this and roll this out at no extra cost to the employee or employer. This will actually save employees and employers more money.
I'm sorry, hold on.
That's non-authoritarian at all.
What's his argument? What is Martel trying to argue right now?
So
Dude, don't.
So like, so Marte, here's the thing, right? This is very, he's arguing for a national fitness mandate. And
No, he's not.
I'd be
and
okay with that, but
that's what I'm saying. Me, Dennison, everybody on the panel that has been on my panel so far has agreed with him. He just did not argue it the best.
yeah, he's not arguing it very well right now. Fitbits, the fuck are you talking about? Fitbit? Sorry, my bad.
Dusty did. I don't know. I feel like they were more trying to get their personal beef out than actually having the debate personally. But
they had to have been, man.
I think this is something because me and Grid was talking. He did a show on it, and I hope I'm not stepping on his toes because he wanted to do a show specific talking about the topic, and I hope that I can get my audio working because this is something that. Oh shit! Speak of the devil. What's up, Grid?
That was great.
And I shall appear along with Marte, apparently.
Hey, Marte, thank you for coming. So, but I don't know. It just felt like it devolved into a yelling match, and it could have been done better. It could have been done way better because, like I said, everybody on the panel agreed with the fitness mandate.
Well, can I offer some input?
Yeah, go ahead. That's why I was really hoping to get you on for this.
I know I like to be cordial and nice, unlike last night, which was out of my character. I don't think anybody has ever seen me triggered in any other debate. This is probably the only time this has probably ever happened, right?
Fair.
So because it's out of my character, it's you got to understand, like, I'm human and I have a threshold, I have a breaking point. And what's happened is he's levied a lot of personal attacks. They dug in my history and did this. And this is ongoing for like 7 months as he's attacked Andrew Wilson, me, called me gay for months on end. And it's like, okay, I just wanted to have a civil debate about this and just have a conversation. But he literally opened up his panel, and then Sarah's attacking me and saying all this other stuff as I'm going into this. I'm like, okay, I got to knock this MFer out. And then I get on there, and next thing you know, I have this conversation, and he starts diving into personal attacks, which obviously I'm like, I'm not going to back down from this. And it ended up being this. Regretfully so, I'm going to own up to my mess and say I shouldn't have approached him this way because he would have fed on this, and this would have been the cyclical transaction where it would have just been tit for tat. We would have never had a debate. Really, on my end, let me wrap this up real quick, is truly what I believe that he wanted to do was just have a 2-hour troll session while I wanted to get back to the debate and topic. And it's like every time I try to go back to the debate topic, he kept talking about something gay or mentioning something gay, and I'm like, okay, now I have to slug you again. And it's like, oh, I just wanted to have a conversation. That's it.
Brother in Christ, you guys were both talking about the gay stuff like that. That was wild.
It was in your opening argument before he even started talking.
Well,
the reason why I opened up with this was because he had 2 clips of me shirtless on YouTube, and I was being tagged while the debate was going on with this, and of course that's going to trigger the shit out of me. Yeah.
So
I know I'll own up to that part.
That's fair.
I'll own up to that part. Yeah, that's my
you
fault.
fed into it. And if you really perceive it after the fact as you as the one who kept trying to get back to the debate point, and he kept trying to take it back to the personal attacks, then that is definitely a you bias going on.
But here's the thing, though, is here's the thing. If you look at both of our social media, now this is objectively true. Look at his social media, look at mine. He has nothing but personal attacks towards me. Whereas me, it's like I have 2 diss tracks that I barely came out with because I couldn't tolerate it anymore. I don't diss this guy personally at all.
That's
the
true,
personal attacks only come from one end.
That's not how the debate went down, though. You're right.
Correct.
He is like
correct.
That. He does that shit on purpose, right? And you're not going to get any endorsement out of me for that. But at the debate, he didn't do that. At the debate, you didn't let him talk. You didn't let him answer your own questions. You didn't let him talk about your hypotheticals. You made it impossible for him to even contribute unless he just kept screaming.
To the show, Landry. Go ahead, Dennis. And if Mark
and you coming up here and saying that you because it kind of sounded like you admitted to that and that it was out of your character. I
Yeah,
give you
I'll
mass
admit to
props
that.
I'll give you mass
No,
respect for that.
because that is my fault because I fed into this and I didn't have to feed in this. But it's almost
Word.
like what I went to the beginning. I said everybody has a breaking point. I'm probably the worst sinner
No,
on this
hell
panel, to be honest with
yeah.
you. You know, so yeah.
Hey, can I ask you what compels you to wear an ice hat?
I work for HSI. I was an agent and I worked law enforcement 13 years.
I thought this was in the past, correct?
Yes, in the past, I can still support an agency that I once worked for.
Well,
Yeah.
let's focus on the debate last night. If Marte wants to take personal questions afterwards or from anybody, he can do so. My thing is, man, I think the debate, the way the topic was laid out, was just bad. Honestly, like I feel like y'all could have, and we had who was the guy who was just up? He was in Vic's chat earlier or last night, and we had a small conversation about it. And then I got the idea of I wanted to speak to you about it personally instead of talking shit and poking jabs. Like I thought that because ultimately the most of the people on my panel, if not all, agreed with the health mandate.
Yeah.
It was World Radio,
Especially because your mandate wasn't a real mandate too, so that made me even more on board.
Right. So hold on. The thing about a real mandate is it can be a real mandate, but it can be at a different level and it's enforced differently. You see, that's the thing. Those mandates aren't always enforced because people can always opt out of them. There's different tier levels to what a mandate is, right?
For sure.
Well,
So it was a real mandate. It was a real mandate. Definitionally, he would have, like, none of us could let each other talk. So I never got the chance to define what the mandate was. We never got to that.
Yeah, y'all started. It got to the point where y'all were just starting like beef with each other, just airing your beefs out, and I think that was gay. I think maybe the audience enjoyed it, but y'all both could have had a better showing.
It
Like
drove me insane. I honestly, I was really excited to have, and even the topic was like really good, like, you know. And over on my channel, while we actually tuned out the debate because it was just personal attacks back and forth and just a bunch of just bad debate stuff, which, you know, no shade towards Vic. I know he's new at moderating. He could have done a better job at moderating. He should have sent you guys to 1 or 2 minute segments so that you could, so that you would talk and then Dusty would talk and you guys go back and forth. He should have done that. He didn't do that. I mean, I have some theories on why this happens, but it's okay. But it was just absolutely bad. And on my channel, we actually started talking about the whole idea of mandatory fitness requirements, or how that what that would look at. And we had a really great show about it last night, which I think is a great topic. I actually really enjoy. I would have loved to have seen an actual debate on.
hell, just the conversation would be beast for the issues.
Watch my stream. It was awesome. We had a really great
Well,
conversation.
I was hoping he was gonna do one today on the day shift because I was gonna try to get there for
I was
that one.
fucked with my studio too much.
Well, I wanted to have a debate about this, and Grid, I can still have a debate on this with anybody. But here's the problem, though, is I do think that this fitness mandate really is workable for the United States. It would bolster the military standards and reinforce our workforce. But here's the thing, though, even if I did win the debate, it was an L for me because of how the debate was conducted, and I can't take myself out of this. Now, I'll consider this a learning lesson and learn not to take personal attacks seriously. Now, I'm probably one of the most stoic people I know in debates. Now back to the host of this panel that I'm on right now. Listen, man, like anytime I try to do this, like with people that I loathe and despise, I try my best, bro. And trust me, Dusty and me talked about this. We're probably gonna, if he accepts, we might have a boxing match if he wants to accept this. And I'm game for that, man. That's good. Men, we get together, we fight and we shake hands after that. This is supposed to happen, bro. I like it.
Well, not like, and I feel you on that. Personal attacks, being around people you loathe, it all comes with the territory of being a creator. Like I don't like half the motherfuckers I speak to be honest. But there are people that I do respect. Grid, Flow, just a couple examples off the top of my head.
Participate in content creation with people who disrespect me, though. I'm just not going to do that.
Yeah, I can't do that. I don't respect, and I have my own personal reasons why I don't respect Flo, because he goes for lowbrow attacks when I never lowbrow attack him. Andrew doesn't personally attack him too. These people who he attacks don't attack him personally, yet he'll do the difference with him and attack them personally. So I'm like, I understand that you're picking a side here, but I would never consider a friend. But that's my own personal bias.
I have to search that a minute. Yeah, Andrew may not attack him personally, sure, but there are people on the side that attack. Like, I don't hate you, Emmett. Calm down. I was just talking about how you, Grid, and Abe are like my 3 favorite Crucible adjacent people, and I go on your channel the most. You calm down.
I mean, look. So while look, I consider myself part of the Crucible. I don't represent the Crucible, but I'm part of the Crucible. I am Andrew's friend, so I understand that I don't fight Andrew's battles for him. I don't carry water for him, because he's his own man, and if he needs to, he'll come handle it himself. He's proven more than capable of that in every instance. So I don't.
All right, gentlemen. Flo just showed up. I'm gonna let him up, but I'm not gonna let y'all take y'all shit out here. We're only gonna talk about the debate. If y'all start personal attacks, whoever starts is getting put in the back first. I'll put you in the timeout corner.
Well, you can discuss the personal attacks respectfully too. I would just put that out there.
All right, what's up? Welcome to the show, Flo.
Thank you. What's that? Yeah. I've been listening.
I'd love it if we could stop calling it a debate.
It was a dumpster fire, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was an hour and a half long troll. That's all that was, to be honest.
You were trolling?
No, you were trolling.
I can't hear Dusty. I'll be back.
He's like super loud in my.
Dennis has been having audio issues today.
So what makes you think that I was trolling?
Well, it was not only the lead up to the debate, but when I asked you to answer questions, it was like you avoid them. But as soon as you asked me questions, I'd actually explain to you why that was nonsensical to the debate or whatever. I actually could demonstrate why I didn't want to answer that. Like, I'll say, what does this have to do with the debate? Can you explain why? And then you move the subject onto something else. Rewind the tape back and you'll see this. Remember when I was calling you out in the debate and I said, hey, this is the 3rd time you were not asking a question, or I said during the debate numerous times, I said, are you going to answer a question with a question? Remember all those times I said that to you?
Yeah, you were interrupting him.
Yes.
Sorry.
But people,
Sorry.
I won't even argue the point with you. Let's just say that I did everything you just said I did. People evading answering questions in a debate is not a troll.
Okay. You can say it's not a troll, but I can also say it's a troll. How can you prove it's not or it is?
I think that I can pretty easily demonstrate that if anybody was trolling, it was you. You spent 10 minutes before I got there sitting around talking shit about me. The first thing you said to me is, what's up, Krusty? You immediately started throwing around all sorts of shit.
You mean, wait, hold on.
What? Marte,
you mean to tell me that you tagged me in 2 videos before I even got there isn't analogous or even anything comparable to what I mentioned? You literally tagged content in me, showing me, making fun of me, talking about my past and all that shit. That's crazy, bro.
Did you tag me in 2 videos an hour earlier?
Yeah, it took 6 months of me taking it. Hold on. It took 6 months of me taking this without responding or throwing a punch for me to do this. Yes.
Do you remember why I wanted to debate you? Because I've told you several times.
Yeah, but when I avoided debating you because I didn't want to, you all of a sudden went to personal attacks for me to do that. That's crazy.
Why did I want to debate you?
Why did you go to personal attacks to get my attention to do this?
You said you remember.
What he does.
Well, hold on. Why do you go to personal attacks to try to get my attention, though? I'm curious.
You don't remember why I told you, do you?
That's not analogous to what I'm even asking. Why do you do personal attacks that you? There's other ways to do this, right, Dusty?
Why would I do it other ways?
You know what? You're right. I'm asking. I'm asking you of all people why you would do it other ways. It's crazy.
Not a troll question. What incentive do I have to do anything any other way with you?
You know what? You're right. You don't have any incentive. I mean, you do have a drama click channel, and that's what you do. Why would I expect anything different? Sheep. Joke's on me, I guess. Yeah.
Maybe if we're going to debate, from now on we be professional when the debate is actually happening on both sides?
Yeah, and if I do a debate, I'm not going to attack people before a debate starts. Yeah.
Well, you guys, hold on a minute, because y'all were talking mad shit on Vic's channel before the debate.
Oh, you mean if I go 6 months and look back at all of his content, I'm not going to have a catalog? Whereas you look at mine and you got like 2 videos, that's it?
I understand, but that the debate is not where you hash that out. Y'all can come on a fucking shit
Wait,
channel.
hold on. You're
and
saying a
argue.
debate isn't where people hash out disagreements? That's crazy.
It's where they hash out specific disagreements based on the topic.
Of course. Do you think people oftentimes are bad faith and bring up certain things because they get emotional? I think that me and Dusty are both wrong in this equation.
Well,
See how
that's
fair,
why
firm,
I
and
said
consistent I
both
am?
That's why I said both people need to be professional.
Yeah, I can
Because-
agree to that. I can't.
It was a dumpster fire. And it was a
Right.
fairly
You
good
notice,
topic.
right? You notice how I agreed to being firm, fair, and consistent, and he would say, "Why would you expect anything different from me?" See what
You
I'm
didn't
saying?
agree to that.
It's not equal. No, you literally just said
no.
You
never
literally
agreed
said,
to
"Why would you expect anything from personal attacks from me?" And I said, "You know what? At least you're consistent about this. I will never, Dusty. You know what? I'll never personally attack you again. That's my promise. I'll agree to that, but you won't.
Dumb promises.
You won't.
Stop making promises that you break all the time.
No, I'm not going to break this promise. So here, can you point to a promise I've broken before?
You've been running around for 6 months saying you don't take personal shots at me, which is complete bullshit.
Give me a time when I made a promise that I broke. I'm still waiting on that.
I've never heard you make a promise because we're adults.
Correct.
Our
Why would
words
you make
are
a claim that you
men. Our
can't? You
words
just made a claim
mean
you
what it
can't back
says.
up. You just made a claim you can't back up. So I'm
What, that
making a
you lie all the
promise right
time?
now. I'm making a
No,
promise.
I'm saying,
All
don't
right.
make me a promise. I don't
Where's
want your
the lie?
promise.
Okay,
We're not
that's
five.
another
I don't need
claim.
it.
Can you back
Just-
that claim up too? Can you back
just
up? Where
be a
did I
man of
lie?
Your word, and you will
Where
have a
did I lie
promise.
before, Dusty? Where did I lie before?
You're kidding. You don't want to do this.
Okay, if you,
You
don't
wanna
have
do
a
this.
lie,
What
say
is
you don't have anything.
What is the fundamental issue between you guys?
The fundamental issue is because
this goes beyond
Hold
me
on.
being in the Panaverse.
Because
I
I've
saw
been
right last night with the
personally
moderator
attacked for
saying, and you
months.
don't get to do it too, OG. What? You don't really want to go down the lie path, do you?
Yeah, let's do it. Let me
Okay.
hear the lies.
You've lied about all sorts of different angles of your porn history. You've lied about using
Like what?
Grok. You lied about using Grok, and then you lied about the
There's a
apology.
video of me
Using
confessing
Grok.
to use Grok. Yeah.
You've lied. Yeah, after you got caught, you get no credit for
No,
getting.
no. Grid is here. Grid. Did I not contact you after that whole debacle happened? Before I even got called out, Grid, did I not contact you about this whole issue?
It's not
I
sexual.
mean, we talked about it. I'm not.
Well, no,
I'm
Marte,
sure
I do have a little
operation.
bit of beef with you that I've been wanting to talk about. That on Grid's channel, you specifically said I have to cam up to make sure I'm not using Grok, and I'm just sitting here like, when you got
Yeah,
caught
I did
using
this.
Grok, I'm like,
Yeah. Of course, I've done this. But then me and Grid had a conversation about that. That's the only instance where I've used Grok. Meanwhile, last night, Dusty and the whole thing said, "What are you looking at?" He said, "Well, I'm looking at AI right now to look up some shit." And I'm like, "Okay, what's the difference between Grok and AI?"
You're lying right now. You're misrepresenting.
No, I got it on video. The whole chat saw this.
I know
the
what
whole
I
chat saw
said.
you see this. Yeah,
Marco.
exactly.
What
He said
happens
it
when
was
you Google
Google.
search something?
Yeah, you said I'm reading off of AI right now.
The AI responds to any Google search. I'm not sitting in Grok.
Okay,
typing
so
it in.
Grok gives you a accumulation of Google searches and ties it together. Yeah. Now, granted, I will even admit to the egregious part on my end. Yet once I outed all this information, had a conversation with Grid, it's never happened. It's a one-off. That's it. And you can't prove
No,
any
it's not.
different.
You were using Grok in your apology.
No. Can you prove
We
that?
recreated your apology. We asked
Yeah,
Grok.
Okay.
I recreated both your.
Yeah,
I
telling me that
recreated
isn't demonstrating that I used that.
I can.
Yeah, it is.
I can go
He
back. and
demonstrated it.
side by side.
Yeah, hearsay.
When you were
Trust me, bro.
using
It's not
Grok
a.
yesterday too.
Trust me, bro. Is not a source.
And you're being
Well,
dishonest again now. Right,
I'm
right
sorry.
now.
Wait, hold on.
hate to
Can I ask
interrupt
you a
here,
question?
guys.
Did I use Grok during my Jubilee debate?
I don't know. I
Didn't
didn't
see
watch
it.
that one.
When I destroyed Brian Johnson, the billionaire, did I use Grok because you can't hold phones in your hand when you're on Jubilee?
Didn't
I
see
didn't
it.
watch it.
Right. So you didn't see me destroy a billionaire on a world
But
stage
I did see you
with
use
nothing.
Grok yesterday.
I've never seen
You saw me
destroy
use
it.
Grok yesterday. Can you demonstrate me using Grok that you saw this visually?
Yeah, we did it earlier. Go back and watch the stream if you want.
I was looking
No,
off at the
that's
wall.
not-
I
that's
didn't
not-
use Grok.
The kick
gentlemen.
Marte is not the purpose for me asking Marte to be here either. So
So
Gentlemen,
if I'm
I may.
reading
I
notes
mean, if
off
he's
my
gonna
phone
try
that
to
I took,
gaslight me while I'm on the panel, you know how I'm gonna react.
yeah, I'm reading an opening statement that I prepared on my phone. That's what people do.
Okay, Gentlemen, if I may, I've got to go. I've got to get ready to pick up my kids and stuff. I really appreciate being asked to be here. Marte and Dusty, I had high hopes for the debate topic last night and the debate between you two. I would really appreciate it if you guys could just, act like adults and have a great debate, because I think it'd be awesome to watch. But it's okay. It's okay. Sometimes the bridge just can't. The bridge has been burned and it can't be rebuilt. And sometimes you just have to move on from that. I don't
He's
know.
never going to cease personal attacks. So yeah.
I'm not. Marte, you're going on a fucking tour. You're going.
Correct. You just said you're not going to do that.
OG, thank you for having me, my man. Dusty, Marte, Dennison, even Landry and Bumpkin. I didn't see you come in, man. How you doing? Been a minute since I've seen you.
Been a minute, man. I've been chilling. Everyone's yelling.
Yeah, I haven't insulted you in a while. I'll have to work on that. Everybody else, have a good rest of your day, and thanks for having me.
Yeah, don't worry. It's okay.
Good. Thank you for coming.
The boomer has a latte. Sorry, I had to throw that one in there.
That's crazy. But no, Marte and Paige, right? Paige says there's no evidence. There is. It's circumstantial.
Yeah, this is insane. This whole conversation is insane.
He was caught using it, so a pattern of behavior can be established.
No, there's not a pattern of behavior. So if I'm reading an opening statement that I prepared, how is that using Grok?
I recreated.
It sounded like Grok.
Trust me, bro, is not a source.
Brother, I have it on my channel. I just have a lot of fucking.
Okay, yeah, I'm just telling you. Just believe me, bro. Yeah,
Marte. Here's how we know that, or I know that you knew that you were using Grok when I called you on it last night, or whatever AI you were using, because you were looking up and you were moving your head and eyes.
So, Dusty,
stop doing it. Hold on. You said you were looking at the wall. You weren't looking at a wall.
Yeah.
You were reading.
So I'm in the middle of moving. My room that I'm functioning in is empty. There's nothing on my walls right now. It's empty. The only thing in front of me is my laptop.
What were you reading?
I look off in the distance. Look at every debate I've ever done. Even the Jubilee debate. I'm looking off in the distance when I'm talking to Brian Johnson.
Your tone of voice changed.
Okay, this is an assumptive claim. This is bullshit. Okay, this is bullshit assumptive claims. You're just saying, trust me, bro.
All that shit you said about being apologetic and not being in your nature to act the way you acted yesterday is going out the window. You are losing all credibility.
Trust me, bro is not working here.
Nobody said trust me, bro. You were given actual reasons, and you're just keep saying the same stupid shit over.
You're not demonstrating how I was reading. You're just saying because I looked in your eyes, that's what you're reading.
Be disrespectful and do it while you're up here.
Because I saw your eyes, you're reading. That's how I can tell you're reading. That's what you're going to do.
You were given multiple reasons.
Before your debate, all right, during your apology when you got caught, I literally went to Grok and recreated your exact apology almost verbatim.
I mean, I'm hearing you say this. Trust me, bro, is not a source.
Yesterday, I literally said, I bet you he's going to use Grok. And I literally typed it in how you did the whole is fucking weightlifting gay. And I gave everybody your opening statement yesterday before the fucking debate. I don't want to be disrespectful or mean. I was just joking with you and poking at you for being a hypocrite towards me. But I will recreate it with you up here. I mean, I don't think you did anything wrong personally, bud. I think people should be able to use Grok. I think people, if they want to have a fucking Encyclopedia Britannica around them open, have notes. I think that's all part of the fucking game, part of the debate. I just don't like hypocrisy, especially when it doesn't benefit me.
And the lying speaks volumes.
Okay, demonstrating a lie is even more implausible.
Are you saying that we're all liars?
So I used Grok in one debate on Grid's panel, never used it ever outside of that.
I mean, here's the thing, Grok, ChatGPT, AI Google answers, you know what I mean? It was one of those.
I'm gonna give you two pieces of advice, and you can ignore them if you want. But one, when you respond the way that you do and treat people like they're morons, it pisses them off more.
Yeah.
You only do personal attacks. That's why I treated you like a moron.
Am I doing them right now, or did you just do with them right now?
No, I treated as past tense. Is that past tense or present tense when I say treated?
Okay, you didn't hear the first thing I said, apparently. Or
Okay,
just
you didn't hear how I said that then, apparently, then too.
Let the criticism hit your brain. Don't be so quick to react and deflect. It's
his
not
brain
helping you.
stem.
I know, man. So I'm cleaving to Christ so closely that these degens can't get to me and corrupt me.
Well,
My bad. Sorry about that
hold
shit. This is
hold
crazy.
on.
Now it's Jesus protecting
Hold
him
on,
from
Mark.
new
It
information.
says-
Holy shit.
It says in the Bible, men sharpen men as one iron sharpens iron. So maybe you should listen to the criticism.
Do you think that I think that Dusty's a man?
I don't.
Holy shit.
See, that's a personal attack right there.
No, hold on.
You just broke your promise. That was quick.
That's not a promise. That's actually objective. So if you act and your behavior is not
He's
man-like
not a man.
behavior,
It's objective.
yes,
Listen
his
to
behavior,
yourself, bro. Listen to yourself.
His behavior is not stoic in
Oh,
nature.
now it's his behavior.
It's not
So
disciplined. Yes,
unless you're
his
stoic,
behavior.
you're not a man. Then you're not a man.
Okay,
You're
now
the least stoic motherfucker up here.
you're adding on to these claims. You're actually stackpiling claims on that.
No, I'm
So
describing
his
your current
behavior-
behavior.
Yeah, so
You're a
you guys are just
spurg.
going to
You
tone
spurged
police
for 2 hours yesterday.
You're going to tone police. That's what you're doing.
Now
You're
it's
gonna
tone
be a-
policing. When
Now
he's
this
not
is-
stoic, he's not even a man. When
You're
you're
gonna
not
be a male
stoic, it's
feminist
tone
now.
police.
We're going to be a male feminist now and tone police now.
And now you're gonna call me names. You're pathetic,
then.
bro. You can't even go 5 minutes keeping your fucking word. You need to go take a nap.
Like the feminist argument goes out the window with Denison. Like I've had to hear. This
Also,
man
it's
for 3 days
masculine to
talk about-
tone police people. Is it masculine to tone police people?
You're the one who started it. It was your point.
Oh, so if tone policing me, is that objective masculinity?
You were the tone policer.
No, you're telling me that I'm mean for calling him not a boy.
No,
not
no
a
one
man.
said you were mean at all. You're the one who said that his tone is what proves he's not a man.
Gentlemen.
No,
that was
his
you.
behavior. I said behavior, not tone.
Gentlemen,
Because he's not stoic. And then when I said you weren't stoic, you called it tone. We're bad at
Anyways,
this.
yeah, you're bad at this. This
Both of you, hold on for a second. Paige, is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay. Like I don't like mutant people, both of you, but y'all gotta calm down. Welcome to the show, Paige. You got anything you want to throw in?
Yeah, I don't understand where the pattern is exactly being established. He's admitted to using Grok once. I don't know why you think automatically he does it every single time.
It's not automatically.
Okay, so where is
It's when he looks like he's doing it based off when he did it the first time.
So
when he
what would
looks and sounds like he's reading, and it's almost
Okay.
exact verbatim quotes off of an AI result. That's when.
reading would be indicative of that he's using an AI software. Is that
Yeah,
what
especially when he says he wasn't reading, he was looking at a wall, and the responses are almost verbatim from the fucking GBT results.
that's not what I heard. He said he was
When-
referring to his notes. Marte,
No,
were
it's-
you
no,
referring
it's
No, he
not.
said that just
No,
now.
it's
Yesterday, he said he was looking at a wall. He's
So during the
refined his
debate,
lie.
Dusty
From
said-
yesterday to today, he refined his lie.
So I just moved everything out of my wall. I have an empty wall. I just took my TV down. Dusty said, "What are you looking at?" Because I was looking off. Of course, when people reflect on things, or even if they're using their imaginary part of their brain, they look to the upper left or upper right when they do this. Like, so
Not
that's what I was doing when
necessarily.
he, at that moment. No, I
And
was
you
in
were
law
reading.
enforcement for like 13 years. People do that. Yes,
That's
this
a
is
myth.
indicative of behavior for people
That's
to
a
read.
myth. It's not true for everyone.
No, it's not a myth. This is
And you
crazy.
were
I've been
reading.
around.
Body
I've been around
language-
detectives that use
body
this in
language,
their
yeah,
profiling.
body language,
Oh,
body
detectives use it. It must be 100%
language.
accurate
Well,
then.
no, body language. and
Okay, we're not going to
profiling.
use the guy with experience. We're going to throw all that shit out. That's
You don't
fine.
know.
We're just going to guesstimate. We're going to
You
get.
don't
We're
have
going to
any
just guess
experience
here.
in truth telling, bro. You're demonstrating that right now.
Oh yeah, sure. I haven't told the truth
Sure,
ever.
so I
That's
look
crazy.
at notes during my debate. Does that mean that I'm referring to ChatGPT
Paige.
or Grok?
Paige, when we ask Grok to write an apology for getting caught cheating using Grok during a debate, and it spits out exactly what his response was, that's good evidence. Don't
Not
you
only that,
agree,
she just
Counsel?
jumped over the fact
Did
that
you-
he said
did you
yesterday he
put
wasn't reading
the
anything,
video
including
footage
notes.
Denizen?
Right.
She doesn't. Yeah,
Did
now
you
she's
put
acting like
the
him.
video footage from the Marte debate into Grok when you asked
Hey, Paige. Look, I had this conversation with another Crucible crew person, and we come to the agreement that I think we came to the agreement, maybe not. But when somebody fucks up, instead of covering for them and keeping the shit going on, actually telling them, no, you did wrong, you need to do better, is better for them and better for the organization.
If Marte had no problem admitting he's used Grok before, why exactly tell me why
He didn't. He had a problem. He lied about it and got caught.
No, I went to Grid and told him after it happened. You can
No, Grid did not agree with
That's
that.
when you went to Grid.
No,
after you
I
got
did tell
caught.
Grid. I got
Why would he have a
receipts.
problem now? If he's been open about it before, why would he have a problem?
He has not been open.
He
about
has
it.
not been open
He
about
got
it. He
caught.
lied about it specifically.
And he's lied every step.
I
of
have
the
a
way
2-hour
until
stream
literally
about being
the
open
last
about this on my
second.
channel.
He doesn't do it
He
anymore.
barred
Pretty
entry
darn
from
open
other
about it.
people based upon the usage of Grok. That's
I
how
have a
hypocritical
2-hour
he is.
I have a 2-hour stream admitting this, being open about it. That's still on
After
my
you
channel.
got caught.
After you got caught.
Okay. Let's concede that it was after I got caught. I'll even concede this. Like, let's say if this
concede
happened-
reality.
Let's say that this
Concede
happened.
objective reality.
Okay, you're going to interrupt me. Can I
Reality is a
talk?
problem for him.
Are you just going to interrupt me all the time? Let me just finish real quick.
You
and tie
mean
this
like
up.
you do?
Why
Okay,
is
let
there
me
no
tie this up
typing
real quick.
noises? If he's consulting with Grok during the debate that just happened, right?
He isn't.
Yeah,
He's opening
I
this
wasn't
shit up
even
before the
typing.
debate.
She's right. There was no typing during the debate. I wasn't typing shit out.
He did it just like OG did. He opened it hours before the debate.
Wait, what?
Oh, whoa.
Now I do. Wait, what?
So that would be pre-research then, if that was true. Is that correct?
Then
Denison?
why can't he admit that he was doing it?
Oh, why couldn't he admit if he was doing?
Now you're admitting he was doing it.
Wow, this is
No,
crazy.
I'm-
You guys
I'm
are reaching.
asking-
See, you're arguing just for the sake of arguing. You're just like him.
I wasn't there with him. I am saying, Denison, if he was doing pre-research using AI, is that a crime in your worldview, and why?
No, it's not. The lying is what makes him a liar and a hypocrite, and that doesn't.
No,
that
you
isn't a crime
were
either.
accusing him of utilizing it during the debate. Is that correct? or
He
not?
did use it during the debate. He was reading
Okay,
from
then
it during
why
the
is there no
debate
typing during the debate.
because he's reading from it during the debate.
Okay,
That's
so
using
do
it.
you or do you not need to enter a prompt into a large language model in order to generate a response?
Yes, and
Yes,
I
you
did that
do.
hours before the debate, and it gave out his entire
Okay,
opening
great.
statement.
So maybe
And
at
he
best-
did it before he read from
at
it.
best he did
Big
by
whoop.
research. Let's let Mark.
This is why nobody with an IQ above room
let Mark
temperature
take
takes any of you people
Denison.
seriously.
Sorry, how
Your
many
arguments are
debates exactly
trash.
do you have under
No
your belt?
one here on this panel is
How
dumb
many
enough to buy
debates
this
do you have under
gaslighting
your
trash.
belt that you've won, sir?
It's gaslighting trash.
How
We
many
understand. He
debates?
entered the prompt before and then
Let me
read
just
from it
yell
later.
louder.
You're proving nothing.
Marte, that is not a comment.
You're proving nothing.
Respond, sir.
I'm just going to yell louder. That's all I'm going to do, and I'd call it a debate. That's all you guys are doing.
That's what you did.
That was you all yesterday for 2 hours.
Oh, it wasn't Dusty at all. Dusty wasn't doing the same thing. We're both guilty of this. You were aware of that,
He didn't
right?
do it anywhere near to the extent that you did. And when he did, it seemed out of pure frustration because
this-
you wouldn't even let him
okay.
talk.
Dusty was innocent. Gotcha. That's what I'm going to get from this whole exchange.
Dusty,
Gotcha.
do you think you were innocent last night?
Yeah, these crickets are
In
loud.
what regard? Like, I was on a different screen because this is just crazy. Doing something else. What in what regard?
Do you think that at any time you became frustrated and talked over him or interrupted him while he was talking?
Sure. And I wouldn't. I don't apologize for any of it. I think it was all reasonable.
Marte?
Yeah. Okay. Cool. He can admit to something. That's shocking and refreshing. I'm glad he can do that.
Are we having? Was it being stated that I couldn't admit to anything? What's the?
Yeah, that you were claiming that that you didn't do it at all at any time during the debate.
No, I'm saying that you guys are framing it as if he didn't do that. Like,
No,
it's
I
the
didn't
onus
frame
is
it that
only
way
on
at
me.
all.
No,
I
you
framed
said
it as
you
though
were doing
you
that.
did it a lot more than he did. That's the
When
framing.
you got in here, I said both of you literally did it, and it made the debate shitty. It made the conversation shitty.
I can agree on that. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm trying to be neutral, and I only brought up the Grok thing to fuck with you and voice my displeasure.
Okay,
Yeah.
what was the debate?
Orthodox Guy is being neutral, but let's be real. That wasn't a neutral offense. At some point, it only takes one person to drag the whole chessboard off the table. That was you. You were that person.
You mean your 6
Word.
months of
There
dragging
was
this off
also
the
a lot.
chessboard?
There
It's
was
crazy.
also a severe lack of moderation. Like at one point. in
No,
time
wait,
when
hold
y'all-
on. No,
when y'all
that's
were
Dusty's
free-
fault. That's Dusty. I wanted to have this on James' channel, but Dusty was too impatient. And James would have responded, but Dusty was like, "No, we're gonna have this. I'm not gonna wait any longer. You're running too long."
Why?
And I was like, "James is gonna respond," but Dusty didn't want to wait. He was impatient.
Why?
The onus is on him on this part.
Yeah, so it's
Wait,
not
what?
Vic's fault at all. It's Dusty's fault.
That's not what I said. Can you steal man what I just said?
Yeah,
are you saying
the,
Vic's a bad
the fact
moderator?
that Vic didn't moderate is not Vic's fault.
No,
it's Dusty's
that's
fault.
not what I said. What did I actually say?
Vic,
That's what you said.
Marte,
No,
do you
what
think
I
Vic's a
said
bad
was-
moderator?
No, let me repeat what I said because you're mischaracterizing what I said.
Your your statement is factually incorrect anyway.
So you're going to reframe what I said without me correcting it?
No, I wasn't making the argument that it was a non-biased moderator. I was saying there was no moderation.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Can you? Oh God, nobody. I'll repeat what I just said.
Is saying that it's my fault because
no,
I rushed him. I did rush him. Hold on. I'm giving you some support here. I did rush him. I wasn't going to wait for James, and I thought that Vic would be a fine mod. So I didn't realize that Marte didn't feel the same way.
No, I disagreed with that.
It doesn't make Vic not responsible at all for his.
But hold on. Can I explain why I disagreed with Vic as a mod? I like Vic a lot, but this is why I disagree with him as a mod. Vic seems to lean more conservative and host a lot of us in a good light. And I was like, that's kind of a little bit biased to me. No shade towards Vic. But the reason why I wanted it on James's channel is because James doesn't infer that he's a conservative or liberal or anything like that. I would have thought we would have had the most space for a moderation that's favorable in our favors. Unlike Sarah. Sarah's moderation is not favorable in anybody's favor but her own. I wanted to have it on James's channel instead.
Well, wouldn't that be a good?
So what you're saying is Vic is not an unbiased moderator.
What I'm saying is, if he covers channels,
you're unbelievable.
I haven't even said 3 words, and you're saying I'm unbelievable.
Because the answer is yes. That's why it doesn't require another.
How do you know require? Yes, you didn't even let me finish.
Because it's true.
You're making assumption. You know what an assumptive claim is?
You just said that he's a biased.
Do you know what an assumptive?
You just got done arguing.
Claim. Define an assumptive claim.
Define an unbiased moderator.
Okay, so you're just going to ask questions instead of answer them, just like your boy here.
We don't do definition. Do you think Dennison and Flo are friends? Do you think they like each other?
Look, he's making an assumption. So if I let you say 2 words and I just say you're going to say no, how does that sound? Is that?
I didn't say you were going to say no.
You said you're saying that's a yes.
It's obvious that you're just not going to give the simple yes, and you're going to inflate a bunch of unnecessary bullshit into
it. Because if I can't explain myself,
here, I'm going to make it even more. I'm going to make it even more simple for you. Does Vic have any responsibility whatsoever for the lack of moderation in that debate?
Are you going to let me explain, or do you just want the binary?
No. I'm going to tap out because I'm not going to
because you're not.
I'm not going to lower myself to your level.
Understanding.
You can't answer a simple yes or no question. So
so you just want to talk like 5-year-olds. That's what you want to do, Baba? More milk, mom. That's what you want. This is crazy and pedantic.
Can I answer this?
Welcome to the show, Emmett.
Hey, Emmett.
Yo, thank you. Good to see everybody.
Emmett got that dog in him.
Yep. Emmett showed up right in time last night.
That's true. I got a full-on show, even though I didn't expect to get a full-on show. Nobody can say that Dusty is not gracious as a host.
That's crazy. I'm sorry I missed that.
Oh yeah, it was crazy.
Check it out. It's funny.
Was Vic a bit of a passive moderator? I mean, sure, but Dusty and Marte are both seasoned debaters.
Someone should get Vic over here if they can. I would appreciate that.
He's outside. He won't be able to come up.
Damn, because I do want to ask him about it, because how he feels about his moderation.
I don't think he did anything
I feel
wrong.
like there could have been more done.
I think he was a bit more like he stood on the sidelines a bit more, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think both of them are seasoned debaters.
Paige, he let them have a screaming match, and then muted Dusty at one time.
What do you expect? They both hate each other. Like what exactly?
You have to have some control over it. If this was a debate, I'd be putting the one who was yelling the most in the back until they calm the fuck down.
This isn't a hockey match where you have a penalty box. This is a debate between two.
And in fact, you do have repercussions for not debating properly.
Maybe in your you make a horrible debate moderator. Don't you know that the most amount of comedy is found when you just let them go at it?
So you just want to let them go at it and not have a debate, because that's not a debate.
That's not what I said.
Well, it would depend on what is the topic and why do you want them even to have a debate. There's debates that all they are is go at each other's throats, and I'm not defending anybody.
Yeah, it was entertaining. Were you not entertained?
No. Yeah, this is tone policing on his end for sure.
No.
I left.
I left and went to grids and was like, bro, that's like a fucking mental slaughter. No,
I will
Mental
say that
slaughter
I'm.
for who?
This is one of the few times that I have a big fence built, and I'm just fence sitting on this one a little bit because I thought it was about debate in general.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but
that was,
I mean, if you were gonna fall, who gets you lap dances? Does Marte get you lap dances?
Yeah, here we go again.
Weird.
How does that not sound
Gender
gay?
Dusty.
So I get accused of saying gay
Well,
shit all the time when Dusty just said something gay. Yeah, sure.
No,
Dusty,
it's
from
not
what I
gay.
heard, Dusty had a stripper on his panel last night. That was a
Yes.
woman. That
And
isn't.
and Emmett showed up right when she started shaking her
Oh,
ass.
yeah, I remember that. Was that real?
Yeah, I primed
It
that
was
pump
real.
for you.
Welcome, Gus. Welcome.
Hey, Paige. I just heard you saying that, kind of like making excuses for, like the yelling and the over talking and all of that. Do you not expect debaters to kind of hold some sort of decorum in order to take them seriously?
Yeah, I think
Of course she does when it's
a
not
lot of
someone
ad
related to the
hominem.
Crucible.
Sure. In that
Well-
debate, yeah. I'm not gonna sit here and deny that.
So then, I mean, like this situation, I mean, God, last night, like that shit was a headache. Literally, my head was throbbing from listening to the blood curdling screaming. I mean, Dusty couldn't finish every time he tried to make a point. There was just this screaming over the top of him.
Yeah, it only happened on my
And then
side. That's
followed
it.
up- Shut up, please, Marte. And then it follows up with you.
I thought you obeyed the patriarchy. You shut up. Like it was only one-sided
You're not a
according to
man.
you.
You're not a man, Marte.
This is only one-sided according to Beth.
You need to learn what patriarchy looks like before you try to claim it.
Yeah, from the
You need to learn
matriarchy.
what
Beth, that's
definitions
crazy.
are.
You need to learn what.
No, the patriarchy has a set of duties that he's kind of failing to meet. So if you want to claim proclaim the patriarchy, maybe meet those duties first.
Correct.
Like what? Oh wait, what are those duties again?
To be a stoic man and not be a screaming baby.
Thank you.
Okay, is that? Wait, hold on. Is not being a streamy baby a duty?
Yeah, you have to. Be
Where's the? Well, hold on. Where's this a duty at? Where is this in scripture to
I
not
don't know,
scream?
by being a father and being a proper role
Okay.
model.
Oh wait, hold on. No, we're talking about verbiage. Screaming is a duty
By
now.
the way, I'm gonna white knight for my homie. Biblically,
Hold
Dusty
on.
is a man because he's a head of household and a father.
That's right.
So when it comes to duty, that pertains to screaming. That's a duty now.
It is
No, you
sure.
actually have it. I'll find the verse because I'm not an ortho, bro. I'm free to talk about religion.
Right, you'll get
You
wrecked
have
when it comes to this too.
No,
No,
Marte,
you-
I will fuck you in the mouth when it comes to theology.
Yeah, that sounds really gay right now, but I'd like to get back to the argument.
Well,
Marte,
we can
you
have
don't
that
know what
argument.
you're talking about. You really don't.
Marte don't even understand words.
Talk. Okay, because
Okay.
no, I'm sorry, sir. I'm very, very sorry, but your behavior does not equivalate, or it doesn't work out.
You can't even speak correctly right now. So I was, my character was assaulted personally. Beth, I was attacked personally for 6 months from this guy. Personal attacks for 6 months straight, and I tolerated this shit.
Oh my God, I was talking to.
You don't
Paige,
have a
not you.
choice but to tolerate it. You can't stop it.
Yeah,
You
I
get
know.
no- you
This
get-
is what
you get no brownie points for tolerating
What
it.
context does this have to do? with
Right. This is insane.
Flo, buy him a new crop top and make it all right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I did not ask Marte up here to get kicked around like that. Calm down.
I'm trying to go back to my conversation with Paige.
What's up, Ahimsa?
Hey, I just was gonna jump in and say I'm trying to be objective. Last night when I was watching the debate, my only beef was that they kept answering questions with questions, and it was both. You both
That's
were
great.
doing that, and it was like I couldn't get any information about the details, the facts that people were trying to bring to the debate, because it was just like you'd answer and then there's like question back. It didn't seem to land anywhere.
Well, I
agree to that. Yeah, that's true.
Debate in the early part of the debate, I felt like Dusty was trying to answer questions, and when he couldn't answer a question, but then he would ask a question and get met with questions, I think he just started kind of throwing it back at him.
I think
what,
it was
what else
both
is he
of
supposed
them.
to do?
Yeah, no, I mean,
he
I
did
thought
do
it
it.
was going to be
He did
about
do it.
mandating.
Look, I told Marte
issue.
I thought it was unnecessarily confrontational, like all of
Yeah.
it. I thought
Yeah.
it was very heated, and unnecessarily so. And I told him that the problem that I have is with people accusing him of using Grok because it was exposed once. So people
Why do
just
you
think he's
have a problem with
using
that?
Grok.
Hold on. I'm petty, so I have to do one in on Marte. A godly man is a strong in faith, courage, and yet led by love. First
Orthodox
Corinthians.
guys, you're not even Orthodox. Don't freaking go and talk to us about.
Oh, first
him
off,
read
this
the
is my
Bible.
show.
Right, this is crazy.
I'll bring you back up. A godly man is strong in faith, courage, and yet led by love. First Corinthians. He is sober-minded, reverent, and a model of good works. Titus 2:6-7. Living with integrity and keeping his word and resisting sin. Psalms 15. He leads with humility, protecting his family and upholding God's principles, even when it's costly. I fucking hate big words from the body. Euphrates 6:11-13. I can go on. The thing is, this is my biggest issue when talking to people who are ortho bros online, because you guys, whether you're actual Orthodox Christian or not, you hide behind the fact that you're not allowed to speak on religion, and thus you try to put that on other people. The simple fact of the matter is, most people who proclaim orthodoxy or religion online are lying hypocrites, and they do it to hide bad arguments.
Can I address that real quick?
They don't even know the scripture.
Oh, so I can't address this. Can I address that real quick?
I just said you can.
So, okay, cool. But because Beth was interrupting me during that time. So here's the thing, though. Can me, as an Orthodox person, speak and do an exegesis on scripture without the church's permission? Is that allowable? Do you know that?
I'm not Orthodox.
Right. So you're speaking to which you do not know. And then furthermore, I'll even elaborate further, because if I talk about like the scripture with you and I make a misstep when it comes to this, I can pull people further away from the church and God.
I understand why
I don't want to do that. That's why we don't do
you're not
this.
allowed to do it, but hiding behind it is gay.
Okay,
I'm not hiding behind it because I don't have a command to do this. That's why we don't do this.
You don't
It-
have
it's-
to do it because you don't even read the scripture.
Some of us have a blessing. I don't think Marta
we-
does.
You're
read it.
assuming I don't read the scripture, but you're saying that. Can you prove that I don't read scripture every day, Beth?
Can you name the books of the Bible from the beginning? Start. How far into the Bible can you name the books? Genesis,
Damn, I can't
Exodus,
even do that.
Leviticus. Go ahead. I got
Beth,
you.
no, I asked Beth the question. How can, because Beth just made a claim. I need her to prove this claim.
Emmett was
No,
trying to-
don't white knight for Beth. Don't say Beth right now, Beth. You just made a claim.
It's Emmett.
Emmett was trying
trying
to
to talk.
Emmett, you go
Beth,
ahead.
I need you to prove your claim. Don't back out now. Prove your claim, Beth.
Had you read scripture, you would know.
Beth, hold off. Emmett, you got the floor.
So I was gonna say, because this is an attack directly on orthodoxy and the way that we're doing the things, okay? There's reasons why I don't talk to people about scripture directly. It has to do with responsibility. One, I don't have any responsibility to any of you when it comes to giving you proper teaching. If it was my family, it will be way more, I will be a lot way more inclined to actually read to them and give them instruction, because that is my place. Two, when I'm talking to people online, especially when it comes to cherry picking the specific passages, you have to go through the whole thing and understanding holistically. So it's not like I can come with a little bit of a special place and not go to the whole thing as he has to have the interpretation. The third part is we need an actual, when you're talking about doing a scripture to other people, it's better if you have a blessing from the church so that you are protected against giving false things and try to bring people closer. So it's not about, I don't want to talk to you about scripture because I think I'm defending myself. It's not about the defend of myself, it's about being responsible to you.
Emmett, I want to ask you. So I appreciate everything that you just said. Within your own household, you'd be more inclined to read to them. As a man, like you personally, can read the scripture and at least understand the most basic, instructions as to how to carry yourself and how to behave and act. And that's something that you may not, hang on, you may not talk about it publicly.
Wait, money comes first around here.
Right.
Workademics, thank you for the 2. Says, do a debate about drugs would be a good topic. And I'm going to use this as a host privilege to cut in. And then Beth, I'll give you back the floor. Emmett, my thing is, I don't talk with Dusty about religion, because me and him are diametrically opposed. I'm fine with talking to you and Marte and Paige about religion. because I think that if I'm talking with people who are Christians, they're going to know the scripture and the reasons behind it. That verse that I always quote, that's one of my favorite sayings, man sharpens man as iron sharpens iron, is literally people like you and I who are not related talking about God, holding each other to account. And that is what I'm talking
I
about.
probably know the
about-
Bible better than most of you, anyways.
You went to Catholic school.
Satan can quote the Bible word for word.
Oh
Yeah,
Lord.
No, you're not
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot I'm worse than Jesus.
I'm a Christian. You know I don't like reading this.
I'll read
Don't
it.
make me read this.
Hail Satan!
Be gone, evil one.
So Emmett, like
Who did you
as
say?
man-
Who did you say that to? Hold on.
D is going to beat me.
You know what, D? I would have read it. I would have read it.
So I want
Send
to,
another one, Dusty, or read it.
in
I
order
bet.
to answer what your question was, Marte, I'm going to have a small side conversation with Emmett. So this is the answer to the question that you are posing to me. So please pay attention. So Emmett, while you're working, like as a man, you're going to look at the scripture. You're going to read it for yourself, regardless. Maybe not speak on it publicly. I get that, but like it's something that you're constantly working within yourself to meet scripture. Correct?
How did we get here?
Because she said that I
No,
don't
I'm
read
not-
it, but still can't prove that.
Wait. No, I'm not reading the scripture to meet scripture. Okay, that's not the point of scripture. Scripture is a liturgical text. It has to be interpreted in a certain way. What we do as Christians is we move towards theosis. What we're trying is to follow to the point of theosis, not to follow a text. So
You're
we're following
missing-
Christ. That's the difference between those two things.
Well, no, and I
That's correct, yes.
I understand from a pragmatic view why the church would only want people who are theocratic in nature and understanding, that actually research and study the Bible. They understand canon. They understand the heresies that people fall into. Why you would only want them discussing it. But we're gonna get off this topic because we were discussing the debate.
Thank you.
Well,
Right, but one last thing.
Money
You want to
she
made a claim that she can't prove.
Workademic says, can we get a virtual handshake between Dusty and Marte? I think that would be awesome if we could get that. They are side by side.
So, Dusty, will you promise never to do personal attacks with me again?
You just promised that and then just immediately broke it. Marte.
No. So hold on. Can we make an official promise? Can we
Look.
make an official promise?
Was your last promise not an official one?
Can we make an official promise? I'm being serious. Can we make an official
Marte,
promise not to?
Let me answer
You're
your
backing
question.
out of not
This is
proving
gay.
right.
Marte,
Having flashbacks to me. and Seth.
your promises.
Man, this
your
dude
word
is stoic as fuck.
Your word is meaningless.
Hey,
Mine is not.
What?
I'm not going to trade my word. I'm not going to jeopardize my integrity for something useless like your lack of integrity. Absolutely will not promise.
Okay,
you
so back to this. I can promise you from this day moving forward, I won't personally attack you. Will you do the same?
Dude, you did that 5 minutes ago and you immediately failed.
Okay, can I
Like,
ask you
why
that
do you
right
keep
now?
making
Can you agree?
promises?
You've
You
never
don't
once agreed
matter.
this. Can we come to a gentleman's agreement on this?
Why can't y'all just agree to do a debate without being gay?
Right. I'm actually trying to make an agreement with him. He's backing out of it.
Well, Marte, that also requires you to not scream over him if y'all ever do a debate again.
Look at the way he's acting here. This is his personality.
He's very emotional.
You're acting him to
No.
change who he is.
Can you show me a debate where I've yelled at anybody besides this one?
Yeah.
It's the only one I've watched.
Yeah, it's the only one I've done this in. So yeah, failed already. So anyways, back to this. Dusty, can you agree not to personally attack me in the future?
And you're doing it right now.
Not yelling at anybody. So anyways,
Hold
Dusty,
thou.
can you
You are
agree?
doing exactly what you did yesterday right now.
Okay, so this is going to be through round one, or can I have a conversation
What's
with
the
Dusty?
question?
See, that's part of it. That faggotry
Am I-
right
who
there
am I
is
talking to
exactly
right now?
what
Am I
you did
talking to you or
yesterday.
Dusty?
That was a slur.
You're talking to me right now, clearly. The last
Can I-
four
Dusty,
responses
I'm
have all
talking to
been
you,
to me.
Dusty.
Wait. Hold on. I heard Paige. I gotta say something. Paige, you know we can say it around here. We can say the N word. We can say the F slur.
Oh, I didn't know
It's
that
a
we
free
could say
speech
the F
platform.
Why were you snitching on him anyways, Paige? What kind of a lawyer are you?
What kind of lawyer am I? I'm supposed to be covering up the evidence, not exposing it. Oh,
Exactly. If my lawyer's not a criminal, I don't want them.
When
Nah,
the evidence
slur-
is not in your favor,
the
slam
slur-
on the table.
Sweetheart, the slur count on this channel is like in the thousands.
oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah, that's not even my number one today.
What is?
So okay, if Dusty won't make a promise, I'll make a promise to everybody else, and I promise to delete my channel if I ever do this moving forward today. Hear me out. I'm not going to give Dusty a personal attack or make another slander video against him moving forward. I can do that even if he won't accept this. There.
All right, Marte. I promise you that before the day is over, I will have a new hit piece out on you.
Yeah, I bet you will.
That
But I'm
shit
gonna.
right there, motherfucker.
I told him not to promise. You were here.
See what I'm saying?
10 minutes ago, he promised he wouldn't do it. Then he did it in 2 minutes.
What did I say?
Yeah, I don't even know how we're supposed to
What did I
take that
say?
promise that he
I
deleted
said
his
moving
channel.
forward after today, I'm not going to personally attack him.
But you did that 20 minutes
Literally
ago.
today, within the last half hour.
No,
He promised
I'm
he
saying
wouldn't
after
attack me, and
today.
he- 5 minutes later.
What is after
No,
today?
now it's after today, so
What
he
is
can
after
insult
today?
you all the way up until midnight.
Pay attention to his words. Exactly. He has till midnight to say.
After today, no, I'm not even going to do it. Moving
I mean,
on
look,
from right now. I don't care.
look at how World War One ended. There was people that died after the armistice was,
So okay,
signed. Like a
back
cooling
to
off
this.
period.
Beyond right now, I'm not going to personally attack Dusty, even though he'll continue personally attacking me. Am I correct?
You should start with.
Well, that's very Christ-like of you. I do got a question. Would you put that on your faith? Would that something that you would literally hold dear?
I just said I'll delete all my social media. You guys can clip this right now if I personally attack Dusty from now moving forward.
Nobody believes that.
Yeah, I don't believe
You guys have a record. Can you guys clip this right now?
Can you start?
Oh yeah, it'll be.
We can clip you breaking going back on your promise 10 minutes
Yeah,
ago. We can clip that
you
too.
can
Who
clip
cares?
that now. Clip it now because moving on forward right now, I'll delete my whole
Clip
personal.
it good. Clip that
This is just
audio like you
filibuster.
should.
This is just filibuster. His promise is good for nothing. Nobody wants it. We asked you not to give it. So
You
we
guys
don't-
aren't even letting me fulfill this, but you guys are making an assumption saying moving
gave
forward
you
from
a
right now.
full promise
Yeah,
already
based
before you
upon
did it.
past.
No, right now I'm making a promise. I'll delete my whole social media, my YouTube, my
Nobody
Instagram,
gives a
everything
fuck.
else.
Stop
If I,
promising it.
oh, okay. So really, so I just demonstrated right now that he wanted us to make up, yet you guys don't want me to make up. Good, got it.
Can you start with an apology?
Hi, Paige.
Oh, rage quit.
Well, I mean,
An apology
like,
for what?
I haven't seen Paige in a long time.
I know, right? It's good to see you.
It's been a minute. Well, I mean, see me. It's a different thing. I
What
guess
do
I
you
didn't
want
know
him to
if that's
apologize
not 1
for?
minute.
Nobody wanted him to apologize.
You
No,
did not
that's
get
at the
kicked.
start of it.
You lying motherfucker. You did not get kicked.
Oh, is he
Marte
immediately
literally
lying?
just went into the fucking group and told Grid he got kicked. I did not kick that motherfucker.
Are you serious?
Oh,
Anyway,
That's insane.
Maybe you just lost connection.
Emmett. So listen.
Ain't nobody having a struggle session, Abe. The guy
This
is
is a
the guy is
great
a
show.
He left?
POS.
Oh.
Yeah, he left, and then he went and immediately told Grid he got kicked.
anyway, yes.
He even made a snippy final comment on his way out. Like he definitely dropped.
Emmett, the reason why I brought up making an apology is because whether or not it's necessarily like some egregious thing, we all kind of do wrong, even if maybe it's just the motivations that we have, right? And so beginning a truce with an apology for like, hey, look, yeah, I realize I shot off my mouth. I should have let you, maybe handle myself differently. I'm sorry for not handling myself differently. That would have been like a show of good faith. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, no, here's my thing, right? And I like Abe. This is not a struggle section.
Oh,
Brother man,
Lord.
you did not get kicked.
So,
I do
okay.
not know why you went straight to Grid and said you got kicked.
Right, because it wasn't me.
And
I don't know. So, okay, I can't even say that's a one-off. So here's the thing, though. When you asked for me and Dusty to do a handshake, I literally said, if I do anything else moving forward, you guys say, now I don't give a shit. So you guys just contradicted yourself. You realize that,
Oh, we
right?
heard you.
Right,
Yeah,
so which means you don't want me to make up with Dusty and you don't want him to make up with me. So what's your intention of having me on this panel if none of this happened?
Why did you run over to Grids and say?
Well, I wanted to talk to you about the debate personally.
Right.
I'd never said anything about y'all meeting up.
No,
I
somebody
even
said.
told you Dusty wasn't here.
No, somebody said, why don't you and Dusty
That
make
was a-
up
that was a
and then have a
stupid-
debate or whatever it is and make peace or something like that?
Can we have an agreement to rematch on debate?
We can do that, but here's the thing, though. We need to have an agreement that nobody's going to personally attack the other person leading
I'm
up
not
to
going
it.
to waste my time. I'm not wasting my time with you. You just demonstrate that you.
You don't want to have an agreement where you don't personally attack me leading up to the debate?
I don't trust that you can maintain agreements. You
Okay,
demonstrate.
then
you
let me
have some
prove this. I
control,
can demonstrate this.
You can't even let me finish the fucking sentence. You demonstrate for a while a track record of keeping your word and having some stoicism and being a fucking straight up dude, and then I will consider it. But right now, all I've seen out of you is complete irresponsibility, lies, and bullshit.
I'm waiting for one lie. Still haven't demonstrated it. But anyways, back to this.
Oh my god!
So back to this.
Look, I
Back
can
to
pull
this.
up 3 different streams where you said you worked for DEA, and then last night you said you didn't. You claimed
No, I never worked for Linda, who was our district manager, worked for DEA. I worked for HSI.
I'm not done yet.
Somebody with a mental illness. This is a mental illness at this point.
Claimed you only use Grok for
It
one
is.
debate, yet we watched you use it in multiple debates throughout.
No, that's not multiple debates. That was just one debate.
You used it through multiple debates throughout the night.
No,
You
I
used
didn't
it
use it
for
through
your-
multiple debates. That's
His
false.
apology was Grok.
Yeah.
Remember?
Okay, so what's the purpose of me being on this panel if you guys are just going to tell everybody he's wrong and you're going to dogpile? Why am I here?
Wait, listen. Before
You could
can
prove
move
us
on-
wrong by changing your
Hang on,
behavior.
Denizen, hang on.
So when I give you the
I'm done. That
opportunity
was
to
it. I was
change my
done.
behavior and say, hey, moving
you're
forward,
just
I'm not going to do
violating.
personal attacks, you won't let me do that.
That is a point. I did not invite Marte up here to get fucking dogpiled. And
Right. Yeah, Beth has never backed her claim saying that I don't read the Bible. Yes, she can't prove this. Has yet to prove this. Beth, can you prove that I don't read scripture every day as commanded by my priest?
First of all, before we go back to that, listen to me. When
Oh, so
you
you're not going to
want
prove that claim that you just made? That's a false
Can you shut up
allegation.
for 30 seconds, please. Okay. Because I was trying to say something before I got cut off by you, and then you want to cut me off and take me off track. Stop deflecting. Listen, when you want to move forward, like when we fuck up and we know we fucked up, and you want to move forward from that, the first thing you got to do is you got to own your fuck up. Then you can move on. Okay. Now, my claim that you don't read the Bible may very well absolutely be wrong. However, you sat there and said, show me where in the scripture it gives descriptions of how patriarchy and how men are supposed to, maintain themselves and conduct themselves. And you acted like you've never heard this before. It's
Okay.
there.
Are you going to filibuster? Can I say something real quick? Because that's not what I said. What I actually said, Beth, was to say, can you tell me where in the scripture we're not yelling is the duty?
1 second, brother. 1 second.
Can you, well, hold on. I have to respond to her. I let her respond.
I will let you have the floor.
Oh, so I can't respond. That's crazy.
You can.
I like the way you
can
drink that
respond.
straw page.
You can respond. I'm not going to pull up your most recent chat.
Oh my gosh, I'm going off camera now.
I'm not gonna bring up your most recent chat person in chat of what you said for the sake of TOS. I have to boot you
What's
out.
so weird about it?
You can buy yourself back for like a $5 penalty, but leave the racism and stuff out of chat.
This is called
Go ahead,
moderation.
go ahead, Marte. You have the floor, and nobody interrupt. Let him finish.
Okay, Beth, that's not what I said. What I actually said was, can you show me where it's a duty not to yell as a man? That's what I said simply.
We were discussing conduct that men, patriarchy, not men, patriarchy, should maintain and how they should conduct themselves. Okay.
Beth, does that answer my question?
Now you're interrupting. And you wanted to sit there, and yeah, that was between you and OG. Okay. So what I said is you don't know what a patriarchy even is supposed to is even being about. You have no fucking clue because
So that's another.
you
Okay.
do not emulate what you claim to fucking.
Okay, so that's another claim you make. Can you demonstrate how I do not know what a patriarchy is?
Because you do not emulate that which you claim to be.
Demonstrate that. You're telling me that. Can you demonstrate that for me?
You're not stoic.
Hours. You're not stoic. You sit there and scream and you carry on and dude, like You're talking out of your ass right now. Everybody.
So this is so Beth, this is clearly feminist. It's a woman telling a man how he should be a man. How is this not typical?
That's your go-to.
That's exactly what he said to me when I told him he wasn't stoic, Beth.
No, this is coming from a woman. A woman is telling a man how
You said that to me 20 minutes ago when I said you weren't stoic, and your response was that I'm a male feminist.
This is from a
It's
woman.
a non sequitur. It doesn't even make sense.
It's not a non sequitur. This is a woman. This is a common trope in society where women are telling men how they should be men. How's Beth not doing this?
I agree with you, but you're the one who said that men's are supposed to be stoic. I don't agree with that. I think that's feminist bullshit, and it's further sign that you're a feminist and not a patriarch.
No, I think that men should be stoic. I think that being stoic is good. With the ship is sinking, I don't think men should be screaming. I think the women's women are okay.
Welcome to second wave feminism, bro. You agree
That's
with
not
that.
second wave feminism. I'll be
It
debating you on that.
100% is. It 100% is.
Let's set up a debate on whether
I
or
don't
not
do
that's second wave
debates.
feminism or not.
Debates are for retards, and if I were
Cool.
to debate
So-
a retard, that would make me even more of a retard.
So you've admitted that you backed out of this. That's cowardice. So moving forward, Beth.
I backed out of the
you're
thing that
another
I never
person-
agreed to.
Cool.
See, there's more disingenuousness from you. You're a liar.
Disingenuousness is
You're a
not a word.
compulsive liar, bro.
Disingenuousness is not a word.
Did you use Grok to look
Exactly.
Core morbidity is not a word. If you want to, play games.
Is a word. It is a word.
No,
yes.
it's not.
So,
Look it up.
Money comes first. Workademic says men don't apologize with words, but with actions. Don't listen to women trying to tell men how to conduct themselves. And I'm
Exactly.
going to use host privilege. I'm on the fence about that, right? I can't stand hearing from women without dads what a man is supposed to be, but there is something to be said that women should know what men are, and they should be able to choose. They should be able to pick a man based on that, based on their desires.
Women
For
are telling you
a strong
their
leader.
expectations.
Well,
Right.
a strong leader, a provider, a protector, that sort of thing, and those are the jobs of the patriarchy. Are they not?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they can pick a man. Doesn't mean that they are like supposed to be caring about how men are supposed to be acting, right? Those are completely different things.
Exactly.
Hey, Greg.
I mean, it doesn't take a genius to observe when somebody's acting like a child.
Right.
Women
Yeah,
are capable of
I
doing that.
agree that if you have a child, you can tell your child not to act like a child.
No, that's not. I said women can observe when an adult is acting like a child.
Oh, then you're okay with. You would be perfectly fine with the idea of women telling you how to act.
Sure, they can try. They can
I
say whatever they
pointed-
want.
I pointed
Oh, they
to
could- yeah,
scripture
sure.
for what the qualifiers are when it comes to behavior. So how is that?
I mean, I'm.
telling anybody how to act?
How
Are
is
you
that?
my priest
It
or
was
are you
his own
clergy,
standard.
Beth?
All of this is a red herring. This is his whole deal. He's got us all arguing about some shit that he
Can
threw
we
against
stop
the
talking
wall.
about the men?
That
No,
has
this is
nothing to
something
do with
Beth
what he.
brought up.
It was his. What's going on? Somebody backstage?
Beth is the one that said I don't read scripture, and I asked her to back this up, and then she
You're
said,
the
"Yeah,
one
I
who
may not know."
defined
She
being a
admitted this.
patriarch as being
Welcome-
stoic. You are not
welcome,
stoic.
friend-
End of
welcome,
debate.
potential
I win.
corn
You
bomber
lose.
that
You
has
said
his-
you don't even
has
debate,
his-
so you just refuted your whole thing.
motive.
And still want to debate against you. That's how bad you are.
Yeah, because there's no moderator. Yeah, I'm just going to assume I won a debate I never had. Genius stuff.
I don't know who that person is in the back, so I'm just getting rid of.
What does it say?
Yeah, this isn't a debate. This is a conversation, right? So
Conversations aren't debates.
No.
there's a fundamental difference between debate and conversation.
So a conversation can be a debate, and a debate can be a conversation.
I'm going to throw you an easy
Struggle
one.
with
here,
that for a
okay?
bit, bro.
I want you to
I'm
understand.
gonna throw you an
I
easy
want you to
one. We're gonna be
understand
very.
that you literally just pulled a Melanie Cosmic Fox.
Yeah,
It's
that
gonna
was
be easy
weird.
for you. Let's see if you can take this win. You yourself said that in order to be a member of the patriarch, one should be stoic. Yes or no?
No, I didn't say in order to be a
Okay.
member of the patriarch, one should be stoic. That's not what I said. You're mischaracterizing
is.
what I said.
No,
No, I can actually tell you what I said. You're literally saying something else that I never said.
Let's try again. I'm gonna throw you another one.
Can I say what
Do
I
you
actually
need
said?
to be stoic in order to be a functional member of the patriarch? Should you be stoic?
I think it's something that's auxiliary. I think it does help. Yes.
Okay, so there was a lot of other answers, but I heard yes at the end. So yes.
No, do you understand that I can make a distinction and make a clarification of what the yes would be?
Yes, but are you saying it's not a yes or no question?
You don't even know what I just said, did you?
Yeah, it's me.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me what I just told you?
Yes, I can. Can you answer
Okay,
my
I'll wait.
question?
I'm listening right now.
Would you like to answer my question that I asked before you
You
said
just
that?
told me you can tell me what I just told you, and you're not
Yeah,
doing
who
that.
cares?
Peace be
No,
with
I'm not
you.
going
Okay,
to.
this is the most bad
Peace be
faith,
with you.
disingenuous conversation.
Because you can't answer my question?
What I told you is that being stoic can be an auxiliary
I'm
side
going to try
tangent,
again
something
one
that
more
we can
time.
have
Let's
in
try again.
conjunction with being a
Should
leader of
you
the
be
patriarchy.
stoic? Should you be stoic in order to be a functional member of the patriarchy?
I'm not making a should claim. I'm not going to accept a should
I'm
claim.
asking you, is stoicism a part of being a man?
I think that this is auxiliary, tangential to being a man. Yes.
But you're arguing against yourself. Is it yes or is it tangential?
It's tangential.
So it's not fundamental. You don't have to be stoic in order to be a man.
You can be a man without being stoic. Yes.
And stoic behavior is
you
not a
cannot.
requirement for the patriarchy.
Because being stoic, I'm telling you right now, it's not an absolutism that I'm going to make right now.
But do you need to be stoic in order to be part of the patriarchy?
No, you don't need to be stoic to be part of the patriarchy.
Okay, now shall we rewind the stream in which you yourself said that you had to be stoic?
When I said that, do you understand that there's context and nuance that I inferred when I said that?
Sure, and now you disagree. You changed your mind. Which
No, that's
it's
not
fine.
me changing my mind. I'm still holding to what I said. It's something that assists with you being a patriarch.
What?
Like you can understand that this can be complementary to you being a patriarch and assist with that, but it doesn't change the
Right.
fact
So
that you can be a
let's say,
patriarch without being stoic.
okay, so is not being stoic, is losing your shit all the time? Is that bad for
you
the
understand you're
patriarchy?
smuggling that in when you say all the time? That's
I'm
not common for
asking
me.
you a question.
Yes, that would be bad. That's not indicative of my behavior.
Okay, how about when it's a majority of your behavior in public?
That's not a majority of my behavior in public.
But we answer the question. What if it is?
If it is, I would agree it'd be a liability, yes.
How about if it's just for 2 hours in a row?
Yeah, I can assure you that there can be one-off exceptions to the rule, yeah.
Do you think that for the last however long you've been on here and for the 2 hours you were on that panel last night, you were stoic in any way, shape, or form?
Do you realize that when I'm outnumbered 5-1, that sometimes human nature can sometimes fail in my regard?
Bro, I don't even believe in that stoic bullshit. I think it's something that bullies say because they're dumb and they don't know how to behave themselves. I'm asking you about your standards.
Hey.
All right, so there's historical context that refutes all that you just said, by the way.
That's fine, but I'm asking you for your standards. Do you think that you have been stoic on this panel or during the debate last night?
Yeah, but do you understand that both of us failed?
That's a yes. You think you have been stoic?
I think
Never said yes.
You're answering the question.
So then are you? Do you think you've been stoic? Yes or no?
The two gentlemen on the panel last night were not stoic people.
Including you. You're one of those gentlemen.
Yes, me and Dusty.
And then also here on this panel right now, do you think you've been
No
stoic?
non-stoicism on here. Come on, let's be honest.
Yeah, you guys are digging deep right now. This is crazy.
It's a simple question. I don't understand why you think there's any digging.
Because what happens is you want to have a pedantic fifth grade conversation where I elaborate on
No,
something.
I just want you to. I just want to know if you think that you're stoic, and it takes a half hour to get there because you're a fucking liar and a hypocrite.
So
do
when
you
you
think you've
interrupt
been
people-
stoic on this panel?
Is this an inquiry, or are you just going to have me on a panel berating
Do
me?
you think you have been stoic
You're not
on
answering
this
a
panel? Are you being stoic right now?
I think he is. I think he's being pretty reserved.
Can I answer a question?
Yeah, you can try.
No, can you?
I keep getting interrupted. This is crazy.
No one's interrupting you until you stop talking.
Okay, I think I've been more reserved than the usual person probably could be. Yeah, for sure.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if you think you've been stoic on this panel.
Yeah, there's been moments where I've been mostly stoic, yes.
There's been moments when you're stoic. I asked you, have you been stoic more
Yes.
often than not on this panel?
I think more often than not I've been stoic, yeah.
All right.
Fair enough.
Dennison, do
Dustin,
you
what
consider? Hold on.
Go ahead,
Dennison,
go
do
ahead,
you consider me a? Am I muted?
you got the floor. Go ahead. You're not muted.
Oh, got it. Dennison, I actually have an interesting question, or I'm interested in the answer to a question. Do you think I am a stoic?
No, not even close.
Really? Okay. Interesting.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I think that Grid is primarily stoic for sure. For sure, I've seen a couple moments, but I don't think those moments are egregious anywhere near some of the stuff.
Every time I've had a conversation with him, it ends in a spurk face when he's yelling over me and calling me names. I don't think that's stoic at all.
Well, hold on. So being stoic means that you're a master of your emotions and you are in control. That doesn't mean that you do not have emotion. That's a common fallacy.
Yeah, I don't think that you're in control.
And you can actually.
I have to kick in. Actually, there's an entire like core principles of stoicism. It's not just control. Control is a key tenet, but you have to have emotional resilience.
Yes.
And virtue, being wisdom, is like the most important aspect of being stoic.
Right.
I personally,
and above all, wisdom, temperance, and justice are the highest of virtues, which have nothing to do with controlling your emotions. And when you and I have these conversations, I find that extremely lacking. You go against your own principles based upon your feelings.
Well, hold on. But when you watch me in a debate, and other people can chime in on this, you can almost see me make the decision to be bombastic. It's a decision. It's not like I'm actually angry with you or I'm actually losing my shit. I'm making a decision to have a response that I know will have an effect, and that is stoicism.
I think no, it's not. I just gave you one of the highest principles of stoicism, and you didn't address it at all.
Because I'm addressing a specific point that you brought up earlier, and I didn't want to get run down a rabbit hole. I'm just addressing the exact.
No, it's not a rabbit hole. It's one of the highest elements of stoicism.
Sure.
As someone who has a copy of Meditations right here on my nightstand that I'm holding in my hand right now, I can tell you did not address stoicism with your claim. And that's if I grant you that claim, which I don't. I do not.
Fair enough. That's fine. You're certainly entitled to your opinion, but the fact that I go bombastic has nothing to do with whether or not I am a stoic.
I think it shows that you don't put virtue, justice, and wisdom above your feelings, and that is clearly a failure in stoicism. I think Marte has clearly not been stoic on this panel. He hasn't even had moments of stoicism, even if I were going to grant him that. He claimed he's been more stoic than not on this panel, is what he claimed.
Well,
and I just wanted to get that out there on the record, because I think
Workademic says Grid is a nice guy. You just need to get to know him.
I like Grid. He's not stoic.
A work academic and
I like Grid a lot.
Back and forth.
Work Grid is one of my favorite people on YouTube. I'm not even joshing. He's just not stoic.
I don't think you have a dictionary definition of stoicism that you can reference.
I mean, this is
here.
This is a subjective topic. There's no point in arguing about something that is an opinion.
Yes, I'm not arguing.
You are.
No, I said okay.
Okay.
I'm not arguing.
All right. Fair enough.
Dusty, I gotta ask you, what the fuck is up with that title, bro? That is just cruel.
Which one?
I'm on my phone in my truck.
Your restream.
Oh, it's not a restream. It's a stream.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I assumed it was about the dude in the screenshot.
Because I'm on my phone in my truck, so I can't see any of this shit.
I'm probably going to retitle it like Zero Accountability or something like that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's justified on his end, but I'm not going to do it on my end from now on. Just telling you guys. So
that was a personal attack.
No, I'm just telling you guys, like, whether or not you guys accept my promise or not, I have no reason to attack Justy from now on personally. So,
but you go delete your channel.
What did you just say? I was reading.
I'll personally attack Dusty. I think it's very funny that he is. Actually, I think it's absolutely just ridiculous that he has not gotten his damn gun rights back. He's a lazy, good for nothing, slacking son of a bitch.
You're not even wrong. That's just an objective fact at this point.
What did Marte say that was a personal attack?
I said that I was going to change the title of my stream to Zero Accountability, and he goes, "Well, that would be accurate on his end."
That's funny. You shouldn't make the promise not to insult Dusty. You got a good one in there every now and again.
Now you got to delete your channel, bro.
I can make a promise.
There
that
goes
I can
all
keep,
your social media.
Doesn't matter to me.
Delete, delete, delete.
When did I attack Dusty personally?
You just did it.
Can you tell me what did I say that was a personal attack towards him?
Your promises because they're useless.
What did I say, Beth? What did I say that was a personal attack to him?
You said he has no accountability.
You're a waste of time.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, he did.
Yes,
no,
you did.
He asked
What?
about the heading that's on his like profile or whatever, and then somebody was like, "Oh yeah, no, Marte was gonna, or sorry, not Marte, Dusty was gonna change it to something else, but Marte has no accountability." And then that was it. So when did Marte personally attack Dusty?
I mean, that's not even really a personal attack.
Yeah, I never personally attacked him. I never said anything that was a personal attack.
It's a jab, but it's nothing though. That's the thing. It was actually funny.
Yeah.
Can we say jab on YouTube now? I didn't know that.
Oh.
Anyways, I got like 2 minutes because I'm moving right now. I'm out of here. Do you guys really honestly need me on this panel for something other than berate me?
Absolutely useless.
Well, I don't think you were berated, bro. We were just trying to. I was just trying to.
I think he was.
I just got here. Or got back here.
No, I'm not talking to you, Grit. I'm talking to Marte.
Well. Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
no, you're useful enough.
I like.
It seems like he left out the word idiot after that. I feel like that. Now I feel.
No.
If you're gonna leave Marte, I would say like Stoics believe that like emotional responses, reactions, they arise from when you have a lack of judgment or a failure in judgment, not from events themselves, right? So like, in other words, to be stoic means that Dusty could fucking make fun of you and make sure it's about you for 10 fucking years, and it would not impact the way you function. It would only be the way you interpret or judge his actions that's misaligned with your own sense of justice that could cause you to become, quote, emotional, end quote. So if you're serious about actually taking stoicism seriously, I just want to leave that as a potential constructive criticism instead of just making fun of you or picking on you. If you really want to be better at like what you call debating and being stoic.
So when you say debating, you would need to cite a pattern of behavior where I'm acting bombastic, as Grid says, or scream at somebody like that. Other than last night, which was a one-off. That's a unicorn event. I would actually say that.
Yeah, you said that when you first came in, but then you proceeded to act the same exact way toward me. And I've never done anything to you. You're doing it right now as you're saying, wait, right in the middle of me talking. I don't even remember what I was going to say as my second sentence because you just interrupted me. So it's very frustrating.
You've interrupted everybody who's tried to respond to questions on the
It's me versus like 5 people. So when I refer to the debate,
you ask a question and nobody can answer.
You're doing the same thing you're accusing me of doing, Beth. So I've never done this in a debate.
I was talking first, jackass.
This is
it's
now
not about a debate.
Now I'm a jackass.
And part of you like hyper focusing on one word in order to make yourself.
I'm not focusing on a word. I'm talking about behaviors. I don't do this in debates. I don't. That last night was a one-off. I don't.
It's just
act out
about
of
being
character
correct
debate.
and the other person being wrong.
Okay, can you show me where I do this in any other debates?
Hafez,
I don't want to. I don't care. I'm talking about your behavior on this panel. Don't because it.
It's a
You don't know
fallacy
why.
that you're
I'll tell
uttering
you
right
why,
now.
while you're talking over me, Mr. Stoic. It's because I'm telling you, I'm giving you direct examples. Your behavior in that debate last night, all of it from start to finish, including where you brought up the personal attacks first, and your entire presentation here and, for lack of a better term, performance here on this panel, trying to have a conversation with you, hold you to account, ask you about your views, the way you've interacted with others on this panel today for the entire time are both examples of how you fail at stoicism. And I wanted to, I've been, it's been antagonistic at times between us, but I wanted to make an attempt as an olive branch to leave you with some constructive criticism that's objective and doesn't have anything to do with my opinion about what stoicism is, just in case you actually take it seriously and you want to be better and you want to grow and you just don't want to be a total spurg who's like the greatest debater in all of YouTube.
Dennison, what is your freaking like background? Why are you all of a sudden the expert on debating?
He was also a porn star.
Somehow he's going to coach me on doing this. But here, you notice how I let the man
I
talk?
tried to give you constructive
and I-
criticism.
You notice how I let him talk and I didn't interrupt him? I was displaying these traits and techniques that basically I exhibit in every debate, which when I reference this and say, can you give me another example? He says, I don't care about your other examples. This is an example of bad faith when I say, okay, you're going to prove this example in last night's, but do I have a pattern of behavior of this? And he says, I don't care about your pattern of behavior, but he's going to school me on how to act. That's crazy.
I didn't give you. I didn't say I didn't care about you.
I have a legitimate question. Hold on, wait, Paige, hold on. I'm trying to get in here between these two. Give me a second.
Men are talking, Paige. Jesus.
Yeah, men are talking. The thing is, Marte, I just want to ask, why are you framing this as if it's a debate? When like nobody's trying to debate you, we're just chilling and talking. And
So here's the thing,
at it
though.
like it's a debate.
If we're chilling talking and I disagree with you, what are we now engaged in?
A discussion.
Discussion. We're not
Right.
debating. You don't have to. You don't have to prove your side.
Okay,
You
so
don't
if,
have to
if
be-
Beth, hold on. If Beth is giving claims that she cannot prove, am I going to bite those bullets and not demonstrate how she's wrong?
You
That's
can
a
ask
choice.
her. You can ask her.
Oh,
you can-
wait, hold on. Isn't that proving my side? Why would I just bite these random bullets that she makes assertions for?
Because she's a silly woman, and if she's wrong, she's wrong.
So I have to prove my side, right? I'm not going to
You don't-
accept these
you
things
don't
that are
have
to. No, you
false,
don't.
right?
You don't
I
have
even
to
left
prove
room.
anything.
I even left room for me to be wrong. However, we do know that Orthodox Christians typically are instructed to put reading and understanding scripture into the guidance and leadership of the guidance of their leadership within the church. And had you known, why would you act like you didn't? I mean, like, had you read scripture, why would you act like you didn't?
Beth, are you trying to inform me on scripture when
Oh,
women
wait,
are to
wait,
remain
wait,
silent
wait.
in the church?
First Timothy 2:12. First Timothy 2:12. Well, I mean, if you are a Christian, you should conform. Every woman, if they're a Christian, regardless of sex, should conform to First Timothy 2:12. But no,
Is that the one about cupping the balls?
That's where Paul suggests that women are supposed to do this. Please show me where he says God said.
No, this is church tradition. We've had this for
Real
2,000
quick, because
years.
I never
You're
got to
wrong.
respond to the answer to the conversation that I started. 100% of my experience with his behavior is this. So he tried to play it off like I said I didn't care about his behavior. No, all I have to go off of is all I know of you, and all I know of you is this: 100% of the time I've seen you on panels, you're acting like a crazy baby, throwing a tantrum.
Grid. Can I'll even refer to a third party. Grid, do I act crazy on your panels, Grid?
Money talks first. Money comes first. What the F are y'all talking about? Debate was fun. Everyone made money. It was free. Why are you people complaining? Stay on good terms and run it back.
Debate
that's
was
the problem. That debate was very bad, and they are not on good terms.
So Grid, back to this. Grid, do I get really emotional on panels that you see?
I have a small sample size here, to be honest. But no, I've not seen you get overly emotional.
Emmett, I'll even confer to you, Emmett. Do
Overly.
you see me start spurting on random panels or even in debates randomly emotional?
You're talking. You're muted, G.
Not usually. I wouldn't say that you do that usually.
Right. This would be out of my behavior.
I have
Out of
one
character.
guys that's pro Marte when I was on his show, and he had every right to spurg. He didn't spurg, and we had a severe disagreement. But the problem is, we've seen it here in this debate.
Yeah.
Right.
You came
because-
in saying, sorry, that's against my nature, and then did it for another hour.
Yeah, I can apologize for that because I sin every day. I'm full of sin. I repent. I'm a repentant man. What can I say?
I'm not picking on you, bro. I'm merely describing reality to you, and you feel a need to either compensate for it, argue with it, prove me wrong, apologize
These are
for your
just empty
sin.
assertions.
Well, I mean, I leave it to the audience and the people watching as to whether or
Right,
not
but
my
you
assertions are
realize
accurate, you know?
you realize right
As
now
you
you're
interrupt me and raise your voice over
All
me,
right,
Mr.
money talk.
Stoicism.
Money comes first. Lawrence R says, Marte, do you think Dusty is good looking? Sorry.
Damn it,
I don't understand why this is like tangential to the discussion in relation to that.
He doesn't know what tangential means. Got it. Now I understand the
In
deflection
relation
from earlier.
to, closely in relation to.
No, tangential is the opposite of mostly in relation to.
Okay, so anyways, back to this.
That
Like,
explains
I'm
the
not answering
misunderstanding from
question.
earlier.
Will you just say no so we could get that over with?
Well, I was
You're
trying.
right.
I was trying to give you the floor, but everybody was still talking with Marte. You can come back and have the floor. You did get cut off. You are welcome to
He's
come
right
back.
there.
Paige. Oh no, Paige. I was talking to Paige. That made me feel bad.
Don't lie.
Well, Hafez, how are you
Made
doing?
me feel
What's your take
good.
on all this?
Yeah, what's up, Hafez?
I'm good, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you so
Holy
much. I'll be
shit,
honest,
what's up,
I haven't
Hafez?
been listening to this conversation, so I can't really comment on what is happening here.
You don't
all I can
wanna
say
comment.
is you're boring the women, and the women are leaving, so that can't be good.
I don't
No,
know.
she
That's
got upset
debatable.
because I said men are talking. Didn't let her speak. I thought she liked the patriarchy. Know your place.
Is Dusty the fairer sex?
Stop it. Fucking A.
Okay, so this whole time we haven't talked about the debate. They're just going to try to correct Marte the whole time. I got it. Is that why I'm on this panel? Honestly,
Well,
you're the one who made it all about you and your behavior.
no. When
Well,
I
if you
started
want-
talking about this, we were talking about the debate.
If you talk about the subject matter of the
If you can't see
debate,
how you're responsible for how this conversation is going, then there's no helping you, brother.
I do have a
Like I
question
said, we were
about.
talking about the debate. You're talking about this conversation. Can we get back to the debate at least? Because I want to at least be purposeful
you?
when I'm in.
Give it a shot. Let's see how long you can do it.
It's all about
I triple dog
you.
D. As a matter of fact, I'm going to sit out for a while.
It's all about you, baby.
well, I know that national mandate doesn't mean what you thought it meant. That's for sure.
Do you know that there's different levels of what a mandate could mean?
Sources.
National mandate means from the federal government.
No. When you have a national mandate, that doesn't even have to even exist from the federal government.
Walked away for a second.
This
How do
could
you
be a
have a national
campaign. This
mandate?
could be sloganeering. This could be propagandization.
How do you have a national mandate without it being handed down from the governing body of the nation? It's not a
So
national
we've had these mandates already before. Like, I don't want to re-up. If you guys want to have another debate on this, I can do this without screaming and yelling because you don't levy personal attacks. We can do this.
No, just talking about definitions of national mandate, just to be clear.
So when we had presidents like Jimmy Carter roll this out, and we've had like Arnold Schwarzenegger say the nation should be fit, I think that this can be a national mandate, and we can roll this out, and it'll save a lot of money, prevent budget cuts in the military, higher enlistment rates, and all that. We'll save money in the interim and the back end of this. I think it's feasible.
Well,
You
okay.
ever served in the military?
Nobody on this panel, except for maybe Hafez and Dusty, and I didn't get Beth's take, is in a disagreement that a national mandate would be okay or even beneficial.
Oh, I disagree.
So you disagree in a nation that would be obese, 60% obese by 2030, that if we don't have a reduction, our country is going to be a detriment to itself?
Can I
Sorry,
give
you want to
some pushback on his
mandate
argument,
people?
please? OG?
Sorry, Beth.
Be skinny.
Sorry if that's
Hafez hasn't had a chance to speak. Hold that thought, Beth, and let Hafez go.
No problem.
Let the man speak. Let the man speak.
All I was curious about, you want to mandate fitness in your country. That's what the central thing is.
Yeah, I think that we should have a campaign, like basically propagandizing the nation the other way. Like movies like Predator that came out, if that came out now, it'd be toxic masculinity and all that. Our country's going the opposite way. So a mandate could be like a campaign for Hollywood to change the way that they propagandize things. This could be also that way too. This could be for families to have a more cohesive environment, to take 30-minute walks. We can have commercials throughout the nation. We can tell Clear Channel to say, hey, for this amount of money, we can allot for you to show these commercials of people holding hands, taking 30-minute walks. I think that that's a mandate we can do, and that's in relation to
That is
fitness.
not a mandate.
That is a mandate. That is a mandate.
No, it's not, because mandates include
It's a
enforcement and punishment. Okay.
No,
So hang
that's
on,
not
wait,
true.
Wait.
That isn't true.
Can you wait a second? You can mandate that that like incentives be made. You can mandate that.
Yes.
Wait a second. You can mandate that it be encouraged. However, you cannot mandate that everyone in the population start working out. And here's another huge problem.
We can.
Hang on, a huge problem with the argument that you put out.
All right, Beth, you can have the floor when we come back, but Paige, thank you. Paige says, woman prattle tax payment. I appreciate it. The patriarchy thanks you.
Love you, Paige.
The
ahead.
thing is, no, Beth, in a weird way, Marte is correct that you can mandate whatever. It just depends on how you want to balance personal freedoms with a dictatorial country.
Exactly.
I mean, you can live in Soviet Union and they'll mandate anything you want. You can live in
And people
China
can-
and they'll mandate whatever they want.
And
But
people
you
can
want
opt
that
out of
as
society.
And they mandate a shit ton of stuff.
And people can opt out of this. Yes, I agree.
What I'm saying, Hafez, is that when it comes down to mandates, an actual mandate will include enforcement and punishment.
No, that's not true.
If you were to, oh my God,
Most of the time it
can you
does.
please not interrupt me, Marte. If you're going to make, and yes, it is true. A perfect example was with the stabby. Okay, healthcare workers. When I was a CNA, we were mandated to get.
Let's get off that topic. I still don't know if it's YouTube friendly.
Okay, a better one. As a healthcare worker, if the next shift does not show up, you are mandated to stay in that building to care for those patients. If you walk out, it is a chargeable crime.
Beth,
Okay.
did you know in the definition it doesn't have punishment in it? Go look it up.
Well, there has to be some kind of negative
Exactly.
consequence to you not abiding by it.
Exactly. I can explain what the negative consequence is. So what happens though is if people fail to opt out of this mandate, like I mentioned, the homeless people, if they don't want to work, they don't have to pay federal taxes. So they're not a part of this mandate. They're unemployed and they're homeless. They suffer poverty. So all of this is like kind of a self-serving punishment that they give themselves, like fat people. If you choose to eat yourself into a stroke, that's your own self-serving punishment by not following this mandate. So all of this follows human design through just propagandization. There's cause and effect. That's all my mandate includes.
Sir.
Hang on.
No, but-
So last night you were saying.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Marte, when a mandate is handed out by the federal government, it typically has other things like incentives and decentives.
Yes, there's always going to be incentives and decentives. I'll agree with that.
Wait. Let me finish. And the way that you get people to volunteer for a mandate, which a mandate isn't really voluntary,
It can be.
No, a mandate is necessary.
If it's voluntary, then it's not mandated. It's just your choice.
If I may.
Yes.
Let the host finish what he was saying first, and then everybody can hop in. A mandate, you have the incentives to make the mandate go over smoother with the population. The disincentives, the things that they do to punish you for not doing it, is what happens if you don't do the mandate. What you're talking about is then producing propaganda and information for the mandate to get people on board with it. The thing about it is there's a cost to implementing a mandate that you even overlooked on your debate, and you would not agree that existed. Like a company, and I've worked in the corporate world, I know how this works. A lot of people can also tell you is a corporation will mandate something for their employees, right? Or I'm sorry, not mandate, a voluntary program for weight loss or something like that. That costs them to start that. They, over a course of 5 to 10 years, they do make that money back over savings and productivity, but there still is a cost associated with it. And if it's voluntary, it's not a mandate. Those are the two issues with your argument.
So I agree. There's going to be upfront costs. Remember in the argument when I said every company starts out in the red, what does that mean? It means that there's going to be cost inferred. But what we're going to do is on the back end, we're going to save and incentivize people on the back end to make all this up. So that negates the cost that's up front. And I think that people could eat these costs and that'll be no problem. That's small change, chump change for the longevity and looking down the road for planning for business and all this stuff and infrastructure.
Well,
I got
How do you get around the Fourth Amendment and the ADA, Americans Disability Act?
Yeah,
there are people that can sign waivers. They can get out of this. Right. I agree with that.
Is that you, Hornet?
Yep.
Okay.
OG.
Oh, another fat man showed up.
I'll be fast. So, what you're talking about though is number one, you've got people who are literally living paycheck to paycheck. The paycheck often doesn't even stretch that far. So chump change does not exist for a lot of people in this country. Number two, when you want to talk about it will not be a burden on the government to do this because it falls down to the company. Well, actually, like let's say like last night, you suggested that people be fired from their job if they don't meet the requirements. Well, now you're going to have one person fired, but a household of 2 to 4 that end up on Medicaid.
Wait, hold on. Beth,
No, I got to answer for that. So
wait, hold on. I want to add something to this. Beth, if you're finished, are you finished with that? Okay, because I want to add to this. Not only you talk about companies' profitability and them starting in the red, right? You do understand that the cost to hire and train an employee is in the, I believe, tens of thousands of dollars for entry-level positions. And employee retention is hugely important to getting into black.
So let me address this real quick. So I was in law enforcement for 13 years. I had to pass like 3 different academies, one through the city and then through the federal government. In order for you to get hired on, you had to be physically competent and fit for duty before you even had a job. So I know that there's going to be like an entry of a performance level that you have
30
to.
pounds?
So
Is that what it was?
can I look? I just want to just tie this up real quick. So in order for me, in order for me to get into this job, I have to fulfill their requirements, which makes me fit for duty, which means that they're going to hire somebody that's going to have more longevity on the job, call off sick less, and all of this. So I'm actually producing a populace of more competent people. I don't see how jobs, because what Beth said also too, I want to address this point too, because she shotgun 2 points, is she's like, you're just going to fire somebody for not.
After you, Marte, just to let you know.
Right.
Just let everybody know.
But Beth also said that they can fire you for not fulfilling the policy requirements that they have. Companies do this all the time. That's normative. What I'm saying is that push-ups are free. Walking for 20 minutes a day is free. Even if they self-report, like, because even before you get into a company, they can just say, okay, cool. Trust me, bro. We can operate on a faith system through propagandization. Once they get on the job, now you have a Fitbit and all this other stuff that's upfront cost. And you said people don't have this money. It's not the people that have the money. It's the corporations, right? We can have grants to the government and tax write-offs that the companies get for this, handing this out to employees.
Yeah, Marte, before Flo goes, you understand that most corporations and most businesses make the employee pay for things like Fitbits and their fitness, and they give them either a credit or a half the cost back.
Or not at all. You have to pay for uniforms on your own.
Well, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about them doing incentive programs for help.
So, to where this gets back in the company's pocket, that's what I'm talking about, Beth, not what you're just inferring right now with uniform.
Marte, I interrupted. Are you finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Flo, you got the floor.
Can I just take? Oh, sorry.
I don't remember what I was going to say because this is retarded. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to address this little thing. You are trying to get the country, the government, to force people into becoming fit.
No,
the fact is, no, it is forced because you want the government to mandate. Now, if you want to say that you want the government to set up, no. But if you are, then you can't use the term mandate. You can use the term propaganda.
I can use a mandate without force.
No, because mandates are mandated. You should really look up the etymology of the word mandate. You are mandated to do this. You are forced to do this. You are not. If you want to do this so-called mandate of yours with total choice, then you have that right now. You can choose to be a fat son of a gun and have a heart attack before you're 40 and live or become fit and live a bit longer. That is a choice you have right now. No one needs to do anything about it. So if you're trying to tell us that we don't need, we're going to give you a mandate without forcing you to do it.
So can I read this to you?
Doing?
So can I read this to you? I'll read this real quick and I'll make it concise. Yes, a mandate can exist without direct physical force, relying on legal obligation, authority, or compliance mechanisms. While some mandates are enforced via penalties, other authoritative instructions like Supreme Court or administrative orders, that requires compliance through duty. They often represent legal duties and expectations. I can go on to how there's voluntary mandates. There's also procedural mandates and also guidance and principle mandates. There's also 700 mandates that don't require force.
And what happens if you break those mandates?
So if you don't fulfill these mandates, like let's say you're working for an employer and you're 400 pounds and you're morbidly obese for the 6 month, they can say you live in a right to work state. We can let you go. We'll hire somebody that's more incentivized to be more fit and be more productive on the job. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, but then that goes into employee retention.
Yeah, you're going to retain more employees if they call off sick less and they're more healthy.
Yeah, dude. Skinny people call off sick. That's a non sequitur. That's a non-starter.
Exactly.
So
Plenty
okay,
of
I've been in
skinny
the
people. In
fitness
fact,
industry
skinny
for a
people can be
long-ass
very
time.
weak and susceptible to disease and you know. All sorts
No,
of other
obese
things.
people are more susceptible to disease than people that aren't obese.
Let's also talk about.
Yeah, but that doesn't make them more susceptible to use paid time off.
They're also less productive in the workforce too.
Let's also talk
No, it
about
depends on the workforce.
Let's also talk about enforcing this mandate where now we're getting people who have been overweight for some time to lose weight and to get into shape. A lot of times, I mean, like you see this all the fucking time where this guy's been obese his whole life. He's finally getting on the treadmill. 2 weeks into it, he has a fucking heart attack. And now he's got 3 times more medical bills than he had before. Okay.
Great.
Well, hold on.
So I can address that.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. I wanted to go down a particular line of logic with you, right? So what happens if you don't face these mandates? You then took it to the corporation. Corporation, yeah, they can mandate what they want for their employees. But if you're doing a national, there's the key word, national mandate. If you do not follow a mandate from the federal government, the state government, your local municipality, you were a cop, you should know this. It usually starts with ticketing and being called to court. If you then don't comply with those, you get manhandled by police officers and locked in jail.
So I can address both of you since I'm doing a 2v1 right now. I don't mind actually. So to Beth's thing that she said, like when we talk about this, I think that this is feasible. When you talk about people on the treadmill having to lose weight and all this, I think on the back end, because fitness is like a universal thing. If we go to Nestle and PepsiCo and say, stop putting this artificial dye and all this shit in your food that's causing obesity, we can have a mandate towards the company from that end to actually help the country be more fit towards fitness. We can actually levy fines because RFK was actually on the road to trying to do this right now and got pushback from big business and industry, which is authoritarian of them, to put MSG in your food, which is suggesting you to eat more food than you should. If we actually have a mandate towards the companies, that way, this can also help from the back end, from the consumer end, and stave off illness and all this other stuff from them eating more than they should. So actually, and also to address your thing, since I have to do 2v1 right now, I think that this can happen without force. I don't think that you need force to have this mandate, but I think on the company's end, I think that we can do this. RFK is a good example of that, which handles both of your questions at once.
Look,
People
Marte,
have free
I'm in
will
Europe.
to eat or not to eat. Come on.
Free will.
Okay,
Free will is good.
Marte, I'm actually in Europe, and what you're suggesting is what Europeans are doing right now. A lot of European countries have actually told a lot of these sugar producing, or these companies that produce a lot of sugary products, that they have to have certain regulations. Right now, McDonald's and like fast food places, it is more expensive to buy the full sugar Coca-Cola than it is to buy like Coke Zero. So these things can be implemented, but you're still allowing your population to have free choice. If I wish to choose to shovel 14 Big Macs and 12 pizzas down my neck, that is still my choice. And that is what is known, that's the bedrock of living in a free society. I don't have to be healthy because you want me to be.
Hyperbole for a second.
That
all
is
it
a
takes
hyperbole.
is one meal.
wait,
All it
listen
takes
to
is
it.
one giant-sized meal from McDonald's every day for you to die from fatty liver by 50.
Right.
But
You don't need
here's
to
the
be
thing,
eating
though.
12 of them.
So here's my, because I have to respond to that too. So yes, they can choose to eat 12 fatty Big Macs, but if I make this thing more beef than it is some laboratory experiment that we're serving Americans every day, I think that they can still have choice, but choose better options. But on the corporate structure, I think that we can penalize companies by actually cheapening out food and selling things that aren't even considered food to consumers. And I think that if we improve our quality of food, I think that that's a good national mandate to prove. And I think that even though you're saying choice, that's a non sequitur because
I can
they just
see a
choose
black
healthier options.
market for sugar now.
Can I point out real
No,
quick?
the black market for MSG is crazy.
Can I point out real quick? This is not like some 2v2. This is literally just a discussion where people are throwing out ideas about the topic.
Yeah, why are you so defensive,
Nobody's
Marte? Chill out,
attacking
Marte.
you. You should calm down.
In fact, most people are in agreement. They just don't know how you would do that.
Right.
No, like I actually agree.
RFK is actually doing that right now. He's displaying that as we speak, but he's getting fought on legislation for.
Dennis and I even speaked about y'all's debate before it happened, and he talked about the corporatization of food. And Hornet, you just got here. If you want, you were trying
We're
to.
not
say something
talking about banning chemicals put into food. We're talking about a fitness mandate.
That's tangential. That's
what I wanted.
That's a part of this. In order to have a more fit nation.
God damn it!
That was not the debate.
Go ahead, Hornet. You got the floor.
That is the debate topic.
No,
is
the debate
ladies and gentlemen.
Do you think fitness is just working out?
Ladies and gentlemen, Hornet,
Okay.
you got the floor.
Yeah, like that is a way stronger argument than you would present it like during any part of the argument yesterday, or like
I never had a chance to get that far with Dusty.
Because you went the dumbest route. I'm sorry. Like fitness regulation through Fitbits was just not a good route. Anyone who objectively thinks that's a good route, it's dumb. That's a strong argument for like actually like health mandates would be like actually if people start eating it better, probably gonna have good results, right? And if you have like better food being lowered to a specific because you regulate that through the federal government, then you probably will have good results. Like that's a good argument. I wouldn't say that that's not. I'm just saying that the argument that was presented yesterday was mostly just Fitbit and like company regulation to get you to exercise, which I don't even know how you would begin to enforce that.
That's actually in my notes. The rest of everything that I rolled out right now was a part of my notes. I just didn't get that far to that. We just got caught in the weeds yesterday.
Well, see, it would have been awesome to hear y'all actually have that conversation, like Grid had said.
But you still got the ADA. That's a law.
Anybody with half a brain won't take his side of this conversation because the math don't math.
Correct.
And not demonstrably. You could speculate that it would, but that's that's so far down the road and it hasn't been.
You're going to have a team of Brown Church going around monitoring everybody in their everyday life 24/7 to see.
Hey,
I wanted to
OG,
comment on
that's
this last night too. After Emmett,
Hold on,
OG, that's a good selling point for you. We need more brown shirts anyway.
Emmett,
Crazy.
not Emmett. I'm sorry, Marte. Last night you had made a comment during the debate about making sure that people can have to buy healthier foods. All right, and therefore it would it would be better for their children, and we would not see. We could have no more diabetes and all that. Okay, so number one, healthier foods cost more, and that's why you don't see people
that's
don't interrupt
propaganda.
Don't interrupt. Wait. Oh no, it's not. Trust me. Okay, it is harder to buy fresh vegetables than it is to buy processed shit. All right, trust me, it's way more expensive, especially like in places like New York. Trust me, I've been to the grocery store. 2, diabetes is caused by far more than food. So I mean, like, that is something that that's always unfortunately I think that there's a lot of environmental shit that goes into it, but whatever. But 3, are you guys like, who's gonna come in and inspect my pantry and make sure I'm not buying shit?
I'm gonna inspect your pantry.
No,
Goddamn right.
I know you
okay,
would.
so the mandate wouldn't necessarily be
Look, guys, Beth,
observing the actual.
Like Beth just shotgun 3 points right now, but go.
Yeah, I'll be like, I just want to highlight. I just want to highlight because
Let me see what that mouth do.
You could have a mandate without necessarily going on to the individual person, right? So with the mandate, it would be regulating food costs to like healthy food at a lower rate so that people can buy it. So that that necessarily means that it is mandated, that health is being mandated at a national level.
So here's the problem with Beth's argument Here's the problem with Beth's argument. What she says is not true. And the reason why it's propagandization is because whenever you take something that's originally from the source, it's actually cheaper to have it in its original form than to actually add things which cost more money onto it. So what companies do is they inflate things when they're organic. They naturally do this. They inflate the price on purpose doing this, but they don't have to do that.
I can actually speak on this, Marte, because I've been volunteering at a ranch. Yes,
Right.
you're right. The organic.
So Beth
price
was wrong
tag-
about that. Right.
No.
I'm
Actually,
not. Go to the grocery
hey, Beth, y'all calm down. No, actually, she's 100% correct, because even without the organic label, a pound of beef at the ranch is like $8 to $10, depending on the cut, and at the grocery store, it's $5 to $8. So,
Do you realize why?
Yeah, I realize why, because of corporatization of our food
Fillers
Like,
and all that
that's why.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, like and like
So the reason. Okay, I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
This is why,
like it's
so hard
ladies and
every
gentlemen,
year,
hold on,
right?
y'all got to stop talking over each other, and more importantly, the host. The thing is, like Beth is not wrong here. And the only solution I see is what Hornet is saying, subsidizing organic, not even organic food, from the source food, because the organic label is a fucking lie. It's bullshit.
It is. I agree.
But ultimately,
I go to the Amish to buy a lot of my produce because it's so much cheaper. If I go to the grocery store, it's ridiculous just for a package of romaine lettuce. It's
But
like,
wait, but to highlight this, because like I think it's important to highlight. Yeah, the cost would be higher. I'm sorry, like someone's gonna have to eat the cost of those healthy foods coming out, because yes,
Hafez, you have the floor after Hornet.
there's a reason it's called filler, right? Like you have partially
fills you
the
up.
real thing, and then you have the filler, right? Like synthetic shit is easy to produce. You can produce a shit ton of it cheaply. That's why they add it into everything. It's
Correct.
Why,
So it's not exactly cheap at the expense of the consumer. If you
It's
think about
Hafez's
that.
turn. Hafez is going to lose blood flow to that hand. Put it down, sir. Go ahead.
right? Like that's why. Like, but to produce actual
Oh my
food is
God.
going to be a lot more expensive. That's just
Look, guys. I think Mate. I'm sorry. You're kind of missing a whole bunch of different elements. One is actually on the pragmatic side. The fact is that yes, it may be nicer for me to cook eggs and I don't know salads or whatever for my kids every morning. But a box of Cheerios or a box of, I don't know, Lucky Charms lasts on my shelf for weeks, whilst I have to refrigerate all of that fresh shit and then constantly, it either goes bad or I have to use it up, and then there's trips to the supermarket. There is a whole series of practical things that a lot of families are unable to do. So unfortunately, as much as a box of Lucky Charms may be the worst thing for my kids, some families have no other choice. They can't refrigerate and cook fresh breakfast every morning. Sometimes they just have to give their kids a box of a bowl of Cheerios or whatever it is, because there's a pragmatic side to this which you have to consider for each family.
and
So
that's
here,
what we're gonna
I'll
find in
respond to that.
pantries, too.
So-
Backing them up, that's what pantries have too. Is nothing
Can I
but-
respond to that real quick? I just want to respond real quick. So if you put fillers in food and all these artificial dyes and things like that, do you think that it's going to be more of an expense and health detriment to the person as far as medical bills and all that? Do you think that it's worth the cost, even if there were costs involved in this, to strip red dye number 46 out of this product and filler number such and such out of the product, and then make these expenses just a little bit more so that way we can have more productive nation and have more, better people for the military entrance, recruitment rates and all this, and have a stronger nation so that way we don't have an obesity epidemic at 60% by 2030?
well, even by your video, it's at 50%.
Okay, 50, but I have another video saying 60.
That like I think it highlighted like couple states that said 60, but in general it was at 50%, because some states are between 40, some states are
That's pretty bad still. Even if we go to 50%, that's pretty bad, man.
that's bad. I don't disagree, but I think the argument here is like the cost, because for me, like you kept saying that it would be at no cost for the companies or for like
I'll take that back. I'll take that back. What I meant to say, because I was heated last night. Both of us were like in a heated exchange. if I could take that back and roll this out, remember when I said companies starting out in the red, there's going to be an initial cost, right? And then the back end will make up for this. And that's the whole plan, is we're hoping to do this as less employees call off work, as we're more fit for duty and healthier. I think that not only this, but we would eliminate diabetes more so. And Beth is right. It isn't caused by just nutrition. This is caused by preconditioned diseases and things like that, but also starting from the companies. I think the companies have an authoritarian process of putting in things in our food. I think that we should eliminate it at that level and from numerous levels as well through propagandization and more.
I mean, I agree with that aspect of it. Like my main contention for like your arguments yesterday was like how you would get a company to regulate, because Flo is absolutely correct. You would need someone to monitor that at that level. Like,
people volunteer when there's a mandate in place.
Like yeah, but like Flo, I think you know how much it takes to train a person, and just the data that you would have to go sift through for, like, let's say a company like Amazon, like who employs like 1 million employees. Like that's not a little bit of data. That Jeff Bezos is going to be sitting there looking through like every Fitbit, right? Like that's just not. It's
not still worth it. It's better and more important than some of the mandates we already have.
I'm saying
money talks.
It's just not cost
effective. Lauren the Unicorn says something being labeled organic means that its lower level of pesticides, herbicides, and or chemical presence than its non-organic counterpart, and that's utterly why it's bullshit. That's why the organic label is garbage as fuck, and
I agree with that.
Not a good indicator.
I agree. So when I'm talking about organic, I'm not talking about the way that the companies do this is labeling. That's not what I was referring to when I said organic.
Organic has a legal definition. If you label something organic, it has to meet certain standards. That is no.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the legal definition though. I'm talking about like homestead or things like that.
Things that are labeled all natural. That's just marketing. That means nothing.
Yeah, that it means nothing. That's why I don't want to use those terms.
Even though organic has a legal definition, it's still because of marketing that it even has that.
I think it's stupid too.
There's actual differences. They have different growing requirements.
Yeah, like having an organic label on beef means that you can't even have chemicals in the grass that it does, but yet the federal government will allow certain things to slip by on that labeling. I can't remember the name of the chemical, but there was a byproduct that was in excessive amounts, and they petitioned the government, and they told all the people in Montana that they can use that on their fields for their cattle. And then like 5-6 years later came around and said, yeah, no, this stuff can't even, we're going to have to strip that label from you. You can't even let the regular cows that aren't organic eat here.
Well, here's another thing that I would, for my fitness mandate, right? We will roll out something like I would say penalties against companies like Monsanto and leverage. I would say probably like heavy penalties against companies like that, because if you have fruit now, there's seedless fruit, and I think that's bad for the economy, not to mention that. But if we get like some EMP or something like that, and I know this is off of the debate thing, but if we can't even grow our own food because now people are owning property rights to seeds and things like that, what the companies are doing right now is outright evil. My whole mandate would be a reversal on this, and I know companies in the corporatocracy is going to hate this mandate because it's railing against this, so that way I can save America and reduce diabetes and all this across the board.
Well, they would hate it because of the cost effectiveness of it. Like you're basically asking them to pay more for less return, and no company's generally gonna.
In a way, I agree. Yeah, I would agree with that. There's gonna be a big fight, but we have to turn the ship around at some point.
People can voluntarily do that now if they want to. That option is already available to people who want it.
The option's less available when companies like Monsanto own monopolies now, and people have less place. You need to travel further. They're making it harder for you to have those options. That's bad.
Listen, they're talking about corporations and artificial scarcity cared away.
Dennis and I have been getting along.
Were you talking to me?
About artificial scarcity and corporations.
No, I'm going to put my dusty truths ahead of my opinion for the moment and bask in.
We're getting along great. I like this.
High five.
I'm abstaining from this conversation as well.
All right, guys, I do got to go. I'm in the middle of the movie, man. I'm behind, but I just wanted to jump on and offer some input on the debate. If you guys want to continue on this discussion and have an appropriate debate, I'd love to have it. I mean, a formal debate if we can set it up.
Well,
forget
I
to
would
delete your
be.
channel.
I'll be willing to debate and conversate with you, Marte.
No, I mean, if you want to have a formal debate, like with a moderator, I'd love that, man. Those are always great.
Last several minutes of conversation was much less ear cancer. Just saying.
I think grade 1 should moderate. He's a really good moderator, and I think he's really, no matter what bias he may have, he's very good at setting it aside.
Beth, if you want to have this debate, I'd love to have this debate on grid 1 with you. If you
Money
want to
talks, ladies and gentlemen.
Negative.
This is such a Ahimsa Alexander says this is a much better and more informative conversation than anything I took away last night. Good job, OG. Thank you. I'll pat myself on the back.
OG could moderate.
He could. I would. OG would be a really good.
Yeah, but
moderator.
y'all would get mad at me because I would slam you on the back the first time I have to go, gentlemen.
I just remind people that you're gay.
Well,
So Beth, if you want me to reach out to James
you're the one that
Coons for
dreams
modern
about
day
man
debate.
butt, all right?
Marte, I'm not debating this specific topic with you. I'll debate you.
I
on
mean,
something else
you were
first.
just kind of debating it a little bit right now, but if you don't want to do that, it's fine.
The Emperor, I
I
don't know who
was
this is.
throwing out pushback to the arguments that I heard you present. It was just my opinion as an observer. I don't particularly think that when it comes down to government things like creating nationwide mandates and things like that, I'm not really great at talking politics and governmental processes. So
Hey,
I leave
first
that to
off,
the-
B, you
I leave that
alone
to the
leave
men
me
like I
alone,
should.
all right?
I leave it to the men like I should.
Yeah,
Well, you were telling a man how to be a man earlier, but anyways, that's my time, man.
I debate this with
patriarchy
Martin.
with you at
I
some
just don't think that you thought through the the financial ramifications of all this. Like,
No,
that's-
I did. So I have like 3 notes, like notepads, like full of all this stuff. There's a financial part about all this. But what happened though is that 2 men got in their fields last night and got really heated. There was personal attacks and all this. We couldn't really get that far. We got lost into the weeds and there was ad homs. I'd rather just get to a debate where I can get to the financial part and parse all this out and kind of flesh this whole argument out. That would be great.
Dusty tried.
I tried too.
Like
Both people tried.
like he kept trying to hammer you on showing him the actual economic data that proved your point. It was his biggest retort.
So when I asked him where the $33,000 came from and he couldn't tell me where.
See, you see what you're doing,
bro.
Do you see what you're doing though? Not only did he give you a direct source for that, but that wasn't what we're talking about. You just
that was a false
I'm
equivalent that he gave
I'm
me.
talking about you showing your information for how much you can accommodate for the costs, and you respond by bringing up how he failed to show his costs.
He accepted my cost. He said, "Yeah, I can see." No, he actually accepted.
You
that.
don't
He
get the
conceded
point.
that.
You don't get what I'm trying to say to you right now.
No, he conceded that actually.
Do
So
you
you're
not
wrong on
understand
that.
what I'm trying to say to you right now?
You don't understand. So, Dusty, remember when you said, "Yeah, I can understand how that makes sense. How the cost will come on the back end." Did you not concede that?
No, not at all.
Okay, well that's stupid. You said that last night. We could roll the tape back.
Speaking of innocent, hold it down.
wait.
I gotta take Tucker out.
Yeah, I just that's
Anyways,
that's,
I gotta go, guys.
Have
Yeah,
a
you
good
better
one,
go.
Marte. I hope. Good luck with
Have a
your
good
move.
one.
I hope it goes okay.
That was just dumb because the it's not back end because you have to continuously pay the people that are going to continuously monitor this. And honestly,
it wasn't the point. I asked him for details of how much his program will cost, and his response was about Dusty's data point. That's all the guy does. He did that for 2 hours. Hey, can you show me facts and evidence of this? Well, you didn't show me facts of evidence of this. Who gives a fuck? That's how a 5-year-old talks.
I don't
What is the evidence you're looking for?
His cost benefit analysis for this because the thing is he's saying that this would all just come out of the back end because of productivity increases, which there's no productivity increases that would pay out for let's say health insurance just for the workers that are monitoring this, the paycheck, salaries, everything that comes out of this is not back end. That is just cost that you're going to
The
be
whole
eating.
thing shows a massive ignorance of how
Yeah,
actual money flows.
Yeah. Because the economic part was the interesting part for me because I wanted to actually hear what was the benefits to this.
The
Why
health
would
insurance,
company
the health insurance part you were talking about. What do you mean by health insurance in this?
I
agree with the cost of having.
when you hire
I
a
agree
new
that there's a
employee,
cost.
Yeah. When you hire a
How
new
much
employee,
does it cost? How much is it going to cost, and how is it going to pay for it?
Yeah, you have to get health insurance for them, right? Which could, like, when you buy out like a small business, even like a super small business, that can be a multi-million-dollar like contract just because of those like health insurance contracts. Like just that alone is not cost that, and that's payout for like their life until they like leave the job. So you're always going to have to be eating that cost moving forward. That's why a lot of places don't like in putting in new like departments, because they're like, okay, if I have to hire on a new workforce, it's not just I have to pay salary, it's all the other stuff, all the other benefits that are applied to this job. And especially in the US, where if you're a full-time employee, you have to give them health insurance.
Yeah, I agree with that cost, but that's a cost that already exists, right? Or am I getting it wrong?
It's a cost that would be added in because now you have a new department, right? Like, so that cost is not something that is already.
What do you mean by a new department?
Compliance.
He's saying that the compliance would be the.
There's already an
additional
HR.
cost.
Yeah, but there's already an HR department, like in every. Unless I'm.
Yeah, so now they're going to have to do more mandates.
Yeah,
they're going to have to spend more time enforcing more mandates.
More mandates.
And
okay.
Yeah, and more regulations.
And then you have to specially train these people to fucking, because like physical activity is going to range, like especially if you're gauging it from like a Fitbit, you're going to have varied degrees of ranges of like how much activity each person is having. So you have to look for outliers to see if they're actually meeting quotas or not. Like otherwise people would just be like doing what Flo said, just putting it on a dog and watching the dog run. And then
the amount of infrastructure and human and manpower it would take to monitor everybody and make sure that they're doing their fitness is astronomical.
Yeah, it's
It's not as astronomical as the cost of obesity on our system, though.
Does the IRS?
How do you quantify that?
And I would admit, unlike Marte, I won't dodge. I would say I can't quantify it. I don't have the data available. It's just based upon looking on. If you look into what the costs are,
data.
you can see that's already astronomical,
some
right?
data.
Like obesity is a national security threat at this fucking point.
Can anybody think of a better program that's already in place than probation? Like as a comparable cost?
I don't know what you mean about probation, but I think we should start with incentives. The mandate thing is jumping the gun. It's unnecessary.
What I mean is when I try to estimate the cost of a program like this, the best model for that's existing is, I think, probation. It would look something like having everybody on probation, because it'd be periodic monitoring.
Oh, you mean for how much it would cost? I got you.
I
didn't like that he wouldn't even engage you on that point at all. It wasn't fair.
I think the IRS is a better example. Taxes.
Actually, I think
you have to go ahead and pay them,
because the IRS actually does a shit job of monitoring anything.
I agree. They can do a shit job, but that would be
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I think the better model would be the way the health insurance monitors people's health and fitness when they're having to pay out claims. That could just simply be expanded, and you health insurance would actually be in. I think you could convince insurance providers to become to play ball with you, because if people get healthier, then their premiums drop, and insurance companies make less money. However, if you involve these people in the in actually monitoring the health of people, as they should be doing anyway, since they're insuring them, then their income doesn't drop; it kind of stays the same. And our
move to admin costs, you're saying?
Yeah. We're just shifting where the cost is, right?
Right. And keeping the money in the same hands. I like it. Could be workable.
Well, the thing is,
we don't have to establish any new departments, because we are, the insurance company is already good at that. They already know what they're doing. We don't have to really train anybody to do it, because again, they already do it. And basically, we're just moving some responsibilities around.
Well, yeah, like we operated off that system before Obamacare, right? But like the problem is then insurance companies realize once you give everyone health insurance and everyone's mandatory, then you basically get all the healthy people in that swag. So like it's just hard. It's a hard sell ultimately at the end of the day, like because you're basically trying to convince someone to take less money for more work.
And it would definitely cost the insurance companies more resources.
Yeah.
I don't know that. Yeah, sure. But here's the thing. So if you actually, if you do provide incentives for people to get healthier, right? And we do that in schools by continuing and maybe expanding the presidential health initiative and award or whatever they call it now. We expand that, make it work. All that's cool. Then on the other side of that, so they're healthy coming out of high school or healthier coming out of high school. Maybe
there he goes.
We need a national mandate for Grid's internet.
Yeah, I would say that we have national mandates already for and that doesn't seem to be changing anything, right? I think for high school you need at least 2 years of like PE to like actually passing PE to fucking actually graduate. So it doesn't seem like that's the method that's
less money.
But PE
So the way
doesn't
that
do
you
anything though.
Yeah, the way
Go
that
ahead,
you
Grid.
get the way that you get the insurance companies to play ball is say, hey, you're going to lose 20 to 25% of your revenue if this works because people are going to be healthier and they're just not going to be paying you as much. But if you play ball with us and you monitor this and you help us with this, then we're going to pay that. We're going to make up that 25% and that you'll be losing, and our cost doesn't really change, and you don't lose money. So self-interest. I don't appeal. I try not to appeal to a man's better nature. Self-interest works better.
Well, Grid, the money has to come from somewhere. So, like, let's say the government incentivizes that, right? They're paying the 25% that's lost in revenue, right? Like, we'll stick with that number. Now the government has to make up that 25% of loss of revenue in taxes because either now they have to.
Why is the government making up 25% loss of revenue for insurance companies?
Because if that's the mandate, if that's the national mandate, if they're who's going to be eating that 25% cost?
Nobody. It's going to get shifted into admin costs.
It would if it were actually cost effective, the free market would be doing it already. You wouldn't need to have a mandate.
Yeah.
Oy vey, the magical hand.
Yeah. Well, you asked me how it could be paid for, and theoretically, this would pay for it.
Why don't you pay for it, Grid? You're the rich one here.
Literally, that is your default fucking answer.
Is it working?
No. Basically, every time that Dusty and I have where hey, somebody's got to pay for X, it's you pay for it.
I don't think that we've ever actually had that conversation before now.
I think we've had two of them.
Okay. Well, my memory is not the greatest, so I'll let you. I'll agree with you then.
Negative OG. I'm resisting the urge. Sorry, go ahead, Grid.
I'm gonna mute down for a minute because I'm gonna be loud for a second.
Okay. I just don't think you can have a mandate with being cost effective. There's just no way that you're going to have something like that be implemented without actually someone having to eat the cost and basically convincing someone to eat
Why would OG try to provoke the truce to be broken?
That is true.
Drama whore.
What a drama slut. Little hoe ass OG.
Okay, so we have a
D5 says a
moment
task
here.
force to procure fat people that don't follow the mandate. All the protests, body cam footage, Joe Cool clip saving fat people.
That would be good. Great body cam footage. Can you imagine chasing fat people? They'd get their steps in that way.
That's how you make up the revenue. You start selling that out.
You make a whole new YouTube genre, chasing fat people.
That's
you
the
make it like
revolution.
the Verge. If like for half an hour every day, it is legal to open hand slap fat people if you can catch them.
That would
It'd be like-
probably
it'd
incentivize
be like the
exercise.
fat people's version of cops.
They have to be able to enter a home without a warrant, though. Then
OG better watch out. I'm coming. Pause.
Pause.
all right. So we expand the national security state. What's the name of the 3-letter agency that's responsible for rounding up fat people? Go.
FAT.
FAT.
All right. What does it stand for?
The fat ass
Federal
thumpers. Fat ass
Adipose.
thumpers pop. 'Cause you
Fuck
thump-
all something.
Federal Adipose. Nah, I got nothing.
I can't come up with an acronym right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't think of something for fat people that starts with a T.
Yeah, it's a T.
Tons of fun. Fuck all tons of fun.
What? How many letters are in there? Fuck all tons of fun. That's like 5 letters in your acronym.
Tons of fun is one word.
Wow.
You've been.
I made the word up, so therefore it's one word.
No, you didn't. It's all the 3 of those words already existed, Grid,
Not as one word.
and they still don't.
I think they got it in the chat. Federal
I'm literally going to
Apprehension
make a
Team.
patch and send it to you that says tons of fun on it.
I'd wear it.
Federal
Actually, I can't
Apprehension Team.
because
That's
I don't have
close.
your home in.
Federal Arrest Team.
I'll give it to you.
That's
I also have a
close.
PO box.
Fat apprehension team. Fatty
Yes.
apprehension team.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Fatty
fatty.
apprehension.
Fatty.
And the
Fatty
and the,
apprehension
mascot
team.
can be a whale. The patches can have FAT and then like a whale on it.
And the ad will feature the chick jumping off of the boat because I laugh every fucking time
Or
I
it
see
could,
that.
it could be the sea cows, and it could have a picture of a manatee.
All right, I gotta go.
Oh, the huge manatee.
Peace, Emmett. Thanks for coming by, buddy.
Fat
Have a good
boys,
one, everyone.
what you want? What you gonna do?
Always good to see you, Emmett.
It's all right to see him.
Fat boys,
I like
fat
You should have
boys,
seen.
what
Oh my
you
god!
gonna
You
do?
should have seen like right when he popped on last night. It was hilarious.
Oh yeah, I was there.
Oh yeah, you were.
I like fell. I shit you not. Like I dozed off for like 20 minutes. I woke up right like 3 minutes before we started talking about the yoga swings, which is why I was so out of there. And then freaking poor Emmett comes up for that. And
Poor
Average
Emmett,
female
we need
debater, $2 says prolific heifer apprehension team. Thanks for the super chat page.
That's
And
That still
Lightbulb
not bad.
says, I just door dashed 40 chicken McNuggets. Mandate schmandate.
I just lost my job. Damn you.
I'm back.
They'll have,
And fuck
they'll
you,
have-
Dusty. I wish somebody would open palm slap me. I get him with my buck knife, bro. Surprise.
You think the left is going to protest the fat team when they're all staking out like cheesecake
Bro, they're gonna
factories and
go to war.
waffle houses?
The left is going to be running. They're going to be too busy running from the.
No, as someone on the left, yes, if you give me a chance to, they need to get that anger out. Okay, we need to fucking slap fat people out here. We need a common
Think how
enemy.
eager they were to embrace mask mandates if it meant they could enforce on somebody else.
Exactly. Let's go, dude.
All right, Wicked Wally says we will build a glow. Hold on, let me do my Trump voice. Fuck, I can't do it no more.
We will build.
Go ahead.
Oh no, not Trump voices.
We will build a glorious online monitoring network that will never fail, never be hacked, and never go down. At least some
Never
people
seen
say.
anything like it.
And we will usher in a glorious fitness dynasty that will be huge for many, many eons. I can't even count. Some people might.
Q Dennison and Paige says prolific heifer apprehension team. she did fat with a
She's
PH.
putting the PH in there.
That's
She's
crazy.
sexualizing our
That's
fat acronym.
We're gonna have dog catchers for fat people. That's crazy. I'm gonna get to my rascal. I'm gonna get to my rascal and M60.
Some nooses on extension poles. Come here,
They're
fatty.
gonna need some big nets.
Fatty.
we're
You're all going
gonna
about
need a
this the
bigger
wrong
net.
way. You just need a stick with a Big Mac at the end of it.
to lure them in. To lure them in, there's just a row of cupcakes.
Have a cage propped open with a stick and a Big Mac in the middle of it.
We're gonna need bigger cages.
There's a whole trail of cupcakes leading to the cage.
All right, all I'm saying is, if y'all ever come up on me on one of them traps, not one goddamn word.
You know,
I'm telling you, if you
know
use
how much I want
cupcakes,
to catch you in a fat trap now.
if you use cupcakes, you're gonna end up with a lot more skinny crackheads than you are fat people. You
But
got to think comfort
real
food
fat
like
ones-
mac and cheese.
The real fat people, though, like the lifelong obese motherfuckers, they order like a large number one or supersized number one with a Diet Coke, as if that Diet Coke is doing fuck all for them.
That's what I was gonna say, Flo. The Diet Coke is what you put in the trap.
I worked with one of them guys
That's how
at
you
work.
get everyone.
One of my
He would-
skinny homies always orders their McDonald's meal for everybody and orders a Diet Coke just so he can say, I'm on a diet. I'm like, bro, fuck off.
Yeah, my buddy at work that weighed 550. He'd always get a Diet Coke and a Snickers bar. And I look at him sideways. And he says, well, the one cancels out the other, therefore there's... And I'm like, oh my God. Anything that...
I had
Go ahead.
a glitch. This one just came through. Glow, gorgeous ladies of whale watching.
But we're talking about an acronym for fat people. Or the fat people... That doesn't work at all. It's not even applicable to what the activity is.
Fat people will be rounded up and live in ghettos. There will be camps.
Yeah, but there'll be a opposition group called FLU. Fat Lovers United.
Oh, yeah, slap them thighs and ride the waves.
Mm-hmm.
Roll it up in flour and aim for the wet
Yeah, I was
spot.
gonna say there's a shortage of flour coming.
So, I have a question.
It's gonna get expensive. It's weird that
this
Flo and I
body
went to
shaming
the
is
same
killing me
place on
inside.
that. That's a little
You guys
disturbing.
leave fat people alone. Denizen's my homie. Now I have to protect him.
Oh.
Well, what was your question, OG?
Have y'all ever noticed how it's like you got a really skinny, energetic homie, and he's always dating a fat chick and just loves the fat chick?
Andy's on crack. I mean, yeah.
Not necessarily on crack. He's always working a blue collar job, like a tradesman job.
Yep.
Okay, I was like, maybe
he's
that's
a
the
lineman.
My younger brother did that.
Was he skinny and lanky?
Yeah, he was skinny and lanky, and he worked blue collar jobs, and he's got himself a.
They like the squishy one.
Yeah, apparently he likes the squishy one. I think it was he just didn't have any effort to put into actually hunting for his.
Yeah, wasn't it that case in New York where that fat lady rolled over and suffocated her skinny husband?
Listen,
Shut the fuck up. There's no way.
Oh, dude, there
Yeah,
has been a lot.
it was out of New York, I think.
That's
Then
crazy.
There was a
I think
fat
it's
chick
happened
who
multiple
almost got
times.
charged because one of the
Yeah.
dudes she was sleeping with had like a fetish where she liked for him to sit on him and she caved in his chest. And then in the UK, two fat people were fucking and it like literally broke
I was
not
about-
only the bed but the floor.
I was about to say that's a murder. There's no way you accidentally smother your fucking husband to death.
Well, apparently she was quite larger than him. And when she woke up,
Quite
he was
larger.
underneath her.
Bro, she killed her husband. Like that was murder. I agree with Flo.
Well, you know how to tell if your old lady's getting too fat, don't
Can you imagine seeing somebody so fat? It's like, oh yeah, she didn't feel a grown ass man in all of her fatness. That's
Maybe you judgmental prick. Maybe she had that thing where you just suddenly fall asleep. You just
awake apnea,
narcolepsy.
Yeah, sleep apnea, and narcolepsy. Yeah, and she didn't mean to kill him. She just went to sleep.
Yeah.
And then so did he.
She collapsed over him.
You know how to tell if your old lady's getting too fat, right?
If
When
you
you're
suffocate it?
when you're eating her pussy and you can't hear the stereo.
That's crazy.
I thought he was going to go in a different direction with
I
that.
did too. I was.
I could get DJ like the rest.
That went in a very specifically odd direction.
People that fat don't sleep, they go on standby.
Hey, that's the lyrics from one of my songs.
That's crazy.
Oh man.
Oh man.
Did you really not say "Hail Satan" for her thing?
I did.
Hey,
Okay.
Denison did.
What you
Somebody was
want?
gonna say it. I can't say it.
Denison was loud and proud with it. He put that chest out there.
Yeah, I think Satan's the protagonist from the Bible.
Blood type for them would be ragu.
Well,
Y'all,
Wait a minute.
Discord, if my homie's up, I'll
How
give y'all
dare
a
you?
special treat.
I got
There's
the
a-
car unstuck from the driveway, but can't go nowhere. It's nothing but black ice, about 4 inches thick.
There's
Still.
a dude on that I game with on Discord, and he just, it doesn't matter if you're fat or skinny, he'll just hit you with every fat joke known to man. Like Bumpkin left the server one day and like immediately just fat jokes like bro fell to the server, fucking like I can't even remember all of them, but if I ever get him to come on, he'll just he's not online, but if I get him to come on, he can just come on and give you just rattle off a list of the funniest fat jokes you've ever heard in your life.
That
Like,
sounds awesome. You probably had to be there for it to be funny, huh?
Did
Yeah.
you guys ever make peace with Marte? Because I lost
No, he's an
signal for a while.
F-slur. He's an F-slur. He's not accountable for anything. I got no use for him. I got no use for any of you guys.
Well, fuck
Whoa.
you then.
Rage quit, little bitch.
Flo's getting fat. He's going in the fitness protection program.
So they didn't
damn.
resolve anything, huh?
No, Marseille got really
Damn.
defensive.
Well,
He
his
said
whole
the
leader
fitness
thou attitude.
Oh, that's pretty
Which
funny.
is strange to have when you're trying to admit you were wrong, which is
Yeah.
how he came in, like he was trying to come in the spirit of humility. That lasted all of 8 seconds.
Listen,
I'm surprised you got
we
that
can
one.
all admit that Marte is the most humble person amongst us. Okay, I think we can
Well, that's
all
only
admit-
because I'm an arrogant bastard.
You're
And
gonna
I'm
go to
worse
hell
than
for
Grid.
it. Did he rage quit or did he just leave?
he just
Oh, no.
He just left.
Everybody just left. I don't think anybody really rage quit.
Oh, okay.
fuck you, OG. I'll rage quit. Kill
Fuck you.
yourself.
Get him, Hornet.
Well, he tried to blame you for the first one, didn't he, OG? That he lost signal or something and said you threw
Oh, yeah,
him
no,
out?
he said that I kicked him, and I'm like, bro, you did not get kicked.
I would rage quit, but I'm too apathetic to try.
How much ice you got out there, Grid?
Most of it's melted now.
Damn, you lucky son of a bitch.
We're gonna get more, so don't. That's like most of it melted off today, but I'm like 9,000% sure that we have more coming in.
We didn't make it above freezing, so this would be coming up on day 9 that we're below freezing. Shit ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, it's
If
like
you're
that
in-
here too. OG, real quick. Sorry, guys. I got to interrupt.
No,
Thanks for having me. I'm going to take off.
you're a woman. Hush.
Fabulous evening. I love you too, Chuck. I love you too.
Yes, ma'am. Always.
I'll see you later, homies.
Mhm.
Peace.
Have a good one, darling.
In Minnesota, we measure how much ice we have by the number of shootings.
Take care, guys.
That's
Have a good one. Peace
awesome.
out.
I need a T-shirt with that.
Thank you
That
for
would
coming.
be
Right?
great. I'm gonna
Oh,
add
Grid,
that.
I
I'm gonna
gotta
add
show
that to
you
my
something, Grid.
Go ahead.
Can I DM you in Discord and you'll see it right now?
If I go inside, if I go inside, yeah. I'm out in my garage playing with guns right now. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, don't stop playing with
You
guns.
can just screen share.
All right, hold on.
That's what I do when I don't have a debate. I just play with guns.
Nothing wrong with that, sir.
That's what I used to do. I used to clean. I used to field strip and clean all my weapons.
I'm just I machined out a lower last night. Now I'm assembling it into a nice freshie.
Did you get that airplane put back together yet?
If it would stop freezing every time I go to paint the fucking thing, I'd put it back.
Oh yeah, can't do that.
I mean, I could, but the paint will look like shit.
True.
Fair. You know, one of the most annoying things ever, right?
Fat
Well,
women.
Dave,
Close.
Back.
I love all my guys, man. I love all of you. I don't find any of y'all annoying.
All right, what's the most annoying thing?
When you go to shoot your Mosin, right, your garbage rod, and you hear a clink, and your leaf spring is broke. Not leaf spring. What the fuck is that called? It's that little
You got
fucking.
a
It's a
leaf
little,
spring
it's a little
there?
piece of fucking metal. It's a little piece of metal in the trigger mechanism that holds the trigger in place, and then when you pull the trigger, it just fucking moves and lets the gun fire. And it broke in my Mosin one day, and it was it was hard as fuck to find. First off, second off, it was only $20, but it took like forever to get here, and then to take the gun apart and get to the back of it is a bitch and a half. I think it was a sear spring. That's what it's called.
you know, for another $20, you could have bought a new Mosin.
No, actually, I'm old enough to remember when Mosins were like $99 and get one, and then they hit like $200, $300, $400. Oh no!
If you pay over $100 for a Mosin, you need your fucking head examined.
Well,
And
that's
somebody needs to take your credit card away from you.
How do
That's
you
crazy,
think
dude.
ICE is doing in Minneapolis? Pretty good.
That's fucked up. I can't say that's fucked up because I think I'm the one who sent that to Dennis.
Well, I'm disheartened that people are dying, to be honest with you. But fuck around and find out.
Man.
Well, there's always going to be memes for it, man.
Oh yeah.
There's always going to be memes. Look at what happened with Charlie Kirk. Look at what happened with both of these
Yep.
shootings.
Yep.
Now, Rio Ragu is a meat sauce.
Did you see what? Did you see the new thing from Candace Owens about she's kind of doubling down on the X-Men shit?
I haven't. I don't watch
X-Men
Candace
shit?
Owens. I don't like Candace. What is that? I'm curious now.
Well, she said that she's basically saying that Charlie Kirk was a time traveler, and her and Charlie Kirk went to basically Xavier School for Gifted Students or some shit, and basically she's they're X-Men,
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's pretty much mine.
Is she smoking all the fucking crack?
I
think is that why I can't find
K2. Gotta be K2 she's smoking.
I missed it. What is she saying?
She's saying that her and Charlie Kirk went to a special school for gifted people together, and they're basically X-Men, and that Charlie Kirk is a time traveler and some other bullshit.
Wow.
That is
wow.
She slipped a cog somewhere along the way.
Yeah.
When she first came out, hell, I would have brought her home. But now, whoo!
You would have brought her home. Okay. Well, you know
I
what?
I wouldn't touch her with Grid's dick now.
Thank God.
Juice, am I right, Chuck?
What's that?
I said the darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Am I right?
Hey, it's all pink on the inside.
I mean, not like actual factual black girls give better head. I'm just being real.
And not been my experience.
That's crazy.
I mean, I think you're discounting a very large subset of humans there, and that is the Asian persuasion. And we all know that there's nobody that. I mean, there's a reason the town is named Bangkok. You know what I mean? I mean, there's a reason that exists.
Anything you want.
We already talked about Asian women today. Dennison says they have small hands.
Yeah, I heard that. Actually, I was listening to that while I was working.
Well, I mean, I prefer Asian women to any other, and that catches me a lot of slack from a lot of hell from my previous community. They're like, ching chong, like, bro, calm down.
Yeah,
they tell me I got yellow fever all the time. Like, yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
it's not the first nor the last time I've been called a race traitor, and they can go fuck themselves.
Hey, whatever you find is what you find. I mean, that's why there's variety out
Sick
there.
of the kitty, I'm
That's how I
showing
feel
no
about it.
kitty. Sick of the kitty, I'm showing no. Are you a tradesman by chance, Wi-Fi? Are you a tall, lanky tradesman by chance?
All lanky tradesmen. That's oddly specific.
Well, you didn't hear me earlier when I'm like everybody who knows a tall, lanky tradesman, he's always with a fat chick.
Yeah.
Dude can obviously dude can have his pick of the litter, makes money. He's like, no, he's got his fat chick and they're happy, and more power to him.
Well, that's like if you ever go down to Florida and you pay attention to the locals down there. I guess they're locals. I don't know, but
Think about
be a hot chick, but all the men are fat and bald that they're with.
Yeah,
That's called
bro.
a wallet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's the power of the purse right there, baby.
Is it?
Think about the benefits.
Oh yeah, no, I like
they're
tall chicks
squishy.
too,
They can't run away.
Keep you warm.
Nobody else is going to be trying to steal her from you.
and they can cook.
Fewer people.
They either can cook or they know good food.
Or they love Twinkies. Take your pick.
See, in my experience, the
Bug round.
skinniest ones like Twinkies and cupcakes and shit like that.
What's up, Jess Becca? Yeah, no, like
Buzz rounds.
That's been my experience as well.
Like the really skinny ones.
Ethiopian style.
Well, no, I ain't never been that route. I'm saying,
Have you ever had Ethiopian food?
yeah.
Well, damn it! I was supposed to say no, and I was supposed to say neither are they. And then I was going to tell you the story about how my homie went to Marietta and had Ethiopian food at an Ethiopian restaurant. See, D5 is agreeing.
Yeah.
Nah,
Yeah.
see, if we can't talk about Twinkies, because then Grid's going to talk about taking my fudge rounds, and we'll have to do battle.
Yes, fat girls like mac and cheese,
Mac and cheese, pork chops.
pork chops, fried chicken.
I like chicken, but I like baked chicken. I don't see why people like fried chicken. It's too greasy and gross.
Fried chicken done correctly is superior to anything, but baked chicken is way easier to get better than almost all fried chicken. Most people don't know how to fry chicken. But if you do it right, it makes it even juicier than baked chicken because you can cook it so quickly.
I heard that OG was concerned about his fudge rounds.
Yeah, you can't take my fudge rounds.
I
This too I'll defend. I think that's how the quote goes.
The battle flag of the fat and
Just a fudge round will come and take. I'm making that now, putting on a shirt. I have to make a that's crazy shirt, and then I have to do the fudge round, come and take it.
I'm glad I could be so entertaining tonight.
I wish I could have came up last night, but I started feeling sick as fuck halfway through the stream, and then I tried to lay down and watch that stream, and I'm just like, bro, I'm going to fucking bed. After I came in, said it's like a mental slaughter over there. I went back like a retard And
that was your mistake for sure.
yeah, I was like, fuck this.
Man,
Oh,
we actually started debating it on my channel, and I think we did a better job. We weren't really debating it. We were just discussing about how it would work and why it would work and so on and so forth. And it was very interesting.
That's a better conversation or even debate, in my opinion, is how one would work.
Yeah.
Because I heard y'all when I was out in the trail with Tucker, because I had my phone, and like that was a pretty good conversation that like expand upon.
Yeah, we were tearing it up.
Yeah, y'all, that shit was spicy.
Yeah. I was really disappointed in the debate myself. I really thought the subject was good. I thought Marte and Flo were going to be good, and I was lied to.
Yeah, they got off in the weeds right from the start.
Yeah, they did.
It was sad because it had the potential to be a great debate, and I was really use the
Marte
pixel.
was more worried about what Sarah was doing than fight his fight.
Well, funny enough, Miss Sarah's live now, and women suck, but we're okay with it. And on the cover, on the thumbnail, there's a gothic right winger dude that I've been seeing on Facebook around, and I'm wondering if he's gonna show up because homie, I don't know the name of his channel, if he has one on YouTube, and I don't remember his name on Facebook, but he pops up. And homie's got a lot of salient points. I might have to steal that topic from Miss Sarah and actually talk about him.
What's the topic?
It looks like she's just talking about the gothic dude I mentioned. Actually, she hasn't posted. It's Jake Monroe or Monroe. I'll post his name in there. If I can find a YouTube channel for him, because like that shit, like that dude is kind of cool as shit, and he has made a lot of salient like right wing talking points. Like, and I just feel like we need more people having conversations and monologues, maybe a little bit less debates if they can't handle, not screaming at one another. But
that's what I do, OG. Why are you trying to give away my job, man? What's up with you?
we need more of it. We need competition. Well, if you got a link to his channel, drop it. Well, I mean, it's because his take on why he's like right wing and goth, right, and this is something that I've talked a lot about, like how communists and leftists and the degenerate people will take over these fandoms, make it toxic for the people that started them and has been a part of them their entire life, and then rebuild it in some bullshit Marxist, fucking feminist, tranny, pro-gay type shit, and that's why a lot of people are just sick of it on a cultural level. That's why we had the culture war. So, oh shit, damn! I just saw from Jake the Rattlesnake, Andrew is on InfoWars, and he was on the Joe Rogan podcast. Was it yesterday or the day before?
Hey. Well, it might have been yesterday.
That's cool as shit.
Yeah, he did good on Joe Rogan.
Yeah, he did. From what I saw, it did very well. I'm gonna go back and finish watching it myself. I was gonna cover it, but also I didn't want to strike from Joe Rogan's team. So I'm gonna actually play Marte's video he mentioned on chat. Hello, Fire Mario.
It's me, Mario.
I have no idea who you are.
What do you mean you don't know who I am? I'm Mario. You know me?
That feels like Emmett.
That is not Emmett.
That ain't Emmett.
Well, thank you for coming up, bud. Thank you for coming.
See
have
ya.
a good day.
Well, you badmouthed the boy, so you're gonna get some pushback.
Bad mouth too.
what's his name? The fat guy, Marte.
I didn't badmouth Marte.
Well, you know what I mean.
Fair enough.
They're going to take it as shit talk.
They can take it how they want to. It's not a dick. It's a joke, not a dick. They don't have to take it so hard.
There you go.
Wait, hold on. Is that you?
I'm a little chick. I'm a Mario. You know, I'm a plumber.
Is that you, Emmett?
He gave birth to
I
a
really
bird.
have a plumber job, you know.
All right, bud. I don't know who it is. Come back later, or because I have no idea who that actually.
Buy a ticket to the next show.
Yeah. But damn, that is a weird picture of Dusty. That's crazy.
Oh, that's
Well, who's
This is Clout Zombie. This is the video that Marte mentioned he made in regards to Flow. I'm being a drama slut right now.
okay.
Yeah.
Girl.
I said I growing up like this, she might. Said I did my best way. Yeah, Dusty drops a 47 slide carousel. My journey from felony to felony free. Slide one mug shot, slide 47. I'm crying into a Chick-fil-A nugget, begging see me. He tags every pastor rapper in random blue check. It's ratio by his own art. This is embarrassing, bro. Log off. Tries to POV in my plug in 2018 tram, but films it in his mom's basement with a fake chain made of paper clips and comments. Dusty a testimony got less views than my grandma's Facebook Live. He replies, haters gonna hate, God's got my back. Still low likes, tragic life.
Dusty, 10th man, Beth flopping harder than a TikTok band. Posting thirst traps that make the algorithm gag and ran. 0 views, ghosted DM notifications on snooze. You're begging for clout like it's oxygen, you can't choose. Refresh, cry, repost the same flop with a new filter glow. But the internet's like we good, thanks. Next victim, who? 10th man attempts to renegade dance at 4 a.m. in full drag. Trips over his own heels, face plant to a pile of empty fireball bags. Post the uncut version, slaying they be honest queens. Replies flooded with laughing emojis, and this is why clubs say no. He start to go from the and we go viral, need new ring light of dignity. Only donate his ex who chipped in 5 out with no for therapy. Seriously, live streams his comeback era from a Starbucks bathroom stall. Wi-Fi cuts out mid-side. Why won't y'all let me ball? Call drop, end of all. Beth blows modest fashion hall, but it's just yoga pants and a crop top cross. Caption Jesus wore sandals, so can I show a little midriff boss? Gets called out, deletes, reposts with apology. Thread 8 parts long, ends with if you unfollow, you were never my sister anyway. Wrong. Try Faith Friday, lipstick in a worship song while doing the gritty dances. So offbeat, the praise team comments, it's the devil's in the choreography. Core scripture in every shady reply, then blocks and mutes the blocker. Pin post now repeats, I protected my energy. Goodbye, flock. They plan a joint left. Redemption roundtable, come get this tea. Dusty forgets to unmute. 10th man's cat walks across the frame repeatedly. Best starts cracking about cyberbullying. 30 seconds in. Stream title changes to emotional support stream. Combined viewers peak at 9, including bots and one confused. Jehovah's Witness. They in with group hug filter, but the stream crashes from shit cringe density. Dusty, 10th man, Beth, y'all legends in the hall of flops. Social media's designated crashers, dummies,
This is gay.
dropping those L's like it's a full-time occupation. While the rest
I think it's
scroll
funny.
past like another day, another desperation. Delete the apps, burn the phones, maybe try carrier pigeons instead. Is this level of fail? Can't be saved, even Jesus said red. Yeah.
This is horrible.
Morality filed for restraining order. Cloud said it's not you. It's me? Nah, it's definitely you. Stay thirsty, legends. We'll be over here. Not watching. Yeah.
I support more.
Yeah.
We need more diss tracks, and we need more diss tracks.
That one was lame though.
That needs to be burned.
Like
Shit.
OTWs was better than that.
Oh no. You can't even do that. That's crazy. I'm gonna be honest. The only thing I got to tell him about my grievance with the on your show grid. I'm not mad at Marte anymore. I got to explain that. So
you're all
I'm
good now.
Yeah, I'm
Got it
all
off your
good.
chest.
Yeah.
All right.
That made me happy. The only thing that he's done that I'm mad about, and I got to talk to him about that too, is he left and then immediately told you that I kicked him or that he was kicking. I'm like, bro, you were not kicked. Like, that's crazy.
And he, I mean, 30, it wasn't even 30 seconds. He's crying the grid that you kicked him. Mm-mm-mm.
I don't know, but I don't know. I appreciate him. I appreciate him coming here and giving his time. I did not intend for him to get fucking jumped on by like 5 fucking people, and I did not know Dusty was gonna come up and restream. I am mad at Dusty though. Gonna fucking restream and name it Sneak Attack Marte. That's fucking crazy.
Would you expect anything different?
Solid. That's a solid point.
I mean, think about it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
He saw an opportunity and he took it.
Well, I mean, I'm also not really mad at Flo. I mean, I just had to ask him, like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck was that about? What's up, Tuckers?
At least you didn't rage quit this time.
Oh yeah, no, I would have had to mess with him and call him Princess again. What's up,
Yep.
Sasquatch? You should join the panel.
Damn it.
Damn, even Landry came up. What was that about? He didn't.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
He showed
came
up.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
came
when
up.
when I had to leave earlier, Landry and Bumpkin were here.
Well, Bumpkin is having a kid and getting married, so he's pretty much like, fuck the internet. I'm gonna focus on my job, and my family.
Solid work.
Yeah. So I mean, Bumpkin comes in because he's the homie, and I love when Bumpkin comes on. I get to talk to him, chill with him. Landry is one of the people I don't like, and I still let him come on my panel. He pulled some fuck shit, and like I wasn't gonna let him take over the panel here for his like new mission, I guess, to be an anti-ICE right winger. I guess.
What? Anti-ice right winger. That's
I'm
strange.
assuming that based on his subtitle and his name, it was like ICE equals evil. And then
Yeah,
like,
he-
not a
Anti-ice left
leftist.
winger.
Well, he said not. He said not a leftist.
He was doing he did a little show this morning trying to expose how ICE operates. So what he come up for? Just to interfere?
I'm not sure. I think he wanted to ask Marte something about why he wears an ice hat. This, that, and the third. But I'm like, that, oh shit! I didn't even see Sasquatch come in.
Oh fuck you.
Hello, Sasquatch. Let me do a
That's how
voice
you
check.
check. You got to check. If you don't check, I'm gonna get your ass one day.
But the thing, who else would have your Cash App? Well, fair enough. They can watch previous streams.
Yep. Not that hard to snap a picture and be the man.
And if they're wanting to take you down, I'm just the tool.
Yep.
So true.
So,
What do
I'm
you think
just
about today's stream?
I slept through about 4 hours of it. I'm not gonna lie.
Fair.
I mean, when I left earlier, like I went and got something to eat, came home, propped my feet up, and woke up about 30 minutes ago. So, there's that.
Well, at least you can get out. I can't even get out.
Dude, I ain't even
Looks
seen
like
it. So,
looks like about another week before I can hit the road.
yeah. I mean, it snowed more that last little go around than it did this one. It is still fucking cold. It's all the way down to 6.
Oh, we got another cold blast coming through the next few days.
I am joking. It's down to like 20, but
we'd
my
have been all right if we hadn't have got that ice. That's what
Well-
fucked everything up.
I'm just saying, Chuck. You need to keep that shit up there with you, old man.
That's what Freddie
Fuck.
said.
I moved down to get away from this shit.
It followed you. Chuck's like the guy who like, oh, I left to leave the zombies behind. Well, they fucking followed you, Chuck.
Yep. That's why I got that automatic reloading doorbell for them little fuckers.
About Landry, He's basically a clout demon running around devouring all he can find anywhere he happens to find it. If anybody happens to drop any, he takes that as an invitation to go slobber it up.
Mm-hmm.
Part that really kind of, I mean, if I gave a shit, would make me angry. It'll work. Given enough time, provided he doesn't trigger the wrong person, that'll work. He'll have a channel worth freaking having in 5 years.
Problem is, he won't keep to it.
What do I think?
Well-
I think this clout sucking is a part of his personality. I think he sucks up everything around him. So I don't think that'll stop. If he could maintain the capability online the same way he does in real life, I think he'll be fine. He'll make money. People will laugh at it. He'll call it a comedy show in 5 years, and somebody else will come along and he'll steal their idea and use it, and it'll work fine. Long term.
Fair enough. I mean, I've given the guy a chance. Fuck Landry. I don't care. I've tried to be neutral with him. I've tried to be nice to him, and he's just he's a weirdo. Like, I genuinely, he's burnt that bridge with me, and I don't foresee myself. I let him come on the panel. I'm not gonna let him run shit and ask questions to everybody unless, of course, he pays super chats. Then he can do whatever he wants. As far as that goes,
that ain't gonna happen.
I don't understand Landry's deal, so I just don't deal with him very much.
well, my issue with Landry is he shared out my personal information.
Yep.
Did he really?
Yep. Shared it to
That's
NPC.
And I
pretty gay.
that this is sort of, I think he has there's a difference between city people and country people. In small towns and counties, there are a limited number of people to interact with. If you're a shithead, they find out you're a shithead and they stop fucking with you. And you either have to move or do your redemption arc. You don't really have a lot of choices. When you're from the city, though, you can just fuck people over and go meet new people and fuck them over too, and then meet new people. And YouTube is kind of like that to an extent. There's always a fresh crop of suckers, right? So he could just move from group to group and just see who's the most reactionary and piss them off. And I think
We call that being a rootless urbanite.
I think what he thinks is if he just stays away from certain places long enough, he'll reattain his welcome. Or maybe he thinks if he gets enough subscribers, it'll happen or something. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know what to deal with. I just don't fuck with him too much.
The wind blows and his whole thing changes. That's what kills me.
Well, I only brought him up because Illuminati is doing a stream called Pre-Landry Assault, So
it's called what?
Pre-Landry Assault Hangout.
It was pro Landry Assault Hangout.
I could be just retarded and saw it at a glance.
Yeah,
well, he got a hold of me the other day, and he wanted to know, are you Team Tommy or Team Talcott? I'm like, what are you talking about? He says, you got to pick one. I said, just get away from me.
No, you don't. See, that's the thing. These dichotomy people really bother me because they don't understand how anything really works. They think it either is or isn't. You know. And that's
the wicked
feedback.
feedback.
Bro.
I don't know, man. I just don't understand. I don't understand these people. Like, I really don't. Maybe I'm retarded and they're the ones that are normal.
Yeah, no, see, that's how we ended up in that whole victimhood complex situation that we've been in for the past 10 years, is everyone assumed the other side must have something useful to say, and maybe we just don't understand. But it's been 10 fucking years, and they still stay in the same stupid shit. So I think they're just retarded, and we don't have to.
There you go.
Fair.
I mean, we gave them the chance. We gave them a whole hog decade and some change to get some shit straight and to say it correctly. And all they do is call me racist and say I have privilege. That's it.
Oh, Joe Cool thinks I'm the biggest one out here.
You're a
Like
fed.
Joe, like
Yeah,
Joe,
you know
you
how I
know
know you
where I
have
come.
privilege?
Joe knows where I came from. He was in my stomping grounds before.
Do you know how I know you have privilege?
How's that?
Because if I take a bunch of black names and put them on resumes, they don't get hired as often. Boom. Proves you have privilege.
That would only matter if I was filling out resumes.
True. Since I'm retired, I don't have to do that no more. Forced retirement sucks, though.
The fact that there's actual mandates and quotas for women's and the coloreds, that don't mean
Well,
nothing.
there's ways to battle it. I had to deal with affirmative action when I was first working. We
I
had
did too.
fellas that we used to have to co-sign their paychecks because the only thing they could do is make an X.
Nice.
So we had to
I didn't have
co-sign.
anybody that bad,
Yeah.
but I did have someone who like wiped out a raid once and destroyed all the customers' data.
That was you.
You.
No, it wasn't me.
You said you did.
No, I said
Earlier.
I ran an update statement and updated 60 million records
Oh,
all at once with the
I
same
thought you
data.
deleted. Okay.
Well, it effectively removed the existing information because it updated it with the statement. But but we didn't lose that data. It was backed up and replicated. She broke the raid and that data was just gone. There was no getting it back after that.
Yeah, I
And
remember.
of course, it became my responsibility to try to recover it, and also my responsibility to talk the customer down off the ledge.
Yeah, I bet. We had a situation where we had a new group of apprentices that we were training, and we had a couple of older gentlemen, journeymen that retired on us. They just up and retired. Nobody knew they was going to do it, so they was going to bring up the next apprentice, the oldest apprentice, and make him a journeyman. Well, the next oldest was a white guy, and then below him was a black fella that was I think a month behind him in seniority. So they moved the white guy up to journeyman, and this kid, the next kid in line, I mean, good friend of mine, sharp and everything. I had respect for him, and he pulled that race card out, and I never seen such a commotion in all my life when he flopped that race card. But he ended up getting journeyman status too, even though they only wanted one. They went ahead and took two just to end all the bullshit that was going on. But that was really disappointing to see that happen.
Well,
Did
that happens all the time.
Did somebody ask if she got fired? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I did.
No, they flat out. That was the same instance in which they told me they couldn't fire a black gay lesbian woman.
Because of all the
It would be too much of a potential liability for the company.
EEOC and all that shit. Yeah.
That is fucking wild.
It's
And
less
that
of a liability just to keep her there, you know?
Well, that's the crazy part. Like, that shit foments hatred and anger, and then when you multiply it by 300 million people, like, it shows you the type of shit, the reason we're going through the shit we're going through. And then stupid, incompetent people always accept that as a reason why they aren't getting ahead when they could do better, and then you can't really tell them they're wrong because it is happening, and it just creates a whole fucking clusterfuck. So
It's two different stories, Vivid. The story from when I fucked up is I ran an update statement instead of a select statement, so my query ended up being an entry. and I did it on select all. So it updated all 60 million records with the same thing, effectively deleting what was there before. That's what I did. That was my fuck up. And I fixed it within 20 minutes. Hers was breaking the raid and losing all the customers' data.
Damn. How is that better than facing a lawsuit? How is that better? Because couldn't you
I
be
mean,
sued?
but this is the world we live in right now, right? Like, incompetence and fucking over customers is not as important as having a black lesbian. That's literally the fucking situation. It's not as important as seeming diverse and, for example, like the other dude said, Vive said, having charming people on your staff. The thing about her was nobody liked her either. Like, they couldn't send her anywhere because the customers would say, "Don't send that Indian chick back here." She wasn't even Indian, which was funny.
She was militant, it sounded like.
Oh yeah, you couldn't make jokes in front of her. Like the Chinese kid at our job, he used to do a Chinese bit, right? Like he over the top Chinese accent.
Right.
And she fucking went off on him. Threatened to
What's
report
up,
him
man?
to HR.
For what? A Chinese kid making an overly Chinese accent?
Yeah.
That
'Cause
is
it's racist.
that is inherently black privilege. What's up, Thumping Weevil? That is crazy. Imagine getting I'm gonna stop before I get my channel nuke.
I could tell you I'll tell you all some things about her too that will blow your mind, but not on stream. Someday
enough.
backstage or something.
Gotcha.
Fair enough. Speaking of, I'm actually about to end it because we're 7 hours in. Unless somebody wants a dono to extend it, $50, and I'll go another hour. But anyway, like that is fucking wild. She was promoted to she took down BB's channel.
You know what's funny is she worked for Google.
Oh no. No, what the fuck?
Can't make that shit up. As a matter of fact, she outlasted me at that company. And I won Employee of the Month 8 times, 6 times in a row. But I got fired before she did.
You know what this is?
That is a lobster.
That is a prawn bomb.
No! No!
Owned. Channel destroyed.
Nuke the whole damn thing.
You'll never live it down.
Okay. So I gotta say this too. Now that I'm being reminded of this chick and like how much I hated my life dealing with her. I was her manager for a while. She changed her name to a non-binary name, like, and we all had to adhere to that.
Oh God, one of them.
The hate flows deep.
You can't make this shit up, bro.
Oh, God damn it!
I'm telling you.
And the fact
we
that
used to have an old saying: "The squeaky wheel gets the grease." At work.
Yeah, I got called in a couple of times.
Some people get told that because they don't complain enough.
One props I will give to my employer though is that I was able to trade her for another employee eventually. I was like, listen, I can't deal with this anymore. You gotta like give me something here, like
just promote her and move on.
Oh, that was like the department I was working there at the end, and the really basket cases they would send to me to work under me in my area.
Yeah, they gave me 2 new guys to take her off my plate, and I was like, all right.
And then the next day, there were rainbows and unicorn farts and little cherry blossoms drifting down from the brilliant sunshine of loveliness.
I had to train the two noobs.
Oh, so it wasn't great.
I mean, so overall, no. Overall, I shouldn't have even cared because like the amount of incompetency that I had to deal with overall and how much she actually impacted my job. Now, what I will say is she probably had a lot to do with me getting fired, way more than anybody else there. But that was one of the best things that ever happened to me in my life. You know, that's when I like got rid of my house, got rid of my girlfriend, cut half my so-called friends out of my life, stopped like being an employee and learned how to like trade for a living. It was all part of a culmination of those
Are you
events.
trading blowjobs for? I'm just asking, dude, for a friend.
On the black
I
market.
mean,
What overpass?
I mean, just for the
Why
sake of
couldn't it be
alls,
the
like
Asian market?
what I trade is junk options, stock options
Right. I
that
got
that
you.
have
Would you?
that are out of the money and have a like a what would the word be? Not recent, but a shortcoming expiration date. And
Shorting folks.
I stick.
You should teach your boy how to do that.
I absolutely can. 100% can.
But that would be financial advice and should be done privately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember joining that little club, but never got a newsletter.
There's no newsletter. I just updated it in the Discord.
Ah,
You gotta check the Discord. And
gotcha.
granted, I
Yeah,
haven't
Russia
traded
checks
since
you.
I got my new place. What'd you say, Squash?
I said in Soviet Russia, Discord checks you.
That's just
He's not
Discord,
wrong.
Squad. That's just
I gotta
Discord,
think
brother.
about it after I said it and realized how far off base that was. That's just Discord.
Brother, I
Yeah,
kid you not. Go ahead.
if you followed my trades last year, you could have made like let me do some quick math in my head. 300% returns, and that's including the losses.
But remember, Dennison, gematria. How far did gematria get you?
I'm saying though, like this is like I have a dude who's in my trading group, who's into that shit, and I keep trying to get him to teach me how it can help me make me money because I don't give a fuck. You know, like if it'll make me money, I'm not gonna hate on it. But I don't get what he says.
I'll hate on it
Like
for
I
you.
can't follow it.
Yeah, I'm perfectly willing to hate on some shit that makes me money so other motherfuckers don't get into it. Fuck that. I mean, it depends on what it is. If it's like a limited time thing, it's not my job to tell you about shit, bro. And I hate hearing the word sure thing.
No, there's never a sure thing. As a matter of fact, when you're in the buying options game, risk mitigation is the number one thing because you have a 60 to 70% chance of having your options become worthless, like return to zero, it's called. Now I'm trying to get to a point where I underwrite the options, and that automatically flips that math if you think about it, right? And that's what Warren Buffett does, right? So I every time you buy a stock option, there's a dude on the other side of that transaction. I'm buying it when I buy 100 shares at whatever strike price and whatever expiration date. There's another guy on the other side of that transaction who owns the shares or is otherwise leveraging them, but usually he owns them. And he's determining the stock price, the strike price, and the expiration date. And he's selling it to me. That's where I want. That's my ultimate game. My goal is to get to where I have like maybe 250 in my brokerage account. And then I probably, If I had 250, I probably would have enough to where I could afford the collateral to underwrite and still trade proactively on the side. But I've only ever gotten my account up to like 140,000 at the most.
See, I know nothing about the stock market or anything.
I don't know much about the stock market either. I know trading SPY options. That's all I do. And I have some other companies that I like to watch that are volatile beta stocks like Tesla, Nvidia, Microsoft. I make a lot of money off of those. I made a lot of my bones off of Beyond Meat when it first came out. Me and my trading mentor at the time, this was when I was part of his trading group. Me and him made a killing off that shit, and we had a blast because that price was all over the place. And when earnings would hit, you can make 800% overnight.
All right. Well, I got to bail. I got to go cook supper for these folks. We'll catch y'all in a little while.
Peace.
Before you go, Chuck, let me show you this video since we're talking about the Asian persuasion. I gotta pull this on there.
Only Mongolians can make. Okay.
Okay. I used to date a Mongolian.
Okay. I'm pretty sure more than just Mongolians can make that sound.
Oh, fuck that. If I woke up to that,
Imagine
I'd
if she
get
did that with your dick in her mouth.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
That'd make your balls tingle.
Like,
The reason it's called singing.
that's that throat singing right there.
the old gargoyle effect.
Damn. I kind of want to knock up a Blackanese.
I've been trying.
Oh shit.
All right, well, I'll run into you guys a
Diversify
little
your
bit. You're still
bonds.
going. I
See you,
gotta
Chuck.
jump. All right.
See you, Chuck.
No, Chaser said me too, Dennison.
I want to diversify my bonds. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man. So what y'all gentlemen got going on tonight? I'm about to end it. Nobody wanted that extension.
I am. I'm gonna go looking for my weed.
I don't blame you.
I'm telling you, that shit is still sitting in your fucking car where you left it. You just got to dig your way out to it.
It 100% is that you're absolutely correct.
Way ahead of you, Vividness. I love their songs. Go ahead.
I'm just saying you might not survive going out to the car.
Why?
A little chilly out here.
Oh, it's good. It's like 60 at night here.
Okay. That's weird. It's like 20 at night here.
The problem is, though, in August it'll be 120. That's the problem.
That checks out.
I think I might move back to the Seattle area.
Oh, you'll just be sad again.
Yeah, you like depression?
Yeah, and rain. Lots and lots of rain.
I mean,
Which causes
it
more
kind of
depression?
it kind of makes me happy though. Like I like that kind of weather.
But you know, there's different types of rain. You know that spring rain where you can smell the
Purple
ozone,
rain.
and then that late. We'll get to the gay part in a minute. Grid, just hold your horses.
I was gonna say purple rain's my favorite.
We know.
When it's kind of like evening time and the sun peeks out over the clouds, but the clouds are still dark storm clouds, and the sky turns
All right,
purple.
all right, all right. You've gone too gay. You went too far. You went too far.
It
Too
smells
gay.
really good though.
That's what she said.
Not to
I
him.
I like sun rain, but I like purple rain was better because I like cold weather. But sun rain was crazy. Have you guys ever had sun rain happen to you? Like where the rain is warm and hot and it's really, really sunny. You can't see any clouds.
Motherfucker, I live in Georgia. That's like the primary type of
It's Tuesday.
Yeah, that's 3 times on Tuesday. Look, we got fungus that grow on car bumpers here.
Isn't it? That's got to be a Southern thing. I've gone all over and nobody else has that. And like somebody was asking me about that. They're like, "What is all that green stuff on the cars?" I'm like, "It's a fungus. If you park your car for 2 months and you don't drive it and don't wash it, it's gonna have the green. It's gonna have the mold on it. It's just gonna."
I'll tell you what causes it and why it's so hard to get off. It actually comes off pretty easy if you leave it long enough. But here we have an inordinate amount of pine trees, and they're all a monoculture. So whenever they do their pollen thing, they all do it at the same time, right? And we will have literal clouds of yellow pollen floating around in the morning. When dew condenses on the vehicles, the pollen sticks to the dew, and it's got a little pine resin in it, so it sticks to your paint pretty well. And then, a few weeks later, a little dust sticks to it, and a little while later, you got some broken up leaves and shit stuck to it. Next thing you know, it's a feast for a fungus.
That checks out. I mean, I believe that.
It's a bitch and a half to get off.
It
Depends. If it's just started developing on it, it's hard to get off. But if you let it grow until you can plant potatoes, you can just kind of rag that stuff off.
Fair. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to end the show. Thank you all for coming. Any final thoughts?
Ice is fake and gay.
Fair enough. What about you, Sasquatch, Grid?
This
Either one
is
of y'all?
real, but it's still gay.
What about you, Grid? Any final thoughts?
Nah, I'm just putting my gun together.
All right, I'll bring y'all back up after the end credits. If y'all want to talk afterwards. Thank you all for watching and spending your time with me. I got somewhere to send y'all in a raid afterwards. Tell them OG sent you. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. And it's been awesome. I look forward to making more content for you. And let's get it.